Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February in Warsaw, Warszawa. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga about 10k to go, running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now, do a stand-up gig, and look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
We'll be strong.
I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th and 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So I'm in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga about 10k to go, running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam, there's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I do it. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now. Do a stand-up gig. And look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
Oh, we'll be strong.
I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th and 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So I'm in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam, there's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now, do a stand-up gig, and look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
Oh, we'll be strong.
Hello, Marathon 25. We're running Luxembourg in Luxembourg today. I will now take the knee for Black Lives Matter. And we are off on the 25th marathon. And I'm going to start by walking because I've started running before. That doesn't really help. That was me taking the knee for Black Lives Matter because we are trying to make humanity great again. Everyone included, particularly black people around the world, and their lives matter as much as anyone else's. So we this is our last week. This will be the last Monday of running. By this time next week, I will be still in bed. No, I'll probably be up. I'll be having a brunch, ladies and gentlemen. I'll have a Monday brunch. Me and Sarah, we've already decided I'm making eggs. What am I? I'm going to make...
You're going to do poached eggs,
Yeah.
I think? Be
Can we get
lovely.
Sarah on the screen here, please? Yeah, so I'm going to make... You're going to teach me how to make poached eggs.
Yes. I'm going to teach you poached eggs.
What is it? What's the trick? You swirl the water.
Yeah, so the trick is, so you've got to boil the water,
Yeah.
make sure the water's boiled. Now, some people say put in a little bit of vinegar sometimes, like an acidic thing, which helps. I'm not sure on that. And then you boil the water, and then when it's boiled, you take it off the heat, and then you swirl the water around in a circle, and then you drop an egg in. So the whirlpool means then the egg stays together in the middle,
Right.
and then you leave it just in the residual heat of the water, sort of till it's done, really.
Oh, so you don't keep it on even simmering?
No.
On, no?
Yeah, so once it's boiled, you take it off the heat, swirl the water, drop the egg in, leave it off the heat, so it's just in the residual heat, and then poached egg. The trick is when to take it out though, so it's not like liquid still or just cooked. Yeah.
And
So yeah, I'll teach you.
Sarah's been doing very good cooking for me, and I've been doing fairly good washing up.
Oh, you'd be doing very good washing up, I think. It's good.
I tried to get it done by the end of the morning, so we'd have to come back to it at night, because obviously, if you've worked this out, we stay in a bubble. We're in a home bubble, a car bubble, I'm in a Riverside Studios bubble, and no one gets near us. And if they do, we shout at them, and they go away. That's what happens. So,
I think there was I think I saw some general, like an American army general, and he did like a speech to, I think it was sort of recruits or people who were passing out, and he did this whole speech about how he always makes his bed every day in the morning, and his whole theory of that was that then you know that whatever happens in the day, even if it's a terrible day, you're still going to come back to a nicely made bed, which is quite nice.
that is an interesting thing, because
Yeah.
I've gone through, I think after Mum died in '68, me and my brother, when we moved to the new house a bit later, we moved to another house, and he put us in one room, and he wanted us to play with a train set, so he built a table for us to play with this train set, which is now in the Bexhill Museum, and can be seen. Once COVID has gone, you can go on the Bexhill Museum website, just search for Bexhill Museum website, and you can see the family train set and the Bexhill 1940 winter wartime model railway, which is set in 1940 with lots of snow, and it's almost exact replica of what Bexhill was like, and bombed out houses and stuff like this. But anyway, Dad put us in this smaller room. I think the room with the train set was a bigger room, so me and Mark, my brother, shared the room, and we had sleeping bags. I've just realised
Did you?
yeah, because Dad wasn't bothered, but washing a sleeping bag is much easier from
Practical.
sheets.
Yeah.
Seemed like a pain in the backside, and it was only him, and he had to go off to do work, and we were fine with that. We were in sleeping bags for the next, what was that? We got there in '69 till '75, so the next 6 years in sleeping bags.
It's like a very
Never.
long, fun camping trip.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and in bunk beds.
Oh, bunk bed. Okay, who got the top bunk?
Well, Mark was in top bunk, older brother.
Makes sense, yeah.
And there was a classic, and Dad always used to do very good Christmases and nice presents and letters from Santa, and Christmas stockings, and he'd put things in them like little games with balls that you had to get into the thing, and a little bit of this, and maybe some sweets or something. It was always fun. But he did tell us one year, I do remember, he said, I can't quite work out which year that was, because Dad's career gradually sort of got better. He was in a good place. He was an accountant who refused to get qualified, but was working his way up the corporate ladder, basically, of BP. But one year he said, finances have been tough, and I can't think what it was that all the money would have gone. Anyway, he said, times are tough, so we can't do things. This Christmas won't be quite the same. And I was greed did run through my mind. I'd love things in acquisition, which I've tried to temper in my life and not be so bothered about things. But anyway, so I always look forward to these little things you get on Christmas morning. Wake up at 6, which wouldn't be my normal waking up time. I was the first one up. I remember switching, there's a little light above the head of my lower bunk bed. The switch on the light went up to tear all these, you know, empty the stocking out, my stocking, and see what's in it. And I emptied it out, and then my brother was upstairs in the upper bunk. He just heard me go, "Fruit? Oh no." It was all fruit. So then I switched the light off and went back to bed. The presents were all great and fun, but it was fruit that year in the
That year was fruit.
I don't know whether maybe he hadn't been able to. Well, I do remember him reminding us. I don't know.
Was it all? Yeah, all fruit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he hadn't got time to go out and do things, but he was a very good dad at providing. Very good at providing. Was our dad. First in the family to get a school certificate, which is the equivalent of GCSEs these days, which is the exams in the UK we take at 16. So he got a good school cert. And Mum did as well, and she was the first one in her family to get school cert. So we were destined to go to university, me and my brother, even if we didn't want to go to university. So we did. What happened?
You were going to.
Were you always encouraged to go to uni? Because I've got to say this, Sarah turned down a PhD in psychology, didn't you?
Yes.
To join the circus.
To join the circus. That's exactly what I did.
But were your parents always encouraging you to go to uni, or?
They were really great. They were like encouraging, but in a very like encouraging for what I wanted to do way. They were encouraging for me to be happy, which is delightful. And so I think probably it was more going to a school where that was sort of the standard natural progression.
Right.
Was that, you know, it tends to be GCSEs, A levels, which is what we take here at 18, and then into university. And I think then because of what I wanted to do, which was psychology, I think from about 11, I think I wanted to do that, or study that. That would be the route you take for that field. Did they go to uni, your parents? No.
No, my parents.
I think I was either. My mum went to college. Actually, yes, she went to college. She went to secretarial college, pretty standard of that time. She could do like type super fast, and she could do shorthand, which looked like some kind of dark art, which I loved. She'd try and teach me, and yeah. But she also went to art and design school as well, which was like college. So she sort of did college. My dad didn't. I think he would have left school about 15, 16, I think, and kind of learnt himself really, sort of engineering and stuff. So he kind of learnt by doing, I think. So
learning by doing, much more fun way than learning by dry books. I find the apprenticeship, which I remember as I was growing up, the apprenticeship. You know, if you're going to university, you won't get an apprenticeship in it. I suppose one would be. The air of apprenticeship wouldn't be so good, but I actually think apprenticeships are fantastic ideas. If you're working and earning and learning, you know, it can be good. Obviously, in Dickens and Great Expectations, your apprentice blacksmith, and Pip wasn't too happy about that, but he was going to be a blacksmith. He was going to grow up and be a blacksmith. But I think apprenticeships these days, hopefully, they just lead to other things, and if you show aptitude, anyway, I'm positive on the idea of. I think the word is a good thing. Learning while working, I just think that's the great way. That's how I learned French and German. I have meals and chats and do it. You haven't done, did you do those lessons in? You did a couple lessons, didn't you, in Madrid?
In Madrid, I did, yeah. And they were those lessons where there's no English spoken, even though your Spanish is quite low. Everything's done with sort of Spanish and a sort of mime, or kind of some sort of Pictionary almost on the board.
Right.
It's very good, but it is very intense, especially because I think often it's done in a group with lots of people, you know, a few students.
Is that what you did?
Well, no, because it was just me, so there was like no rest. You know, sometimes if you're in a group, then you go, oh great, the other person is talking for a bit now, but there was none. So. It was good.
I would say yes. That's intense. If you can avoid that. I did that. I did hour lessons. No, I did 5 or 6 hour lessons 1-on-1, and I went out of my mind almost.
There was one point, I think, in the second lesson where, you know, when your brain just slightly overloads and then you don't even remember the things you remembered a minute ago. You know, when you just go, everything has just gone away.
You know, the problem is because modern teaching of languages is they will teach you in the language that you're learning. But what you're doing is you have to, first of all, translate what they're saying. What are they saying to me? And then secondly, understand and learn the thing. And so that two-step of understanding drains the brain. So you need other people in the class. I couldn't do it. If I'm doing it on my own, I would just fall asleep in the class.
It's your response.
And it's just me and them. Now, we're going to do a weird thing now. Can you look up facts and figures on Luxembourg?
Yeah.
Because what I'm going to do, folks, are you okay with this, Sarah? I'm going to leave the show with you. Ian,
oh, Christ,
don't put pit stop on. Sarah's going to run the show and tell everyone facts and figures, and I'm going to nip to the loo and then straight back. Okay? All right, Sarah?
Yeah, I'll give that a go.
Okay. So
come back quick, otherwise the viewership will drop horrendously.
No, it's okay. Everyone knows you now. Everyone, Sarah's running things. I'm just going to the loo. I'll be back in a second.
All right, see you in a minute. Look on the table. You've got it. Yeah. Don't forget it. Yeah. Okay, everyone. Well, let's do some facts. It's probably the first time I've.
The run that we did, which was really interesting.
Oh yes, the run was lovely actually. Yeah. So while I'm looking up the facts, I'll tell you about the actual run we did in Luxembourg, which was the 25th of February last year. So we were. It seems strange now because we were very close to the whole COVID lockdowns happening worldwide. So yeah, but we did it was a lovely run, and I think we actually went out of the town, and then sort of down sort of country lanes. I got one of the little bicycles, you know, you can hire, and went out into the countryside, and then we were running along, and then there was a lovely rainbow, which I think is on one of the maybe our intro video, I think. So a rainbow happened. So I was trying to do a little bit of phone filming while riding a bicycle, which surprisingly I didn't fall off. So there we go. So yeah, it was a lovely day. Yeah, and sort of went around the town. A beautiful city to go around architecturally. But there, we'll actually play a video in a minute. But Eddie might want to introduce that herself. So we will hold fire on that. Meanwhile, I will tell you some facts about Luxembourg. So, Luxembourg is the second richest country in the world. So it says it's ranked by its GDP, or ranked by its GDP, that's how they've decided this. So, according to the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, Luxembourg will overtake Qatar to become the richest nation in the world in 2015. So, there you go. Well done, Luxembourg. It also has the highest minimum wage in the EU, so paying workers a minimum of 1,923 euros per month, which is very good. Now, there are thoughts of getting a universal wage as well as we go more automated in the world. But yes, there you go. That's the general working pay is quite high in Luxembourg. It's also one of the safest countries in the world. That's according to the UN survey. There are... It just says it's pretty safe. There you go. There are around 1,300 police. Oh, there's around 1,300 police and just 2 jails in Luxembourg. So there we go. And I should, as Eddie's gone away, this is the first time I'm probably really worried about Eddie leaving me in charge. That's probably a terrible sign that the marathons are doing something to Eddie's judgment, but there we go. But now is a good time to tell everyone who is hopefully still listening and has not tuned out how to donate to this incredible challenge that Eddie's doing. And despite seeing every single one of these that Eddie does, I'm still amazed and baffled by how Eddie does this. So it is quite a thing. So if you can donate, please do. It is quite a feat that Eddie is managing. So to make a donation, it's very easy from anywhere in the world. Go to eddyizzard.com and hit the donate button to give as much as you like via our crowdfunder site. If you have a UK phone, you can send a text instead. To donate £10, text the word 10, TEN, to 70810. And to donate £20, just text the word 20, TWENTY, to the same number 70810. And thankfully, Eddie is back now, so hopefully we've not lost viewership hugely.
No, well, that's not how we're going to work. We're not worried about that. We're just here. I think people have us on during the day. A lot of people have said we are on in your rooms, in your houses, just on in the background. Sometimes you can focus in, sometimes focus out. Very happy to be that for you, because it's a 6.5 hour podcast. Oh, tomorrow at 6 p.m.
Oh yes, there's a thing.
Okay, so I got to film my first co-written, exec produced. For my jobs on the film were executive producer, co-writer, and starring in, along with Judi Dench, Jim Broadbent, and David Schofield, James Darcy, Kellen Jones. I've mentioned Jim Broadbent. Anyway, ton of great people in it. A thriller set just before World War II in Bexhill-on-Sea, a sleepy seaside town where the daughters of the Nazi high command were going to an English finishing school to learn English and be ambassadors for National Socialism in Britain, because there are a number of people who are very into being extreme right-wing sympathisers, and the black shirts were there, and members of the aristocracy, and blah, blah, blah. So, that's where it's set, and it's a real school in my hometown where I grew up. But it's having its US premiere tomorrow in America, and they want me to do a live Q&A link-in at 6 p.m. along with Kellen Jones, who also starred in the film, and the writer who did the most writing out of the three of us, and there's Andy Goddard, who's director and also co-writer. So we're all going to be online, but I will be doing that and running tomorrow at 6 p.m. London time, which will be crazy for 45 minutes.
It's going to be crazy, yeah.
Link up with New York. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. So that's happening. We're also going to talk to Paula Reed in a few minutes. It's about 2 minutes, 3 minutes. She did a 5-hour row yesterday in liaison with what I was doing at the same time as what I was doing, and another number of other women. I think they're all women rowers who rowed with her. So that's in a couple of minutes. Have you talked about facts and figures? Or
yeah, I did a few. Yes, I did a few, and then questioned your judgment, letting me be on my own for a minute. But yes, I did do a few. So we found out that Luxembourg's the second richest country in the world. It's got the highest minimum wage in the EU. It's one of the safest countries in the world. It's only got 2 jails and 1,300 police officers. That was about it. Yeah, and then I told everybody how to donate.
I've got an interesting story from my time there. I suppose I can tell it quickly now. I was filming Shadow the Vampire. Do download Shadow the Vampire. Willem Dafoe was Oscar nominated, and John Malkovich was in it as well as the stars. And it was in Luxembourg. They speak Luxembourgish. That is their language in it, but they're also pretty good at French, German, and Dutch. I think they sort of have 4 or 5 languages. They're just one of those countries that has lots of languages. And I was staying in the hotel. I was using my French, and I went up to the I was there filming. I think it was my second or third film. Very pleased to be there. And I went, and there was no dressing gown, or as Americans call it, bathrobe, in the room. And so I phoned down and I said, "Excusez-moi, il n'y a pas de robe dans ma chambre." Bathrobe, robe, and this is the word I plucked from my head. And the guy on the desk went, "Non, il n'y a pas de robe. There is no robe." And I went, "Non, je voudrais une robe dans ma chambre." "Non." No, can I not? It's impossible. Yep, impossible. Okay, why dressing gown was going to be so difficult? Then I realised actually that robe means dress, and peignoir is a dressing gown. So I said, "Excusez-moi, peignoir." "Ah, oui, peignoir, pas de problème." But I was saying, there's no dress in my room. I want a very nice dress for my room. Now, I was out as trans at that point, so the joke is kind of nicely reverberated around, but he didn't know, because I was in boy mode doing a film.
You were demanding a dress in your room,
yes.
And why was it?
Dresses?
Yeah, why is there one?
It's just a really good dress. I don't know, some little black dress. I don't know, can't you guys? What's going on in this hotel?
I didn't know that. That is very logical. You'd say robe, but yeah, French dress.
It just bounced into my head, and it was the wrong bounce. Okay, Ian, I am ready. Ian's upstairs in the my remote.
Just here, they're ready to go.
Say again.
We're just getting.
Could you be a little bit louder in the roof, please? There.
I certainly can.
That's beautiful. Thank you. So she's Paula's lining up, or soon?
Yep, I'm putting you through now.
Very good. Hi, Paula.
Hey, how are you doing today?
All right. How are you?
I'm aching all over.
Oh my God! Now you did. Tell everyone what you did yesterday around the world.
So in absolute commitment to your effort this month, I committed to row a marathon alongside you yesterday.
Wow.
So there's a team of 4 girls. We're called the Mothership, and we're going to be rowing across the Atlantic in December, which is 3,000 miles.
Yeah.
And part of our training, we're obviously rowing on, rowing machines at home.
Yep.
Because we can't get out and about at the moment.
Understand.
And so we committed to row a marathon alongside you, and we did that yesterday afternoon.
Wow. And you did it in 5 hours, whereas I took 6.5. So well done you.
I'm sorry about that. I was gonna carry on and draw out my effort alongside you, but I was just in agony after a while. So I managed to do it, but I stopped after about 5 hours 20 minutes.
Right, but you got the marathon done, or you just did as much as you wanted?
Yeah, no, we all did. All 4 of us did our own marathons.
Wow.
And the other girls stopped a bit earlier than me because I've only rowed about 5 times so far.
Right.
So it was a big effort for me, and my technical skill is still progressing, but it was amazing. And we're so proud to have done it. And yeah, I was watching you at the same time, so it was fantastic.
And that was great, and it was in aid of Make Humanity Great, or in sympathy with Make Humanity Great Again. So wonderful, thank you.
Yeah, both. So we just channeled all our advertising and social media towards your campaign.
Excellent.
I don't know how much we've personally raised. We just directed everyone to make humanity great again.
Don't worry. In the end, I think the numbers don't necessarily matter because sometimes you can get a very high-value donor throws a big lump in, but is that worth more than someone like the 2 kids up in near Aintree in Liverpool gave us their dinner money when I was running around the country, around the UK, and that dinner money I think is worth as much as hundreds of thousands from someone who's very rich. So it really doesn't matter. It's the spirit of the thing, and that's beautiful. We're up to £127,000 now, so it's all good.
It is all good, and just generally raising awareness, of your vision.
Thank you. Yeah, the Make Humanity Great Again, I know I got this theme, it's sort of similar to another one, but it does seem very inclusive, I must say. It includes every single human being in the world, including all of America too. So it's making us all great again, and if you think about it, you say, well, when were we great? We have had moments of wonderfulness, from Live Aid gigs to inventing the NHS that the Labour Party did back in '47. Moments of great things. All of the charity things when they were set up. What a wonderful idea. Care International that we're helping. They were care packages at the end of the Second World War. So you're right. It's a spirit thing which I wish to encourage. So, and you're looking pretty relaxed today for someone who's done 5.5-hour rowing marathon.
I went for a swim in the sea this morning, so it was pretty cold.
Yeah.
Frosty outside, but it definitely rejuvenated me.
Yes, this is it. Everyone's looking into this. The long-term swimming, maybe not so good, but I like the short idea, the short, sharp. Well, how long did you swim for? Let's put it that way.
I did 10 minutes, but it was beautiful, sunny, blue sky, and I think my body was numb enough to just stay in for a bit longer.
Yeah. No, that's
But
great.
one of the techniques is to pour warm water over you when you come out. So I took a flask of warm water, and you kind of squirt that over you just before you get changed. So that helps. It's beautiful.
But what you shouldn't do is have a hot shower. I've tried that, and you get the body goes into kind of spasms, and it's not good. You should just. But that one that you said, just drop hot water over you, warm water. That's probably much better. I did try the hot shower, and you go, and the body goes, "What's going on? That's too quick a change." Yeah. Very good.
Yeah, you're right. You're not meant to go from too cold to too hot too quickly. So
Yeah.
just gradually get warming up and having a cup of tea or whatever it
Yeah.
is.
So, and
Yeah.
when are you doing your rowing across the Atlantic?
For the Atlantic Road, we'll be leaving in December, so we've got a while yet, and it's 3,000 miles.
Yep.
We'll be rowing for 2 hours on, 2 hours off, 24 hours a day.
Right.
So, and 2 of us out of the team of 4 will be rowing at any one time.
Right.
And it'll probably take, I don't know, 40, 45 days in total.
And any backup boat with you, or is it just you?
Yeah, no, it's quite a big race actually. There's about 40 boats taking part
Oh,
this
I've got you.
December, so it'll be a big fleet.
Yeah.
Some are solo and up to 5 people in a boat, and then there's 2 support yachts that just sail up and down the whole fleet and keep an eye on everybody and
Gotcha.
there to hand if you have any problems.
And what do you do? Do you sleep? Is there a certain start time every morning, or does everyone just sleep when they want to and start when they want to, or in fact maybe never sleep? It's just rotating all the time. Or you just rotate?
Yeah, we're rowing 24 hours a day, so
Oh,
there's
right.
2 cabins, 1 cabin at each end of the rowboat.
Yeah.
The rowboat is pretty big. It's 29 foot long, 10 metres long.
Yeah.
So there's a bow and an aft cabin, and 2 sleep in each, in our case, team of 4. And then we're going to rotate through every person rowing 2 hours on, and then 2 hours off, 2 hours on, 2 hours off, 24 hours a day for 40 days in a row. So there's no time really when you're not rowing, unless there's a massive storm, and we have to just batten down the hatches and stay in our cabins to ride out the storm. The rest of the time we'll be rowing 24 hours a day.
Wow. Wow. Well, good
Yeah.
luck on that. Thank you so much for doing that yesterday and sending people our way. And best of luck. And I think you make your own luck. So just go for it. I'm sure you will. And
Thanks, Eddie.
have fun in December if you can.
And thank you. We will. It's type 2 fun, right? You enjoy it afterwards.
Yeah, type 2 fun. That's it. You enjoy it afterwards. Thanks so much, Paula. Great to
Have a
talk to
good
you.
few last days.
Will do. Take care.
Thanks, Eddie.
Bye.
Bye.
So we're going to talk to Douglas Thurkel at 12:30 in a couple of minutes, but I have got to put a bit of tape on.
Do we want to do the first video, maybe?
Yes, do the first.
Yeah?
Let's shove that up. Luxembourg Marathon 25, the 25th, 27, 28. Yeah, I think it's 25. So I'm on the downhill slope, which, if you're running multiple marathons, you use that to keep you going, because there's way less to do than there was to do at the beginning. So now I run. I've come in from Brussels this morning, in Belgium, and 7 hours running, 6.5, maybe get it to 6. Let's see. Okay. More later. Bye bye. Okay. And we're off again. Oh, yeah, sports bras. You have to go through quite a few sports bras to get one that works. So, yes, thank you to Paula. One thing, Ian, that's not on this list at all in front of me. Ian, hello.
Hello.
Okay. We have the thing of showing who I'm talking to and who I was just talking to. 'Cause
Oh,
my-
yep, that's actually usually me. I will
oh, is that
get
you?
on to that,
Okay.
yes. Yes.
Yes, so that was Paula just there. And Douglas Thurkel, talking to him in a minute, maybe minute, half a minute.
We're ready now if you want to talk to him.
Let's talk to him now. I was going to say, hi Douglas,
Hello.
how are you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you. How about yourself?
I am quite, I'm okay today, yeah, it's the last week, beginning of the last week, and I know that by this time I'll be having an extended brunch this time next week, and already working out what I'm going to cook. What are they called? Poached eggs. I'm going to learn to do poached eggs. Sarah's going to teach me, and yeah, we will have done our lockdown secure bubble for the month of January, and we'll hit February, February's a very nice month, even though it's quite cold, because my birthday is in February, so it's I suppose anyone has a birthday, they probably like that month. But anyway, enough of this. So, Douglas, tell us about yourself. You're someone who's already donated, I believe, to the good cause.
My dad donated some
Your
money,
dad
and
donated.
he was a bit surprised when we got the email saying, "Hey, do you want to talk to Eddie?" And he was like, "Is this real? Is this?"
If you make a healthy donation, I don't know if it's anyone's donation, but I do believe if your dad made a nice donation, then they send out a video, because we like talking. I like talking to people because then I don't have to think about my body. So
That makes a lot of sense.
But you preferred to talk rather than him.
Yeah, my parents introduced me to you
Right.
when I was quite young, and I've just grown up watching like your comedy sketches and everything, and I am myself dyslexic,
Ah, right.
and so seeing you on stage really kind of made me push harder through school and university and stuff.
Cool. Well, I'm glad it can help in a way, because I think I'm a sort of functioning dyslexic. I'm apparently severely atypically dyslexic. That's what the title they gave me when they tested me. And half of me works very dyslexically, and half can get by. And
Yeah,
how are you in numbers? Are you?
I'm fine with numbers. It's
Yeah.
more reading in general I struggle with. I often end up reading the same line over and over again, or skipping like half a page.
Oh wow. Yeah, I would say I would get to big words, and I'd read them, and I'd say, "So in came Mr. Further," and I'd read it in my head as Further, and I'd just do it all the way through as Further, because to slow down and work it all out just seems to take forever. And the window sill that exists outside a window, you have a window sill. I called it a window still until I was in my 30s, I think. I thought, actually, there's no T in that. I thought it was a window still. I still have to stop and check my brain. But anyway, so tell us about you. You're half British, half American.
Yes, I'm half British, half American, and I grew up in Switzerland.
Wow.
From the age of 2, so I don't really remember living in England before that. I currently am applying to drama schools,
Right.
because I want to become an actor.
Very good.
And I graduated university in June of 2020, so it was an interesting year to graduate.
Yeah.
Let's just say that.
Yes, indeed. So now, if you're going to drama school having studied drama, will there be a big difference in what you learn, or you don't feel you're already qualified enough, or do they just do different courses?
It's kind of a combination of the drama school, university I went to. It more focused on a bit of acting, but also like learning a bit about the like history of theatre and stuff like
Right.
that. So while drama school is purely just learning how to act and
Yeah.
how to improve your acting skill,
Yeah.
and it's a lot more of an intense course. It's a 9. Typically, they're like 9 till 5 or something every day.
Now, do you know with the ones that you're applying to? Because I never applied, because at that time I didn't feel drama was the skill for me, even though as a kid I'd wanted to just be an actor at the age of 7. But I've heard they might be changing a bit, but most drama schools are still very theatre orientated and won't necessarily train anyone in how to do filmed drama, which I think is a very important thing to teach. Because there are a number of skills you can pick up. In the end, you have to pick them up on the fly as you go into doing film drama. Do you know whether that's true, whether they're mainly theatrically driven, most drama schools in Britain?
A lot of them are theatrically driven. Some do specifically like into contemporary or classical.
Yeah.
And then some go into like film.
All right.
And then there's others that kind of like a bit broader. I think they mainly focus in theatre, but they do dab a little bit into radio and TV and film.
Right. Yes, it's you would think that TV and film, because any actor, unless they say I'm going to specify, I'm going to really focus on theatre, film drama on television films in the golden age, and I would encourage drama schools to widen their scope. But maybe the people who are running drama schools saying, no, we're never going to move. Just, keep theatre the main thing. But I think, yeah, film acting is a very interesting thing. It's so subtle. You have to bring that audience down the camera. I remember someone saying to me, someone saying, you have to get the camera to love you. Or Clint Eastwood said, you got to get the camera. It's not necessarily that it loves you, but you want people to be coming in and reading things behind your eyes. And I found that fascinating, and I couldn't do it, and then I could do it. But you just need a lot of practice in it to do it. A lot of, you need to get the gigs in order to get good at doing the gigs, which is the whole chicken and egg thing. So, well, good luck with that. Are you applying now to drama?
Yeah, I'm just wrapping up my applications.
Right.
This week, so fingers crossed, getting auditions, and hopeful about that.
Right. And when would they be asking you to audition? I mean, if you removed COVID from the situation.
Yeah. They normally ask like about 2 weeks after you send in the application. They'll send you saying, hey, here's a date. With COVID, a lot of the places are they're doing it over like Zoom and stuff like that.
Oh, right. Auditions.
Because
over Zoom, yeah. Tricky.
Yeah.
Well, I've done auditions on iPhone, so maybe that is the way of things. Now people are gonna. It's horrible. I hate auditions. Not much fun.
Yeah, they're quite nerve-wracking.
Yeah, just this moment, and I think doing them on an iPhone is better because you can do it and go, no, that's not a good one. Let's do it again, and I just do it until I get a good take, and then go, that's one we'll set off. I did get a role in an HBO pilot from Sarah filmed that for me, I think. Do you remember that in Brisbane, I think?
Oh, yes, I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sarah's, I don't know if you've seen Sarah, but she's event manager here, and we're in the same bubble, but she's tour manager normally, and she held the camera in Brisbane. I found a wall in my hotel, a door, I think, that was wooden and looked kind of neutral, and I did the scene over and over and over again until I said, that's the take. And we sent the last take off, and that's kind of how I do it. But yeah, not much fun, right? Have you had? I take it once you were in University of Kent doing drama, you didn't have. Did you have to audition for separate productions, or?
There was a drama society, and you had to audition for those.
Right.
And those were always nerve-wracking. And with COVID, they had at the last term, they were trying to see if they could do productions, see if the UK would get out of lockdown quick enough.
Yeah.
So I did have like recording auditions, like you were saying, and I remember doing it like 10 times for each audition or something.
Yeah.
Just to get it perfect.
Yeah, that's all you can do, and I suppose in the end that's a little easier once you get the hang of it than doing it in the room, because the pressure isn't on for each take. You're in the safe space. But when you go in front of people, they can just be like a wall of stern faces, or bored faces even. Yeah.
Or sometimes they're just not looking and taking notes. That's also.
Or answering phones in the middle of things.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I haven't had that yet.
Yeah.
That's.
Hopefully they don't, but you do kind of hear of it. Anyway, so well, good luck with all of that. So, is your dad British or your mum British, and the other one American?
My dad's British and my mum's American.
Right. So you're all ready for working in Britain or America.
Yes.
No visas, but unfortunately, because you probably have a Swiss passport as well. Yeah.
I don't have a Swiss passport yet. I'm trying to get one. It's a little bit complicated when it comes to Switzerland sometimes.
Well, maybe I think Switzerland part of the European Economic Area. You might be able to work in Europe easier than British. We have Brexit.
They've got like treaties with Schengen.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we have Brexit bureaucracy now, which is going to just block people trying to work in and trade with Europe. So that's not good. I disagree with that entirely. But it's okay, we'll just fight that on into the future. But yes, I think you're in a pretty good position there, because the American thing particularly, a lot of work in America, obviously just 330 million plus now people So, yes, very good. And where are you at the moment?
I'm in Switzerland. I'm in Zurich, and it's absolutely dumping with snow right now. I just looked out my window.
But you learned to ski before you could walk, I hear.
Yeah, I learnt it when I was like 3, so it was about the same time when I could walk,
All right.
and so literally I skied most of my life.
It's your second nature. Well, that's kind of a wonderful thing to do, because skiing or snowboarding up in the Alps, particularly the Alps, I do love the Alps. It is a wonderful thing, especially in the spring. The spring, I find that thing where the temperatures are not too rough, the sun's coming out more. Yeah, it's a lovely thing. So you must be able to go wherever you want and ski wherever you want. You must be that kind of.
Yeah, pretty much. It's lovely to do that.
And do you go off piste? Do you go?
A bit, not too much. A lot of the things I do is kind of like park skiing, so doing freestyle tricks and stuff like that.
Right, very good. Yeah, I've remember people talking about going off piste, and if people don't know about skiing and snowboarding, there are slopes which are cultivated by the people who own the ski lifts and everything, and then you can go off onto uncultivated areas, but stuff can happen sometimes. Avalanches happen. I've always looked at it with trepidation and thought, nah, I don't. Yeah?
In Switzerland, they have a special kind of run called a yellow run,
Yeah.
which is an area where you can go that's a bit more safe, that's off piste, and that.
Oh wow.
But it isn't like, it's still got like trees growing out of it. It's still got like rocks that you can just see everywhere, but it's a lot safer than just going off the beaten track.
Oh right. Well, that's an interesting idea. See, I think there should be a website with all the best ideas in the world. Well, all good ideas, and people put them on, and if they've already been proven and tried out, and then people from around the world, other countries that have ski sites can look at it and ski resorts and say, why don't we do a yellow? Do other countries do a yellow run, or is it just Switzerland?
Not that I know of. The only ones I've seen are in Switzerland.
And are your colours similar to the rest of Europe? So you'd have what do you have? A green, blue, and a red, and a black?
Yeah, we got blue for beginners,
Yeah.
red for intermediates, and black for advanced skiers.
That's it. There's no green, is there? Well, maybe I think of America.
Green, there's little bits of green, but I think they're like proper, like if you've never skied before, kind
Yeah,
of.
sort of nursery things or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's blue, red, and black. And have you skied in America? Because, well, if you're half American, maybe
I haven't actually. I haven't had a chance to ski in America.
they have a different thing, which is there's black, and then there's black single diamond, black double diamond. And
Yeah, and it's really steep or something.
Well, I
with
think-
double diamond or.
Yeah, but I think their steepest must be as bad as the European steepest. So it's just, I think it shuffles around. I think red is their bottom level, so it gets a little, well, different systems, Yes, well, yes, I'm jealous of you for that. I do, too. But don't you get used to it? Don't you take it for granted? I mean, do you live in the city? Where do you live? Which city?
I live along the lake of Zurich.
Zurich, like Zurich. So in the German part,
Yeah.
in the Deutsches.
Yeah, the Deutsche.
Side.
Yeah, the German part of speaking it.
So you will speak Schweizerdeutsch. Schweizerdeutsch.
Schweizerdeutsch, ja.
Schweizerdeutsch.
Ich kann es etwas verstanden. Schweizerdeutsch ist ein bisschen schwierige Sprache zu lernen.
Yeah, and at school do they teach you Hochdeutsch, High German, or
Yeah, they
Schweizerdeutsch or both?
primarily teach in High German. I had to go to international school because of my dyslexia.
Oh, right.
I was getting English and German mixed up. So the Swiss school I was at, they were like, he has to either stay back a year or go to a different school. And my parents thought it would be better for me if I went to a different school.
All right, so they taught you in English, did they, or?
Primarily in English at that point. But I had German classes.
Right. Yeah, I do my gigs in German, you may know, and French
Yep.
and Spanish. And I adopted this process, even though I'm obviously not a child, but to speak German like a child. So the endings, which for people who don't know German, there's a nominative, accusative, dative, and genitive, a bit like in Latin, and they have a masculine, feminine, and a neutron, a neuter. But I decided I will estimate the endings. I'll just have a go at the endings, which is what a kid would do. And I'll assume the intelligence of the German speakers, and they'll work out, oh, you mean dative, not genitive. And they'll work out what I'm saying. And that seems to work on stage. Well, I can get away with it. If they really don't laugh, then I know I've done something wrong. Yes. So, very good. Okay. Now, is there anything you want to ask me? You don't have to, but my brain wears now.
Oh yeah. So you've done like many different marathons already.
Yeah.
So you've done one in like England. You've done one in South Africa. Am I correct? You did last year. You did one across Europe.
Yeah, I did 28 across in 28 European cities. Yeah.
Yeah. And is there like where would you like to go next? Like anywhere across the world? Where would you like to do next marathon?
To do running. Well, you see, it kind of looks like I'm lining them up one after the other, but I'm not really. I'd rather not do them because I find them very tiring. But I do them because it can raise awareness, help humanity great again, seems a good idea. And, you know, I'm a trans woman running, so that's a nice positive signal to send out, I think. So, but I don't know. Well, I have heard there's the Marathon des Sables. Now, I have never done an organised marathon. I've done a couple of organised triathlons, so I do know what they feel like. Marathon des Sables interests me because I was born in Yemen, and it's obviously a desert country, and I've been doing marathons in the desert. And I've been talking to a couple of women, endurance runners, who've done it, and they talk about it, and Susie Chan, who's also sponsored by Mizuno as I am, and yeah, she just goes and does them. So I'm swirling that one in my brain, but meanwhile I've got all these other things I have to do in life, so I'm not quite sure how I put it all together. But yeah, I'm just going to have my brain open to things and try and stay match fit for life. That's what I do. So when I finish this, I'll keep trying to do a marathon every other week. A marathon every other week and a half marathon in between each one. So that's what I do week by week, generally. Yeah.
Sounds great.
We'll see how it goes. All right, yeah. And what's the COVID situation in Switzerland? How are they doing? Did they lock down early? Or how did it work?
At first, this is my personal view. At first, it went really well,
Right.
but recently they've kind of been a bit reluctant. Like, we can still go out and meet up to like 5 people outside.
Right.
But restaurants are closed. Non-essential shopping is closed and stuff like that. But some ski resorts are open.
Oh wow.
So, yeah, which kind of surprised me a bit.
Yeah, every country seems to be doing its own thing. It'd be nice at the end of this, and I bet you it doesn't happen, but it's nice if everyone pooled information to work out what was the best way of locking down. Because I do believe another one of these will come. I believe if you look at populations, and you know, we went from 20,000, 200,000 years ago to 7.8 billion, and if you look at the balance of the Earth, that's not supposed to happen. So I wouldn't be surprised, especially with 60% of the creatures, the mammal type creatures on the planet are animals we slaughter to eat. There you go. 33% are humans, 60% are animals, domesticated animals that we slaughter, and only 4% are wild animals. So those numbers are not good numbers. And I think another thing will come, another COVID, SARS, Ebola, you know. So we've got to be ready the next time. Boom, and we do it, as opposed to, but I bet you we don't learn. I bet you nationalism comes in, COVID nationalism. And some countries say, we prefer to do it this way. And it gets into a bloody mess again. So we shall see. We shall see.
Hopefully we learn from our mistakes.
Yes, yes, those who do not learn from the mistakes are doomed to repeat them in history. That's
Exactly.
Alrighty, I'm going to let you go. Thank you, Douglas. Great Great to talk
Thank
to
you so much for having me.
Thanks to your dad for donating. And take care. Be safe.
Thank you. You too. Best of luck with your last week.
Thank you. Okay. And yes, like Douglas's dad, you can donate at eddieizzard.com from anywhere in the world. Anyway, and you can buy Make Humanity Great Again hats, masks, and t-shirts there. You can buy tickets for my show. My show's every night at 7 p.m. I do a stand-up show. All the profits go to charity. The same with the hats. All the profits go to charity. Obviously, a little few costs. You've got to make the things. But that's how it works. We can just straight out donate. And if you've got a British phone, you can see on the screen the 708 70810 70810 with a UK phone, and you just write the word 10 or the word 20 in, and 10 or 20 pounds will accordingly go off to the charities, 5 great charities, and they are Covenant House, which deals with young people having homelessness, drug addiction, living on the streets, real tough times. Covenant House, excellent. They bring them in, they try and get them into a better way of life, better attitude on life. They really help them, and if they see, and then they try and release them from, release isn't the right word, but when they wish to go out, when they think they're ready, if they feel that they're good enough to go to university, they will fund them to go to university. Covenant House, excellent, based in New York, working in 6 countries around the world. Great work. We've talked to people, talked to one person who went through this and they got a first at university from being homeless and drug addicted. They got a first. It's a wonderful work there. And they got Care International, care packages after the Second World War and now internationally around the world. Fair share in the UK, getting food out to kids who are really struggling in low-income backgrounds. Anyone who's struggling getting food, that's fair share. Then you have neglected tropical diseases, which include leprosy and elephantitis. 1.7 billion people around the world suffering from them, and the Unite to Combat NTDs, neglected tropical diseases, that charity is what we're helping too. And last but not least, Walking with the Wounded. UK service people who come out of the forces, maybe with physical health problems, with mental health problems, or have problems with the criminal justice system. And these things happen and they need help, and Walking with the Wounded will help them. And you can track them down, check all these charities down online, find out more about them, or go to eddieizzard.com to find out more about them. So, I'm going to do my nipping off to the loo again. I always start off by going to the loo quite a lot, and I'll be back. So we will actually have an official pit stop now. There we go. Whew. I will have penne alla arrabbiata. Goes. Yeah, well, you want a tray? Do you know who I am? All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. back in the facts and figures area of Luxembourg. So it's the city of Luxembourg in the country of Luxembourg, which you might find confusing, but that's how it rolls, baby.
Yes, that is a thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which is a little, it's not probably the same, but it's like Singapore, isn't it? Similar kind of, sort of
Singapore.
scenario.
Kind of like a city-state. In the old days, before countries, there were city-states. Rome is a city, and then it became the city-state of Rome, and then it became the Empire of Rome as they conquered other places. Athens was a city-state. Sparta was a city-state. That's how they... And if you think about it, it's kind of logical. People gravitating to one town that became bigger and bigger, became like a city, and they're very proud of that. And then they had an influence, a sphere of influence over an area, as opposed when everything was kind of pretty tribal. And yeah, so that's how that worked.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
And it's Luxembourg. Luxembourg, they would say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Luxembourg.
Luxembourg, they would say. And Luxembourgish. Luxembourgeois, I think, is the...
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's quite a fun
We
word.
call it Luxembourgish. Yeah.
Well, I'm actually looking, and I have a feeling we might be close to being able to
Oh,
go to our next guest. I'll leave that to Ian.
okay.
Yes, we have Steve ready now.
Steve, hello.
Eddie,
How are you?
how are you?
I am good, thank you. I'm sorry I haven't got a Palace top on. I am...
No, I forgive you.
No, yeah, this is Steve Parrish, ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of Crystal Palace Football Club. And as I've said to you before, I think you'll back me up, I said everything you've done, Steve, is what I would have done if I was you. So I just agree. I love your style, the way you came in and what you've done with the team. I have said that to you before, haven't I?
Eddie, you're very kind. You're too kind. I'm glad you're enjoying it and what we're doing.
I mean, above all, the fact that you wanted to have managers who had a link to the team and had a link to the area. I thought that was a very sensible thing. Talk about that a bit.
Well, Roy stood on the terraces when he was 16. He was in our youth academy.
Wow.
You know, we've got a chairman from the local area, a manager from the local area who's been affiliated to the team for 60, 50 plus years, and Dougie Freeman, who's our sporting director, who's obviously a hero of the club on the playing side and doing a fantastic job. So we're very rooted in the community. I think it's very important for a club like us. And we've got, a lot of fans like yourself that come from the area and go on to do all these amazing, great things, giving us exposure and supporting us, and we're very grateful for it.
Yeah, it's my Uncle John, it's actually my Auntie Beatrice, whose mum's older sister, about 9 years older than her, and was a surrogate mother, and lived on White Horse Lane, number 177. So literally, when we were out of the game, we were back home watching those ticker tape results come in within 5 minutes. It was really bonkers, and everyone was streaming past the windows, and you were saying, how's everyone else done? We know how we've done. That was back in '69 when I first went there. And
Wow, long time ago.
the early days, Malcolm Allison, you kind of remind me in a bit of a way, but I don't know what you think of Malcolm Allison, but we were down in the 3rd division. He started wearing the fedora. He made it exciting. And then Terry Venables came in as well with him. And then we had this run in the 3rd division all the way up the FA Cup to almost getting to Wembley, but we just Southampton beat us in the semi-final. But that was the first time I had real excitement, which is kind of what football's all about, yeah?
Well, Malcolm, what we would say now, rebranded. He rebranded the whole club, Malcolm Allison. I mean, he did things that really would be unthinkable now. I mean, he changed the colours we played in from claret and blue. We were actually set up by an Aston Villa director, which is why we played in claret and blue. And then he changed that to red and blue. We had a nickname, the Glaziers, which was obviously a nod to the Crystal Palace. We were formed in the shadow of the Crystal Palace.
Yep.
And he said, you can't chant the Glaziers, can't chant it, it sounds terrible. So he developed this idea of an eagle rising from the ashes of the Crystal Palace like a phoenix, and renamed the nickname the Eagles. I mean, incredible, complete rebranding of the club. And as you say, managed to get us relegated from the 1st division to the 3rd division, but then just create this enormous excitement around the club and this momentum to get for Terry and you to get them back into the top division, and we were top of the league.
Yeah.
For a while. So we both remember that's a very formative time for both of us around the club, I think.
Yes, indeed it is. I must admit, I've taken the bit where he took us down from the 1st to the 3rd. I didn't realise he was in charge on that bit. But Yeah, I think I sort of clued in at that point. And I, you know, as a young teenager, I was playing football and I was in the first team and I loved it. I lived for it and supporting Palace. And if we could win as well, up to the team of the 80s bit, I just was having a great time. So, yeah, and you brought back, I think you've taken the eagle into a different shape, didn't you? You did something very clever with the eagle.
Well, I think the old badge was a rotoring drawing. You know, it was just done at a different time. So we modernised it really. We just, you know, we used computer graphics to give it a new lease of life. And again, you know, we involved fans. A fan actually did it for us.
Oh wow!
You know,
I didn't know that. That's great.
Yeah. We put some options up there. Some fans liked some, we didn't like the others. We learnt what mattered to people in the badge, what things they felt connected to and that were very important for them. And then we took all of that feedback, and a designer that's a big fan of the club came up with this, which was a real just a modernisation of what we had. So yeah, we'd like to involve the fans. This kit was designed by a fan and his son.
Yes.
Posted on Instagram, and we picked it. So you know, I think it's important to retain that connection. You know, not forget where we've been a lot of the time. You know, in the division below.
Yeah.
With incredibly loyal supporters who come through thick and thin, a lot more thin sometimes than thick. And we wanted to feel part of what we're doing now. So we're very excited about it.
Now, how do you deal with blood pressure and being the chair of a football club? Because, you know, maybe it's different for the big six, but you know, sometimes we're winning by 4, sometimes we're getting thumped, you know, in recent matches. And can you find a sort of balance through that? Because I must admit, it takes me all over the place. My stomach goes everywhere.
Well, it's very difficult. I mean, I think the thing that I try and keep an eye on is I want to leave this club in a better situation than I found it. That's the prize for us, you know. And the noise of results can throw you off course, and it has done for me in the past, because it's, you know, losing at football is an awful place to be when you're involved in it. Anybody involved in football will tell you it's a pretty dark place on a Saturday night if you've lost, particularly if you're in jeopardy of relegation or whatever.
Yeah.
You have to try and manage that, and you have to keep your eye on the prize, you know. And the prize for us is to ladder this club up from where it was, to try and create a constancy, first of all, in the Premier League, to build new facilities that impact on not just the football club, but also on the community, which is what we're doing with the academy at the moment, and to try and make the people of South London proud of their team. You know, I think for too long, people would ask what team do you support, and they would, in Crystal Palace, you know, it would be a bit of a, you know, oh, sorry. But whereas now, I think, you know, at least people can say, I'm a Palace fan, you know, and we've got some great players, we've got Zaha, we've got Benteke, we've got, you know, fantastic players that play for the club, and we have exciting moments. Obviously, we want to turn those moments into trophies and bigger things, but it's more important to have a long-term plan, I think. So that's how I manage the darkness. It does get quite dark at times when we're not winning.
It is tricky because I, as a supporter and a fan, I realise I can do nothing, and you can do something, but not actually. You're not there on the pitch, so you can't, and you're not Roy, so you can't be there. So it must be, yeah, tricky for you as well.
Well, I think you feel a sense of responsibility, because in the end, you know, I've always felt this. Whatever you run, I hire the manager, I hire the sporting director. You know, there's no escape for me, really. You know, if we're losing, I consider it to be my fault and a product of the decisions I've made. But you know, you just have to manage that. You know, you can't. It doesn't help if you just flagellate, you know, constantly. You know, you've got to try and find a way through it and accept that everybody makes mistakes, particularly in something as public as football. You know, you're in a very public profession. You know, you suffer criticism and all these things you have to come to terms with and find a way through it. So, you know, I'm sure you've managed similar types of things. It's a learning experience. It's a job that I'm very privileged to be able to do. And you have to remember that as well, you know, that probably pretty much every person that likes football would love the opportunity to do what I'm doing.
Yeah, no, it is kind of beautiful. And I'd like you to tell people on the back of that how you got to this position, your story, because I think I want young kids, young boys and young girls to be inspired by people who are growing up who've done interesting things, and you have. So tell them how you got to the place where you were the chair of Crystal Palace Football Club.
Well, I was local boy. I was born in Forest Hill. My father was a trade union leader. In fact, I think there's some of the anniversary of the Wapping dispute, and he was very active in that. And I was lucky enough to get access into the sort of graphic arts industry.
Yeah.
And very fortunately, I did a computer studies OA level, which at that time made me the one-eyed man in the land of the blind. So lots of good fortune. I would say the only lesson I can really give people is that I knew what I didn't want to do. I didn't end up being trapped in. I went for a job in insurance, and I knew I didn't want to do it. But it was 1983, sort of Thatcher's Britain, and you were pretty much had to accept any job you were given. But I knew I didn't want to do it, and that through that I found something I did want to do and something I loved. I was very lucky. I was fortunate enough to be able to build a business, and then from that, in the back of my mind, I think I'd always, because of my love for the club and that irrational love that you've got for your football club, I found a way through circumstance to end up doing what I'm doing. I never really had a plan in life. I've just always gone to things that I feel are interesting. I suppose that I've got some passion for. And out of that, I've managed to do quite well. I certainly never put, making money at the heart of anything I ever did. You certainly wouldn't be in football if that was what you wanted to do. But things have worked out so far for me in that regard. So, I know it's a bit cliche, but, just don't end up doing something you don't like and you don't want to do. And through that, you'll find something you do like and you do want to do. And generally, if you like doing it, and you can find a way to own a bit of it, it's not a bad route to trying to achieve the things that you want to achieve. No, but Eddie, I also want to talk about what you're doing.
Oh, okay.
It's incredible what you're doing, and hopefully we've got some Palace fans on. I've just donated. It's very, very easy. You just go to eddieizzard.com. But just tell the Palace fans a little bit about, the overarching idea of the things you're running for, I think, is to be absolutely applauded. We all know that we need to build a better world in the way that people talk to each other and interact with each other.
Yeah.
And turn, if you like, go back to some sense of politeness and understanding people who've got a different point of view and trying to find the best answer considering everybody's points of view. So the overarching thing is great, but I'd love the Palace fans that might be on, that we can get to donate, just to talk about the 5 charities, Eddie, that you're supporting and over.
Absolutely. So we have 5 that we're highlighting, and there could be more depending how much money people go to eddieizzard.com and donate. But so we start with Care International. If you've ever heard of care packages, they started after the Second World War when Europe would have this devastating war, and care packages came from America to help people all around, and now they do it internationally. So that's Care International, working in lots of countries, people really struggling around the world. So they're brilliant and everywhere. And then there's a charity called Covenant House, which deals with young teenagers and young adults who have been homeless, drug addicted, substance addicted, and they get them to come into their houses, these Covenant houses. There are 3 of them. They're based in New York, but they work in 6 countries around the world. And they get people to come in and to try and get them back into life. And they even will fund them to go to university. And we talked to one woman, CB, who had been, homeless. Her parents were drug addicted as well. She was on the streets. She came in, and she had to do it twice, and the second time she stayed for a year, and then they funded her to go to university, and she got a first at university. A wonderful story. And she's now helping people in New Orleans. So that's a second charity, Fair Share, based in the UK, helping people in the UK against food wastage. They get food that could be wasted, and they get it out, and they make sure it's good food. And they get it to young kids who are struggling on low-income backgrounds all across the UK. Marcus Rashford's been doing great work in this, so that's a similar area there, Fair Share. They're very good. And then there's Neglected Tropical Diseases, which includes elephantitis and leprosy. You might have thought of gone from the world. Well, the Unite to Combat NTDs, neglected tropical diseases, that affects 1.7 billion people around the world. So these are diseases just very impoverished people suffering from things that can be cured. So we really do help with that one. And then the fifth one is Walking with the Wounded, UK-based, helping people coming out of the forces who have physical problems, they might have mental health problems, or they might have problems with the criminal justice system when they come out because they've been at life in the military and you come out and things are different. So they do great work there, and they're linked to the NHS as well. So those are the 5 that we're highlighting.
That's fantastic. What I notice, Eddie, about all of your charities, which is what we try to do with our foundation, is that they're all really trying to get to the nub of the problem and really make a difference. You know, they're not, you know, no disrespect to some charities, but you feel like you're giving money into a kind of endless black hole of research, you know, whereas, I mean, particularly the second one, because our foundation, we run a program called Divert with the Met Police, where the players go into custody centres and they talk to first-time young offenders, very young, and they try and divert them out of crime, you know, show them there's another life, a different way. The academy will be fantastic for the local area because we've got classrooms for the boys which we will open up to the local area, and trying to show people there's a different pathway in certain, you know, instances when they're sucked into a kind of vortex of a life that takes them in one direction, you know, whether it's drugs or crime. I think is that, you know, the second one you spoke about really does resonate with the things that we're doing, but all of them sound incredible and real charities that make a difference.
Yeah, and it's in this country and around the world. It's Make Humanity Great Again. Obviously the title of my overall fund sounds a bit like someone else's idea, but anyway, this one includes everyone, all of us in the world. And and we can make a difference. And at this time of COVID, we know that looking out for each other, helping each other, trying to be sensible about things, it's a very tough time, but we can get through this. We will get through this, and hopefully we learn from it as well. That's what I hope, as opposed to the next one that comes along, we go, oh, what do we do now? What did we learn last time? Because I think we might forget what we've learned here.
Well, absolutely, and they're never, you know, there's never been a more important environment for people to, you know, try to think less about blame and more about what we learn from it and how we adapt, because clearly, you know, we can't go through this again if it's possible to try and avoid it and make a plan to avoid it. So, you know, there's a lot of thinking and a lot of learning that needs to go on from the things that happened all over the world, because, you know, no one's in an ideal situation, are they? You know, whether you've closed your country or you've got, you know, you're semi-open, you've got terrible death tolls. You know, it's just such a challenging situation, and one that the discourse, the way we talk to each other, the way we talk about it needs to be less partisan and more about trying to find the right answer.
Yes, indeed. It's and I do say that another thing on an even big macro scale, that the 21st century, maybe this is the coming of age of humanity, and it would be nice to try and fight for everyone in the world having a fair chance in life. That's what I'd like to fight for. A fair chance in life. Not a free life, but a fair chance, so that they can go and try and have a family and have a job and not have to worry about it. All these hellish things that happen in a number of countries. It'd be great if everyone had a fair chance. So that's my, I'm a realistic idealist. That's me.
Equality of opportunity, Eddie, is so important, isn't it? And you know, one of the things we're working on, you know, locally, is social mobility as well for kids. You know, giving kids from disadvantaged backgrounds the work experience, the internship opportunities that they don't get because they're not connected to the right people. So, you know, absolutely spot on all of the things that you're working towards there. And, you know, the tropical diseases one, I mean, with all the things that are going on around one disease, you know, absolutely terrible as it is, shining a light on the fact that there are, you know, still people dying from other things that they need help for, we need research going into. So how did you come to that one, Eddie? That's a fascinating one to be involved with.
Well, our team leader is a guy called Kevin Carhill, and he used to run Sport Relief and Comic Relief, so he's very experienced. And I like the idea of Sport Relief. Again, you put money into a fund, and then what happens is charities, we put out the word, and charities make bids. They say, we're a good charity, we think we're a good fit for you, we'd like to get some money to help our people, and so they actually bid in. And then Kevin tells me, and I said, yep, neglected tropical disease, yep, walking with the wounded sounds great, fair share covered a house. and Care International. So he put them to me, and together we all said, okay, these 5 we will highlight, but there could be others, depending on how much money we get in. So that's how it works. Instead of just one charity, it's quite nice. The overarching thing, make humanity great again. Who's going to disagree with that, really? And, you know...
And it's an incredible effort you're making, Eddie. I mean, I consider myself relatively fit, and I'm pretty sure I couldn't run 1 marathon, and let alone on a treadmill. I mean, it's just an extraordinary thing that you're doing, and you're running 1 a day. I mean, it's unimaginably difficult. How are you bearing up?
Well, the weird thing is the body gets stronger as you get more exhausted. So I'm completely exhausted, but actually not too bad. Now, my bits of my body were coming apart. The toenail on my left foot was coming off. And now we sort of strapped that down, and we strapped up my thigh here. I got tenosynovitis, which some of the Premier League football players will know about, but I had never heard of it. I thought it was a singer in a band, tenosynovitis. And I got that in my right shin. You could hear my tendons moving up and down. I recorded it in the middle of the night because it was like a door creaking, very weird. But after a while, after 10 marathons, it's a bit of a good thing. You get better after 10, and that is the training for the other 21. So now, what am I on? The 25th. I've done 24. I'm doing a gig every night. You probably know about this.
It's 7 o'clock every night. I must watch one. Your gigs are so amazing, so I should definitely tune in for one.
If you tune in, the money goes to charity or the profits do. So, but you'll see me fall asleep, particularly towards the end of the hour. I actually fall asleep in the middle of the line, which is not great comedy, but it's kind of curious, and in a good cause.
How does it compare to running on the road, Eddie? When you did the marathons on the road back to back, is it harder, easier?
What is better on the road is you see things: people, cats, dogs, sunsets, sunrises, rivers. You know, all that stuff can feast your eyes and keeps you going, and it's interesting. On a treadmill, I realized nothing was happening, and I actually asked to do this 6-hour podcast. So talking, even though you can hear me struggling to get the breaths, it's better for me because when I'm talking to you, Steve, I'm up here and thinking about Palace and the great ideas you got. The divert thing, that sounds fantastic. I'm really pleased you're doing that. If you ever need any help with anyone trans in the area, or LGBT things, I'll come and help for that. Because I never feel I do enough. And what I really think what one needs to do to help Palace is come in with a huge amount of money, it seems. That seems in the Premier League. You just got to come in with a huge bag, and I haven't got that. So I'm always thinking, what else could I do? So, but I love the fact that you're helping in the area, in the community, and my Auntie B, she would be very happy to know that I'm doing that in the area. So
yeah, well, we'd love you. We'd love you. I'm sure there's people that, you know, you're such an inspiration to so many people, and on a one-to-one or one-to-few basis, I'm absolutely sure we could organise that, and it would be amazing. I'd love you to come and see the new academy anyway, Eddie.
Well, that's something I want to talk. You've pushed for this. You're tier 1 now. We're tier 1. Is that correct?
We've got an amazing facility we're building, one of only 3 full-size indoor pitches in the country. I can't stress enough what this means for the community, because when we went to the planning and we said, listen, community use, we're not negotiating it, you can have it. When we're not using it, schools, colleges, disadvantaged kids, coaching courses for the foundation, full-size 3G pitch and an indoor pitch means that we can take hundreds and hundreds, thousands and thousands of kids in the summer, in evenings,
beautiful,
get them off the streets, get them involved in team sport, and see if we can help them be fitter, be a bit wiser, and not get involved in things that maybe they shouldn't be. So it's just an amazing facility for the local area. We're all so proud of it. It's all coming together. We've been able to build it during this period. So, the people that have been working with us and all the effort that's gone in has been incredible, because in spite of everything, we've still managed to get it done. So we'd absolutely love you to come down and shine a light on it for us, for everybody.
Anything you want that you feel I'm a fit to, then put it out to. If I'm around, well, I'll try and create things. I want to do the walk every year, but you'll know that the Palace does, for the Palace Foundation, all Palace friends and supporters want to do a marathon walk, which I found more difficult than the run, because I was there with Brighty and doing it, and he was kind of fast, so I was trying to keep up. but it works different muscles.
Yes.
I've never walked that far at
Yeah,
that
people
speed.
say that.
And when I
Yeah.
finished, I could hardly move when I finished. The next morning, just waving to people out the window, the next morning I was okay again, but immediately afterwards I thought, I can't bloody move. And I thought, I've done loads of marathons.
It's good to know, Eddie, because I've done it twice. I did the 2 years before you.
Yeah.
And shame I couldn't make it this year, because I'd love to have done it with you. But I can't imagine running a marathon, having walked one. It was so hard to do it twice.
I think it might be easy. I don't know what it is, but what I'd like to do next time, I said this, I put this out, that I'd like to go and run between the groups and actually run it and then walk and say, how are you getting on? And then go on to the next group and try and start at the back and link up all the groups. That might be quite nice.
That'd be lovely. I mean, look, the thing I love about it, twice that I've been involved in it, certainly the first time was when we had a really bad start. And obviously you get a lot of flack, but we there's normal fans, a lot of them have supported the club a long time.
Yep.
It's a fantastic environment for me to be in, because you just get all of the sensible kind of comments, the real appreciation for the fact the club's moved forward, a lot of support. And as you say, the more people you can walk with on it, the more stories you hear, and the more background you get on people. I've made some amazing mates out of doing it. So, and it's fantastic again for you to have. We raise, I think, about 100 grand for the foundation, more or less, every time we do it. And as I said, the foundation do all this work, divert all of these programs in the community, coaching courses, evening classes for kids, all of these kind of things that we're working on to try and help the young people of South London. They desperately need it, particularly now.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm going to let you go in a second, but I just want to ask about you have great plans for the stadium, but obviously it's going to take time to get there. Where are we? I've seen the pictures of it, and I love your ambition, because I have ambition too, and we can do beautiful things with ambition. So tell us where we are on the stadium.
We've got planning permission, and really, it's, that will be my next project. As soon as I finish this academy, and we've got the capital, to do that, the shareholders all put in funds to do that, we'll move on. It's very important for the club, as I said, to ladder up, and we need to get into a group of clubs in the Premier League that have got the kind of 35, 40,000 seater stadiums, because that income is still important. And also, we want as many people as possible to come and watch the team. When we get to a playoff final or an FA Cup event, we'll have 38,000 people sell all the we'll sell all the tickets in 3-4 days. So the Palace fans are there. We just need to build a facility that they want to come to, that they can be proud of. Hopefully that intimidates the opposition even a little bit more than what we've got now, and brings in more annual revenue, so that effectively we're a bigger club. So that's the next project for me, Eddie. It's rumbling along in the background. We're still working on it, but as soon as we finish the academy, we'll be all systems go trying to get that done.
Very good. Well, as I say, I love thinking of things in the future. What can we build? I call myself a creativist. There are capitalists who like to make things to make money, but there's other of us who like to make money to make things. I like making things. I like changing things. So I'm a creativist, and the money is only a tool to make the things, and the foundation uses it as a tool to help people, which is beautiful.
Absolutely right. Eddie, good luck to you for the rest of the week. It's an amazing thing you're doing. Hopefully lots of Palace fans will donate. EddieIzzard.com. It's very easy. And we're really proud of you, Eddie. So proud of you. Keep going.
Thanks, Steve. And I'm very happy that you're the chairman of Crystal Palace. So keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks, Eddie.
Cheers.
All the best.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye.
That was Steve Parrish, who runs Crystal Palace Football Club, and if you're a football supporter, you can live and die each week from the results, and it can be a tough time. And if you're the big six in the Premier League, and at the moment Arsenal's floating around a bit, well, everyone's been floating around a bit this season, but still, I always think, you've got no problems, but in fact, they'll just have different problems. They say, we're not first, we're third, or we're fifth, or, oh God, we've lost contact with the top six. So I think Leicester changed all that, basically, because it was just 6 clubs going around playing each other, and the rest of us, the other 14 in the Premier League, in the second place, in a weird place, but Yeah, it's good. It's kind of good that there's more mobility at the moment. So I'm going to be talking to the Band of Runners podcast, presented by Rob Cowlin. I was the 100 Marathon Club's secretary. There we go. Have I talked to Rob before? Anyway, well, they feature ordinary individuals doing extraordinary things. There we go. So that will be at 1:30 for however long that is. Yeah. Do I need a pee? I do. Sorry, I'm gonna go a quick pee because this could be a longer podcast. Quick pit stop, guys. Back.
It started with a box, and 2.8 million more just like it. Rations meant for war would now help those victimized by it. Passed from hand to hand, they moved together across land and sea, to a place where everything was broken, where everything had been lost. The box revealed its gift: food, survival, hope. The knowledge that someone, somewhere far away, wanted to help. Goodwill put into action, a world embraced, and yet only the beginning of the story. The need was bigger, deeper, more fundamental. It still is. A chronic absence of food and clean water. Hunger, starvation, desperation. Sickness that racks young and old. Mounting pressure on communities already in distress. The ones who can change the world for the better, stripped of their gifts. Every path blocked. And seemingly no way out. But as understanding of the problems grew, our simple box changed. It now turned to the roots of suffering, to empower those at the brink. Life flowing back into communities, nourishment sustained, the seeds of hope planted. Communities freed from sickness, the good building on the good, powering the engines of change. The future we will all share, built on a simple truth. That when you give of yourself, you can be the difference in people's lives. You can help deliver lasting change. Its colors are different. Its mission has grown. But it's the same care package. The simple box that gives us all the power to change the world for good.
So we're live again. Gonna talk to the Band of Runners podcast, and and big hello to everyone on Zwift today. We're running at. Sorry I haven't been chatting. Clive Finnenbach, I see you up there. Stephen Cousins, I see you up there. All the MHG guys. Great to see you. Now, yes, I am ready when you are ready, Ian. Hi there.
Good afternoon, Eddie. How are you?
I am good. How are you again?
Oh, it's lovely to see you again. Yeah, brilliant. Thank you very much. It's nice and sunny here. Sorry to say that. It's obviously quite dark where you are, but how are you doing? How far are you through?
I'm on 25. Marathon 20. I have to look behind me. I should look in the screen.
Blimey, don't fall over. So Eddie, obviously we chatted before.
Yes, hang on one second. Remind me of your first name. I'm sorry, so many names.
No, it's Rob Cowlin here from the Band of Runners podcast, and I'm here with my co-host Simon Staples, who you haven't met.
Where's
both
Simon?
members. Simon will appear when he speaks.
I got you. He's
Simon. before I rudely forget to. So Simon's my co-host on the Band of Runners podcast. Simon and I are both members of the 100 Marathon Club, which I know you met some of the members
Oh, indeed.
of.
And I don't think I'm ever going to get in because of my feral way of doing marathons. But that's okay. I can admire you guys, and I can just tell everyone about the 100 Marathon Club. And that's it. I'll have to be a herald for you guys. That's what I'll be. I'll be a herald.
I'm sure we and our listeners can admire you, Eddie, but the reason I think we wanted to speak is because, as I mentioned to you last time, the Band of Runners podcast was founded on the basis that running is for literally everybody, whether you're fit and fast like Simon is. He's half my size, twice my speed. That's what I like to bill him as, a 3-hour marathon runner, or myself, a 6-hour marathon runner. So I enjoy more, or perhaps slightly slower than the pace you're doing now. You're starting to ramp up, but like Simon said, it'll be more about what we're about.
Rob, you and me, I think we're twinned on the pace. I think 6 hours is kind of where I'd like to come in, because I think I could get faster, but, well, I like seeing things. I like stopping. I like talking to people.
But Eddie, sorry.
Yes.
Good afternoon. You're not seeing much at the moment, are you? Are you stuck in a dark room? Is there even a window?
There is. Can we get Ian the camera on the window?
Yeah.
We can show you the window. So we have the blinds up. It'll appear any second. And there you go. You can see. We can see out, and people can see in, and we can wave. And
oh, nice.
And there's a pay station, and that is the walk, the Riverside Walk at Hammersmith for the Riverside Studios. And then you've got the Thames River and Hammersmith Bridge out there, and that's how. But it is mind-numbing on a treadmill. I don't know if you've done.
Yeah, I've done one, but I've only ever done it in a race condition, and it's so difficult doing that distance.
Yeah.
It's hot, sweaty.
Yeah.
If you get off the damn thing, what happens when you get back on?
Nothing much for me. What happens to you?
I've done one race on it.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to get off, so I didn't even allow myself to get off.
Okay.
So it's the world's first treadmill marathon race. Again, it didn't count for 100 Club purposes because of all the rules.
Right.
But there must be, I think there's about 15 of us all. But my strategy was quite simply: don't get off, sweat it out, see it out. Took a lot of salt tablets. Obviously, it's inside, so it's really sweaty.
Right. Have you tried putting a fan on? You've got to put a fan on, that's the trick. No, it literally works. I've got one in front of me. You put a fan on, it just blows air, kind of like you're running. So just try.
Yeah, weren't allowed.
Oh, wasn't allowed?
No. Well, we literally had the machines and that was it. So we were in the middle of a gym.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, I got
How do you manage this? I mean, this is day 25. I mean, Rob and I have done quite a few multiple days. We've done nothing like this. Have you embedded a routine now?
Yeah, the routine is what you're looking at me and I'm looking at you, and I'm not actually running. When I'm talking to you, if you throw me a tricky question or you give an interesting answer or anything, or if Rob and I think, oh yes, I remember talking to Rob and Rob's story is fantastic, and you're doing 3-hour marathons. Is that roughly?
On a good day, the wind behind me, I'm at 2:52.
There you go, 2:52. So you slice me and Rob in half, and you're back in there. You've had 3-hour lunch by the time we get back.
Well, but speaking of slice half and lunch, Eddie, when Simon and I met, actually was the 10 in 10 day Easter event that we ran, where we did marathon distance. But Simon, bless him, stayed around for me on the last day. But what he couldn't understand is while he'd finished in about 3.5 hours on the last day, I just had to stop to have my sorine loaf and my thermos of coffee, which is my halfway ritual. Yeah. I wanted to ask you, because we've turned the tables this time, and I wanted to ask you a few questions. And I haven't seen you eat yet today. I have been watching, but do you eat when you take your little pit stops, or do you just run through?
Well, I've got Sarah here, who is event manager. You might have seen Sarah Johnson here. We're in the same bubble, home bubble, work bubble, and so she'll give me little bits of carb thingy. What are they?
Yeah, like
they're delicious.
Little carb. They're like SAS bakes, I think they're called. Go bakes, I think.
Go bakes.
So they're carb, and then the chocolate one.
Chocolate protein bar.
Yeah.
And then we're sponsored by iProhydrate, and they give us these, and I alternate it with water, and yeah, that's what I eat. And I have porridge beforehand, but I've actually got so bored of porridge, I'm having difficulty getting it down me an hour before I run, so we're going to switch to granola.
We've got the go-ahead for granola, yes.
Yeah.
That all sounds very structured. I think if we are truly kindred spirits, Eddie, and we ever have the chance, God willing, to run together, we might have a halfway picnic at some point when things are allowed.
Well, it will be, because I am so weird with my, I have done two triathlons which were organised, and nobody knew me really. Well, maybe some people. I was in America, so you know I'm known in a slightly different way in America. But if I'm in Britain, people say, "You're that marathon person. Go on then, go on," and they kind of encourage me to speed up in a way, which is wonderful of them. But I'm not fast, so I need to go at this speed, and so I find doing my own marathons just really nice, and I float along and I see this and I stop there and I go, let's go over there, and I meet someone who does this and that and the other. I just love that. That's where I kind of live. And
Eddie, what's happening when you get off the treadmill? Are you doing a gig as well?
Yeah, so I stop, 6.5 hours at the moment it usually is. I stop that, and then half an hour later I'm on stage doing a 1 hour comedy gig. And now they're not brilliant comedy gigs, they're not brilliant. Bizarrely, I've done 2 in German because I ran through Vienna, a virtual marathon for Vienna and a virtual one for Ausgezeichnet, yeah, and for Berlin as well. And the German shows have been slightly better, so I don't know than the English shows, because I knew I'm doing my most recent show and I know where I'm going, and I practice the show. Whereas the English one, I'm sort of saying, I'll get my old material and I'll link it together in some sort of shape, and I haven't really got the form down yet. And so...
Does the fatigue get to you? Have you forgotten things?
Yes, I've fallen asleep several times in a line, in the middle of a line, standing up. I'll go and I'll come back, particularly towards the end of the hour. So that is slightly worrying.
It's quite a lot to take on, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
With the marathons every day and the gig and things, it's just amazing, really.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird, but I thought I should do that. Going to up the bar, and it's actually Sarah's idea of me doing the extra gig, and but yeah, and I do the French one on this Thursday, the 28th. People can go to eddieizzard.com and buy tickets, and they can watch the show in French. So it's because I'm reaching out around the world, as opposed to. I understand that some people say, no, we're not really into the rest of the world, we just got to think about us. But I'm always thinking about, I want to think about everyone, because I think if the world is an organism, if it is a living, breathing planet, the only way it works is that we all have a fair chance in life. So that's what the idea behind Make Humanity Great Again is.
Eddie, why running? Why not swimming? Or
could be swimming. Have you tried swimming? Have you tried it?
Yeah, I've tried swimming, but that's horrific.
Well, exactly. There you go. You said it in one. Well, the thing is, David Walliams did amazing swims, but your face is in the water half the time, and the other half the time you've got that view, which is just only slightly out of the water. If you stop, you're treading water, and there's not much to do. There's no cats to talk to, or dogs, or people, or you can't run past a pub. If you're running, you're out. Anywhere in the world, interact. I was in South Africa. I met kids in a taxi, and they said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm running for Madiba," and they went, "Hey," and I just waved at them, and that was beautiful. I saw some real rural people out there. Their kids looking really quite wild, and you get the pleasure of seeing that. But I'm not seeing the fish. If I was swimming underwater, maybe. Doing a big swim, you might see lots of fish, but I don't think so, because it'd be quite dark down there. So running is elemental, and it's primal, and it's what we used to do. Cycling can be really hard, Tour de France, but if you're just me doing it, an average person, the straight and narrow looks pretty easy. You don't have to go that fast, and the downhill looks easy peasy. The uphill's a little bit difficult, but running up, down, straight, whatever it is, you've got to get your body there. So
I mean, are you on an incline? How's the settings working on this treadmill?
No,
is it totally flat or what?
It's flat. I just make it flat. I do the incline just if I want to change it up a bit, because all the big marathons in the world, the big 6, are flat. So once I heard that, I thought, yeah, I'm like the big marathon. I like the idea of that, because I could be going up Everest, couldn't I? I could make it as steep as I wanted to, and then I'd be insane, and it would take me 7 years to do one marathon, so...
Might need some additional naps.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask Eddie. So you're running through many cities. Obviously, everything about the gigs and the cities that you're running in virtually, of course, and everything you do really embody with the causes. It's all about making humanity great again, which sounds very familiar but catchy. I suppose the point is, do you have a favourite of those cities? It's horrible to ask you to choose, but we always ask our guests like their top 3 city marathons.
Well, Rob,
you'd like to run a marathon.
you may know that I want to be a politician, and I'm going into politics, so I think all of them are my favourite, Rob, all of them. And there you go, there's a very
No, top 3, gun to your head.
Okay, top 3 are all of them, I think, Simon. No, well... Now, I have associations. I've done a lot of gigs in Paris, and I've done a lot of gigs in Berlin. Those two mean a lot to me, but it's slightly for different reasons. You know, it's not necessarily for the running. But depending on who I met, in Bucharest, I was in a wonderful park. It was covered in snow. That was just a wonderful memory for me. So I remember that, but I didn't really get to know everyone in Bucharest. And so if I judge the city, it'll really be what my experience was in those 6 hours of running, 6 or 7 hours of running. And that's a kind of an odd way to put it, but the cities that I kind of love in the world, Paris, because of Paris, and because I've spent so much time there doing gigs in French, and Berlin, and New York, and London always.
Global cities.
But you know, Edinburgh, I've done a lot of relationships with Edinburgh. Glasgow, great relationship with Glasgow. But I haven't actually run a marathon in and around Glasgow. So I look at it in a slightly different way. I know, Simon, that's not the answer you wanted, but that's all you're going to get from me.
I saw you were running Rome, and I got very, very excited.
Oh, yes.
I speak very poorly, but I know you're such a talented multilingualist. I don't know if you speak Italian, but you must do the Rome Marathon. I implore you. It's incredible.
Well, I, as you know, I did my own one 11 months ago, but I just ran up and down the Tiber mainly because it was warmer down there. But my friend Francesco De Carlo, he wants me to come down. I could do it in English, and I'll do Italian encore. I'll phonetically translate the end of it. But I'd like to learn Italian, but I've got Spanish, Arabic, and Russian to get through first. And
with Spanish, you're halfway there. So if you start with that, then it just rolls.
There's a queue.
As someone who speaks very few languages.
Well, yes, no. So Rome is just a beautiful city because I shot Ocean's 12 there. I was there for 2 weeks.
Of course,
shooting the film Ocean's 12. So the Place del Popolo, next to Place del Popolo, is the Hotel de Russie. And I was on the top floor of the Hotel de Russie with George Clooney and Brad Pitt. And
who's your favourite Ocean?
Who's my favourite character?
Yeah.
Well, I think you'll know the answer, Simon. It's all of them, really. It's really all of them.
Oh, this is really going to wind me up.
Piazza del Popolo, being non-political, is my favourite spot in the whole of Rome. But I have to mention that on the Finnish Strait, if you do get to do the Rome Marathons, you circle the Colosseum and see the sun setting.
Oh, wow.
You're paced like yourself and myself, Eddie. So Simon would finish at lunch.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Simon's question. George Clooney really is George seems like he is. He is like he seems. That's the great thing about George. He's kind of exactly the same. So he seems like a genial guy, and he is. And he, just generous. And annoyingly, he beat me at table football, and I'm pretty damn good at table football. So when we had the game on the roof of the Drusy Hotel, I thought, I'm going to beat George Clooney here. And he beat me 10-9, I think. And it was really annoying. So a rematch is owed. How could he beat all of that George Clooney and beat me at table football? That's not wrong. But he was just he's a very decent guy. So, but everyone, I just had an amazing 2 weeks. But I was the junior. I was only in 2 scenes. They were all doing the whole thing. They'd already done a film. So but they welcomed me in very nicely.
I must say, it's an amazing casting. There's just so many faces in it.
Yeah. The fact there's 11. I mean, it came from Frank Sinatra, and he did the original film, and he could get all his mates in it, and then they redid it with George. And I was in my bedroom up the Harrow Road in Northwest 10 in London when I got Jerry Weintraub, the producer, going, Eddie, you want to come down to Rome? They're doing Ocean's 12. He did this character. Steven Soderbergh. Yeah, okay, I'll check my diary. Yeah, I seem to be free for the rest of my life. All right, so, yeah, whenever you want me, Jay. They said, here's George, talk to George. So he put George Clooney on the line, so, yeah, George, so I'm chatting with George Clooney. And, yeah, come down, Eddie, it's going to be great. All right, George, I'll be there, don't worry. Yeah, just they were very generous and welcoming and inclusive, so, yeah, that was just
Eddie,
a great time.
Back to running in multiple days.
Yes, enough of that. Enough of that stuff.
Yeah, the name shouting and all that. A lot of our listeners will be looking at running multiple days, predominantly marathons. There's a few 10 in 10s coming up, hopefully still on the calendar for this year. Even postponed 20 in 20s. Even talk about, help me out here, Rob. I think there's you can do 2 marathons a day for 10 days.
10 days straight.
So
yeah.
20 marathons in 10 days. What tips would you give yourself for anyone trying to attempt multi-day back-to-back running?
Well, the main one is listen to your body. If your body starts going out, you've got to slow down and work with it. Use your hands on it, walk it out, change the way you're running, the gait of what you're running. You've just got to listen to the body, otherwise you'll break it. If you're doing that thing, you're probably pretty experienced anyway. I doubt anyone will just jump.
How many pairs of shoes you got? You rotate them? You just wear one pair?
I'm on the treadmill at the moment. We went through a few, but I was trying to get the right one because the treadmill is kind of unforgiving on certain types of shoe. But this one, the one I'm on, I haven't checked them recently. I think I'm gonna make it to the end on this one. But yeah, be prepared to change your shoes and also adjust your shoes. So in your training for it, you'll find out a whole lot of things. But they're not doing it on treadmills, are they? They're doing it outside.
No.
Mostly outside, I think.
Yeah. So that's a different gig. Yes. Change it, double socks. They know about that. A size of shoes that's one size bigger than what your normal size is. They probably know that one as well.
Well, your feet swell and you start to lose toenails, correct?
Yes,
I believe
yes.
you said something about that earlier. One thing I did want to suggest, Eddie, is it was a bit strange. I saw you started, I think, 7.5 kilometres per hour and you've actually ramped up the speed. Is that because when you get back in on the multi-day thing, and I found this over 10 days, so goodness knows what it's like for 25, you feel like you have to kind of get yesterday's lead out of your body and then you can go again and speed up? Is that how you're working it?
No, if I'm talking to you guys, because I know you, Rob, I feel relaxed, so I can get in this conversation. I don't have to think what question is next, and you guys also asking me questions. So I thought I can feel I'm going along. I get into this kind of gait where my arms go back, and if I feel that happening, then I'll just edge it up. I got the control right here. I'll just knock it up by 1 or 2 or 3, 0.1 or 2 or 3 of a kilometre per hour, and then while I'm chatting, I've gone further while I'm chatting and not thinking about it. That's the trick.
And what about sleep, Eddie, and food?
Food. Well, we start with. What do I start with? I tend to have some mackerel or kippers in the morning, or bacon and egg and a bagel. That seems to be the start of the day. This is a range for me between between my nutritionist and my physio Tim, and have that. Then I have porridge and some blueberries an hour before I run, which I'm now changing over to granola because my brain has got this rejecting the
This is so much more regimented than what Rob and I did. I mean, it's just...
Oh no, hang on, a bacon bagel every single day, Simon, running or not. Although, Eddie, I must say, since our last conversation, you have inspired me, although I was already a runner, to just commit to 10 miles a day for the month. I know it's not quite a marathon.
Right. No, that's
we're trying it.
But the food is this is the most regimented and looked at, and Tim is sort of Olympic level physio, and as is... It's Jordan, the nutritionist. So I'm adjusting, I'm trying things out, adjusting things to whatever suits me. And then after I have to finish this, have a recovery shake, which I think is proteins and some carb. I do a gig for an hour. And so about an hour and a half after I finish running, I will eat a substantial carbs and protein meal, and then a pint of soy milk or milk for the protein in that, for the liquid protein in that, which is for hydration and protein.
Is there any of this you're not going to miss in terms of the diet-wise?
That I will miss or will not miss?
Oh, will not miss. So like when I was doing the multiple day stuff, I was sick to death of Lucozade, for example.
Oh right. No, they are sponsoring, but these have kept me going. I quite like these high-protein drinks, and they've got 4 different flavors, and I haven't got bored of them, so that's good. The porridge, yes, the porridge is I'm gonna have to refine porridge. So that goes away. All the rest of it's okay. But porridge has had its day with me. I'm not sure how I'm gonna get it back because it's got a bit of a locked-in image. And it's sort of, when I'm putting it in, it's sort of, my brain is saying, let's just force this out again. I'm going, okay, this is not good.
Well, one thing I didn't hear in the routine, Eddie, that I'm a huge fan of is bubble baths. They have no place, no nice warm baths, scented candles. That was every day for me when I did 10.
Oh, really? No, I used to do the cold baths, the freezing cold baths, and then physio tip again, he's very top level, he talks to top level people, and even though people disagree with it, it's come down to, there seems to be a 2% difference between an ice cold bath and a hot bath, so I thought hot bath is better. But I'm using showers, so I don't actually get a bath. I haven't had a bath since we started.
Yeah, quite right.
I'm only in showers, I'm afraid. And that's how that's working. But I do an ice bath for my feet for 5 minutes.
And the sleep, Eddie, are you sleeping well or not? Or
medium rare. I was taking a homeopathic sleeping pill because I was waking up every hour, and then I changed it to a different one on advice of my doctor, sports doctor, Dr. Gary, and that made me kind of drowsy after about 3 days of taking it. So I didn't take one last night, and I had a pretty good sleep last night with nothing. So we shall see. I might have to do half a tablet or something, just slice it with a big knife and see what the perfect dose is.
On the fatigue side, Eddie, something you said earlier really caught my ears. The body gets stronger as you get more exhausted. I've written that down as a quote in my hand.
Yeah.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
Well, I don't think I'd say it gets stronger. You get more exhausted, but you get stronger. That's the thing. It's so, of course, if you're doing marathon after marathon, you exhaustion upon exhaustion upon exhaustion. But there's something in the lockstep. There's something in between the brain and the body that says, we are a machine. We know how to do this. You've done it before. You've got about 6, 7 marathons left, and you've got 6, 7 more gigs. Just go for it. Well, don't go for it, but hang in there, and you'll get through it. And then on this day of next week, I will still be having my extended brunch, which is going to last about 3 hours, I think. And it's going to be. I'm going to look forward to that a lot.
I mean, is it getting easier as the days go on, Eddie, or tougher now?
I think it is. The exhaustion is more, but the strength in the body and the realization, especially the last 2 hours. When I get to the last 2 hours, that used to be really at the beginning of the challenge. In the last 2 hours are bloody murder. But now the last 2 hours are going, okay, we've got a rhythm going. It's this rhythm. If I get the rhythm going, then I can make it. And some days, I had tummy troubles 2 days ago, going to the loo all the time. I had to take some Imodium, and that kind of sorted it out, but it took ages, and I was stopping so often that I got way behind, and I had to run like crazy at the end to try and get up. Otherwise, you have to go and do the gig. One day, I did stop, go and do the gig, and came back and carried on running. So that's not much fun.
Wow. You don't want to fall asleep on a treadmill. I have actually sort of had a micro sleep on a treadmill, and it's not great.
You did what on the treadmill?
Had a micro sleep. I was very tired, and I was running in a dark room. So
was that lockdown 1, Rob?
It was lockdown 1. Yes, I was stuck inside, and that's why I'm just so admiring this. Doing 1 or 2 was bad enough, Eddie. I'm just in awe.
Well, other people, as you know, other people have done more. Other people have done longer. Other people have done different. I just do what I can. And
Eddie, on that, does increasing the distance at all interest you? Like, I mean, Rob and I have done a handful of 100-milers, for example. Is that something you might be looking at doing in the future, or are you? Well,
vaguely. I did do a double marathon at the end of South Africa, so that was what was that, 2 marathons, 56, 52, 50.
Yeah, you only have to do 4 marathons, it's fine.
Yeah, 54. I did 90k in the end, so I did a comrades equivalent.
Yeah.
And as a salute to comrades and Nelson Mandela, and got that done. I'm not hugely thirsting after it, but the Marathon des Sables, the marathon of the sands, or the marathons of the sands, that intrigues me, as I was born in Yemen, in Aden, in the south coast, in Aden there, and it's a desert country, and so it'd be quite interesting to see how I would fare. Well, no, it wouldn't be see how I fare. I'd just get through it, I think. And but as a salute to the land of my birth, that would be intriguing to do, but not now. I'm not considering anything at the moment. I just want to stop this because there's the love of running, but I love the stopping. The stopping is fantastic. I could stop for England. I think I could be in the England national stopping team, the UK not doing anything team.
But the stopping thing though, Eddie, I mean, is the buzz still there? Do you still get the endorphins of a marathon distance nowadays, or because you're so used to it, has that diminished?
I get endorphins, Simon. Endorphins. I prefer to call them endorphins because I think the kids would love to have endorphin, natural drugs they're called. Well, at times I do. If I slow it down, what if I slow it down? If I do 7, say, then this is very grabbable. So if I take my speed right down to this, then it just feels great, and I can do it sideways. Actually, I shouldn't do that because the toe just said, don't do that. I'm going to do something weird if you do that. But, if I was outdoors, this kind of speed, you say, hi there, hello, how are you? Chat to people, oh, is that your dog? And, you can just interact. The faster it gets, the harder it is to do that, and the harder it is to talk or think or whatever. So, yes, there is definitely something in it. I mean, I first got the real kick of running again, because as a kid, I was quite a runabout kid, when my trainer in Los Angeles, who lived up in Malibu, which is quite an area of where people get big houses, but anyway, she lived in a reasonable house up there. She was a trainer, and there was the University of Malibu, it might be called, I'm not sure what the name of the university is. They had a running track, anyone could use it, and she got me to run 70%. She said, just do a run up that track. Hadn't done that since I was 11, 12, and that was something. I remember thinking, whoa, that took me back there. That should be back. And it also wasn't that hard. If you run not a full pelt, but just for 100 meters, it's over quite quick. And then you can just look at the track, and that feels quite nice. So I remember that's the first time I thought, yeah, there's something in this. I got to go and reclaim that. So I like it when I get that feeling, but it sort of comes and goes, because this is now part of my match fit for life regime. I want to be match fit for life, and I'm looking at my sort of face in the mirror, and I'm looking slightly more, everything's looking leaner and tauter, because I carry a lot of weight under my chin, and I look at myself and say, all I need to do is 24 marathons, and I look quite good. Not fantastic.
That's exactly what my thought process was for this. Like, I never want to lose this level of fitness.
Right, yeah.
So I just keep going and going and going.
Yeah,
and I won't stop until I get injured or my legs don't work.
Well, yeah, I'm going to do that, but what I find is slightly annoying. It takes me 24 marathons from a fairly fit situation to get looking a little bit better. It seems that I think my body is designed for glaciation periods. Rob, yours is as well. Simon, yours isn't. I think yours is designed for something.
Certainly glacial or tectonic,
yeah.
Yes.
We are designed for glaciation periods when there was nothing to eat, and we would look at a lettuce leaf or maybe some leaves on a tree. We'd eat leaves from a tree, and we'd put on pounds because we were those kind of people. And now, in this world, it's not so good. But we're designed for that. I'm pretty sure we're designed for that. It makes sense. And so we're actually supposed to use these bodies quite hard. And then it gives you something back. That's the weird thing. You use it hard, and it gives you health back. That's something I didn't realise.
So I only have to look at leaves and I put on a stone, Eddie. But I must say you are looking fantastic for somebody that's run 25 marathons in a row almost. So if you don't mind me saying, I was going to ask Eddie. You mentioned, I think, so obviously it's taken you this many to get into the taller, leaner version of Eddie, but you are going to carry on running, I understand, a marathon every fortnight and then a half marathon in between after this. Is that to tick over? I mean, you're such a strong, determined woman in everyone's eyes right now, doing such an amazing feat. What is next? What could possibly be next after such a huge thing?
Nothing on my horizon. There's nothing planned. But I that's what I was doing beforehand. But I learned that from a couple of people from the 100 Marathon Club, who were working on the food and drink stations at the 2012 Olympics. And they were in their 60s, 50s, 60s, 70s, I'm not sure their ages. But I looked at them and said, I was ambassador for the volunteers, for the games makers. And I was talking to them and I said, can I meet people and thank them for working on the Olympics? So I met these people and said, how come you're working on the fruits and drink stations for the marathon? They said, well, we're members of the 100 Marathon Club. And is that true? That's always, well, I mean, that's with the UK Olympics, and obviously if the Olympics is someone else, it'll be different people. But so I said, oh, right, you all done over 100? And they said, yes, and it was 300, it was 200, it was 400 plus. And I said, so what do you do for training? And they simply said, we run a marathon a week. That's it. I said, anything else? No, just a marathon a week. And I don't know if everyone does that, or anyone, or is that just those two people I was talking to, but it sounded good to me, and they looked good. They were senior citizens, but they looked good. You know,
that's pretty much the club in a nutshell, really, and then just the level of illness, really, as it goes up the chain, Eddie, to be honest.
Yeah, I love a marathon a week, boom. So I'm sort of marathon every other week, half marathon every other week. So that's where I am. I'm trying to get to a marathon a week, but that would be, you know, as a herald for the marathon 100 plus club, which I'm not in and can't be in, but that's cool. That's cool.
I'm sure you'll manage to do a marathon a week after this. This seems like solid training for that effort.
Well, I'm not going to go straight back to the. I'll let myself feel my way.
After your brunch.
Actually, no, that's not true. I've got a job of work to do in 2 weeks, so I will be out there running. I bet you day 2, I'll be out there training. So Monday will be off this week. Monday next week will be off. Tuesday, I'll go out. I'll do some sprints, and then maybe I'll do a 5K. That's what I'll do on the Tuesday. Then we'll see.
Do you keep a like so in between the marathons and half marathons? Do you keep like a routine? Do your trainers like have you on a schedule? Do you do like variations of training on the track? And it sounds like you actually have a bit of a regimen here, Eddie. So I'm thinking we're not so alike.
No, I don't have a regime. My trainer, Martin Yelling, who works with physio Tim Cruz-Drew, I sort of occasionally check in with Martin, so I'm not really, because I never know what I'm getting ready for, and I'm often not getting ready for anything, so I just want to be match fit for life, so I sort of make it up myself, but I talk to Tim, get advice, nutrition, keep an eye on things, know where my weak spots are, and I just want to, as you were saying, Simon, you know, I kind of like the way I'm looking, let's keep this going.
What was your first marathon like, Eddie? Rob and I have got 2 camps here, basically. You either have run around the football pitch twice, and that's about the extent of your training, or you've gone totally OCD over it, ripped every training plan you can find, and you just picked the hardest day for 17 weeks prior to the run. Which camp are you in? I think I know the answer.
Well, when I ran the UK, I started on a Monday. The first marathon I ever ran was on the Friday before that.
So you're in the football pitch camp.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, I just ran a marathon on the Friday, tested that I could do it, and then we ran 43 marathons after that. So, but
it's brilliant. I took 5 years off after the first one. Oh, it's amazing, absolutely amazing. So, Eddie, this is exactly what the podcast is all about. But it's people, if I may say, ordinary physically doing extraordinary things.
It's just in your head. It's just in your head. That's it. And as I've said before, I must have said this to you, Rob, coming out as trans back in 1985, it was so toxic, so difficult back then. People who wanted to hate you felt a great freedom to hate you, to shout abuse at you, or to fight you in the streets. These are now hate crimes. And I've had people coming up to me. I've had people coming up to me and saying horrible things, and I say, be very careful. You're doing a hate crime here. You know that? And I've seen them back off and be a bit more wary. So once I went through that, the mental toughness that gives you in coming out when I was 23, everything after that is not that hard. It's not too hard, or not so hard, put it that way.
Yeah, I reckon
different kinds of courage. Yeah.
Everyone's got one in them. I'm convinced everyone's got a marathon in them somewhere.
I can prove that everyone's got one. I have a logic proof. I have these things called logic proofs. And one of my logic proofs is, they say, I can't run a marathon. I said, okay, you've got to imagine a lockdown situation where you're allowed out, but no cars. There's a terrorism thing going on as well. So there's no cars and whatever. And there's someone in your family who needs medicine. That medicine is half a marathon away. It's 21k away, it's 13 miles away. You get it back, they live. You don't, they die. You would do it. And anyone I say to goes, yeah, you do it. It would not look pretty if someone filmed it. It would look pretty awful. But you'd run, walk, stagger, crawl. You'd get there, you'd get back as fast as you could.
Yeah, sounds like one of Rob's marathons, yeah.
Sounds like my London Marathon, yes indeed.
But the thing is, it's the motivation, isn't it? If you're motivated by an absolute certainty you can save a life or lose a life with a thing, then you'll do it. And because I came out, when I came out, I was certain that I should come out, but I didn't have to. So I said to myself, this has to be done. And that's like an artificial emergency. You have to come out now. You're straight, TV, transgender, you fancy women, you could lie about it, you could marry, have kids, go through life and have this in your brain, or you could tell people about it, express yourself, and maybe that's better. And I thought I should do this, I have to do this, and after that, I found I can create artificial emergencies, like performing in French, German, and Spanish. Not necessary, it's not on the list, but in doing it, beautiful. Beautiful, and the French kids go, wow, if the English kid is doing it in French, I can do it in English. And now French kids are doing English, Russian kids are doing it in English, German kids, Spanish kids, everyone's playing using the English language as a bridging language. Wasn't happening 10 years ago, and it is happening now. So that's how I do it, and that's the marathon running as well. It's an artificial emergency. I create it, it has to be done, doesn't really.
I love that. That's exactly what I've been doing.
Yeah.
With like the 100-miler stuff,
yeah.
Because it's just bonkers, and Rob's all over it as well. You have to have this mental reason for doing this.
Yeah.
The physical thing is not enough.
And it's a choice, and it's an ultra marathon runner told me that, you know, running, is it physical, is it mental? And he said the ultra marathon runner joke. I don't know if you know this one. I don't know. I told you it, Rob. He said to me, we say it's 90% mental. And the other 10% is in your head, which means it's 100% mental. It's just it's actually got nothing to do with this. This could be a mess, or this could be finely tuned. And if this thing decides, this thing can drag a mess as far as it wants, 100 miles, 100k, or if this thing isn't working and this thing is finely tuned, you won't get down the end of the road. You know, because the brain says, I don't want to do this. It's a bit rainy. Whatever.
I'm a walking billboard for running mess, Eddie. Yeah. I'm so with you.
Yeah.
And then, sorry if you hadn't seen enough dogs on the riverside wall. I thought I'd show you my little doggy. He's jumped up onto my lap. So here's Zico.
Wow.
It's the most celebrated dog I know.
There you go.
That will let him bark, but he wanted to say hello, so yeah.
What I like, and I think you've got medals behind you, Rob. And Simon, have you got medals behind you already?
He's only got a world record behind him.
World record. There, that's what you've got. And I've got next to nothing, but it's in here. It's in here. I got one. I quite like one. But a Blue Peter badge, that's what I wanted. I want to get a Blue Peter badge.
We dish out fridge magnets, Eddie, and beer mats if you want any of those.
Well, no, I can't ask for things from the 100 marathon.
No. This is from our podcast.
Oh, Eddie, I remember your shirt size, I believe, and I've already packaged some things up that I'm holding now.
Very good.
We have our branded face mask, a buff if you need something to wick the sweat away. and a shirt, if I may send those on to your team.
That's
okay.
fine, but a Blue Peter badge would be really nice. I don't know people with Blue Peter.
I've never earned one of those.
Blue Peter, so, didn't it go away? Hasn't it come back? Is Blue Peter back with us? Anyone know if Blue Peter's on the television? Anyway, I've always wanted one. So that
I've no idea, but all our kit is blue. That's as good as I can do today.
That would be nice. That would be nice because, you know, as a trans person, you probably, you know, before, if you think about it, before this time, trans person wouldn't be allowed on Blue Peter, or wouldn't be allowed to be linked to Blue Peter. But now I think people are moving forward. Young kids are trying to work out their sexual identities and so. But you know, the Blue Peter badge was the great thing you could get when I was a kid. So that's what I'll have to lust after then.
Eddie, I just admire and adore your spirit. It's amazing. The courage you've shown in the past and now is absolutely incredible, and it's just so valuable to our listeners. We'll pass on all of the donation information. I myself donated this morning, and I believe it's 70810. You text the words 10 or 20 to donate some money to the causes. And Eddie, if you could just finish and tell us about the causes that you're running for, that would be brilliant.
And I should say, anyone listening around the world, eddyizzard.com. If you need the numbers, you forget the numbers, eddyizzard.com. It's got all the information there. You can buy hats with Make Humanity Great Again on, or masks or T-shirts, and the profits go to charity, and tickets for the show tonight. Every night at 7 p.m. I do a stand-up show as well, profits to charity. But this is for 5, we're highlighting 5 charities. There could be more, but so far there's 5 that we're highlighting, which are Care International, doing care packages all around the world. Covenant House, doing wonderful work based in New York and in 6 other countries, helping young adults get through very tough times who've been in homelessness, drug addiction, and they get them back into society, and will fund them to go to university. And we talked to one woman who got a first in psychology, having been homeless and a drug addict on the streets. Fantastic story. Fair Share, based in the UK, helping get food against food wastage, doing stuff like Marcus Rashford has been doing, getting them out to kids and low-income backgrounds so they can have decent food. And then we have neglected tropical diseases, NTDs, which include leprosy and elephantitis that you might have thought was gone from the world, but it's still there. So the Unite to Combat NTDs, that's one of our charities, helping 1.7 billion people around the world. And then, last but not least, Walking with the Wounded, helping UK ex-services people who come out with physical problems, with mental health problems from the forces, or problems with the criminal justice system in the UK, adjusting more to civilian life. And Walking with the Wounded, it links to the National Health Service as well, and they help them, a great charity there. So your money will be shared amongst these charities and maybe others as well.
Well, Eddie, thanks very much for talking to us, giving up your time.
Not at all. Great to talk to you. Thank you for taking my mind off what I'm doing.
Thanks, and good luck for the rest of it. I look forward to watching you fall asleep this evening.
Yes, indeed. I will.
Have a pleasant one, okay?
Cheers.
And the best of luck for the rest of it. We'll see you out there.
Absolutely.
Well done.
Thank you very much. Congrats.
Oh. Okie dokie. I am now going to give myself a bit of a walk. Oh. So that was cool. Now, can I have Sarah back on the screen? And we have 15 minutes. Do we have more things about Luxembourg we can talk about?
Yes.
With the run, I don't know if we
Yes, you should. Yes, I only briefly mentioned to everyone about the run, but it was nice. We sort of went out of town and sort of back again on that
Yes,
day.
any time we did.
Yeah.
Luxembourg City isn't that sprawling, and so we decided to run from the centre and go out on roads. Now, if anyone has seen, it sounds a bit bonkers this, but okay, The Great Escape is a big film which maybe it's a British and American centric about escaping from a Nazi prison camp, World War II, Stalag 3, which is actually in Poland. And then once they got out, I think it was more Steve McQueen's bit, was over certain roads going up to the borders of Switzerland, which meant that he'd gone through Poland, and I think through Germany, on a motorbike, on one tank of petrol to get to the Swiss border, which is kind of amazing. But anyway, doesn't matter. All looks good. But those kind of roads, those kind of marks, that sort of rolling landscape with mountains behind, That's what we were running in, wasn't it? It was, well, I don't know if you pick up on anything, but it was these roads and then little villages, and we went through, and we went on. We just decided to go on and on and on and run half a marathon, 21k out of Luxembourg, and then 21k back into Luxembourg.
Yeah, and I hired a bicycle.
Yeah.
It was one of the electric ones as well, which I did think at some point might sort of, a lock might go on it, because I didn't know how far out of town, you know, because it went right out of the range they usually, you know, you hire them in. So I was waiting for it to lock like a shopping trolley, but it didn't, so that was good. I think it ran low on battery though. I think it just got us back, I think, in time. Yeah. But yeah, it was lovely, and there was a rainbow. It must have rained. I don't know if it rained while we were out, or maybe it rained in the distance, something, but there was a lovely rainbow as we were running. I say you were running, I was cycling out
There were
of town.
trains as well.
Oh yes, there was. Yeah, we crossed a few train crossings. And then there was that glass lift that went up the side.
Yeah.
Which was lovely.
Well, that was, Luxembourg is quite a tall city. Rocky mountainous? Well, maybe it's built in a mountain. Probably good for defense. But to get from the bottom to the top, it's like zigzagging up a mountain. Or you can, I worked out that I could run into the lift and I get taken up, I think, and then I could just get out of the lift. It's still the same distance. I just haven't done all the zigzagging up the hill.
Yeah,
So.
I was very glad of that lift. But yeah, it was all glass, wasn't it? So you could, it sort of gave you this lovely view as you went up. Very sort of modern lift that was on the side of a very, you know, obviously old, craggy bit of hill, you know, with all the old buildings around. It was nicely done, I think. You know, it fitted in well. It didn't look odd being a very modern glass lift. And then I remember we went through a park. I remember someone had hung little dolls in a tree. That was there as well. I wasn't sure what was going on that, but yeah, lovely on the outskirts as well. It was lovely view, rolling hills.
It was like eating. Stopped at petrol station.
Yeah.
Oh, that was just a Coca-Cola. I think I had sugar hit.
Yeah, I had a little bag of snacks on the front of my bicycle, I remember.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That was on the way back, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We stopped there. Yeah. Yeah, then carried on back into town. Lots of cobbled streets as well.
Yeah. And people at the hotel were nice. Didn't they go out and get us something?
Yes, I think they did. Yeah, they were really kind. Yeah.
I think it was porridge, but
Yeah, I think
I don't want porridge.
Yeah. Yes, we've got confirmation we can do granola, so I'll make some more granola and smoothies and
Smoothie banana.
yogurt.
Do that. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll switch it up because porridge every day is gonna drag a bit after a while. Anyway, I should do some facts, shouldn't I?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do some facts. Here's another interesting fact. Nearly half of Luxembourg's workforce commutes to work in Luxembourg from another country. So it says most non-Luxembourg nationals travelling across the border are French, Belgian and German.
Right.
Yeah.
Those are the closest countries. Yeah. Yeah, they just drive in. It'd be like driving from London to just outside London.
Yeah. Oh, this is a shame. We missed out on this. The restaurant with the world's largest wine list is in Luxembourg. Restaurant Chigari. That's a lot of wine. 2,200 different wines you can choose from. Wow.
Yeah. I don't think we would have partaken of them all, would we?
No, probably didn't have time for them all. Here's the thing about the political system. It says it is the only Grand Duchy in the world. You probably know what this means more than me, but it says, after the defeat of Napoleon in 1815, the Congress of Vienna made Luxembourg into a Grand Duchy, a state or territory ruled by a Grand Duke or Duchess. The country's full name is, in fact, the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg.
Yeah, Duke is second in line to a king in power terms in the old style. We know that from the Duke of Normandy. Oh yeah, I forgot that joke.
Yeah.
It goes King, Duke, Lord, bloke in a hedge. So.
I do like bloke in a hedge.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's Grand Duchy is going to be like a city-state, you know. It's Luxembourg in Luxembourg. Luxembourg is like a city-state, and a duke running it instead of, you know, a king running a country, which would have been a collection, because the king would be over. There'd be several dukes under a king in a country. And it's a weird thing, in France they have the Dauphin. The Dauphin, which would be the pretender to the throne, someone who is about to become the king, but Dauphin means dolphin.
Yeah, it actually means dolphin, doesn't it?
And they would have a dolphin, I think, on their helmet or on their coat of arms or something like that. But it meant whoever was the dolphin, a bit like the fleur-de-lis, it's on the Prince of Wales one, which is the that's the equivalent of next in line to be king. To put on Prince Charles's coat of arms, historically talking.
That was another piece you had about the dolphins. There was an actual dolphin in the piece about the Duke of Normandy. Or, oh no, did that only work in France? I think that might have only worked in France.
Sorry?
Your piece when the Dauphin was an actual dolphin. I think that only worked in France.
Yes, I think so. Or in French, in the French language.
In French, yes, in French. So yes, so it says the present Grand Duke is Crown Prince Henry, who assumed the throne in October 2000. That's the current guy.
Right.
And it also says the date of the Grand Duke's official birthday isn't actually the birthday of the current Duke or any other Grand Duke. It's a ceremonial one. Apparently to take advantage of the better weather, so in June the 23rd. Oh, here we go. The origins of the name Luxembourg is from a Saxon fortress. So it was founded in 963 AD as the County of Luxembourg by Siegfried, Count of the Ardennes, who built a fort on the site. The ancient Saxon name Lucilburg, Little Fortress, symbolised its strategic position. Over the years, the little fort became a major fortress. Oh, okay, that's the origin of the name. Oh, this is a thing. There are 17 kilometres of underground tunnels cut out of the solid rock beneath Luxembourg City. They were built as part of the city's defences. Built in 1644 and then enlarged 40 years later. Some parts are 40 metres deep, and they were used as air raid shelters during the two world wars and could protect up to 35,000 people. Wow. As recognised as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And they're now open to the public. Yeah, I didn't know that.
That's good. Okay, I'm gonna do a loo break. Official loo break, ladies and gentlemen. Back in a second.
Hi, I'm Kevin Ryan, the President and CEO of Covenant House International. For nearly 50 years, Covenant House has been a place of promise and of hope for young people experiencing homelessness. Now more than ever, we need partners in the community to unite with us to end youth homelessness. Every person deserves a safe place to sleep and hope for a brighter tomorrow. For young people, homelessness interrupts progress toward adulthood and a future of independence and self-sufficiency. Covenant House's doors are always open to all young people who need housing and help, regardless of their race or their religion, their sexual orientation, their gender identity or expression. Our trauma-informed services help bridge the gap between potential and progress, and we also advocate for systemic change through public policy while promoting awareness of the critical issues related to youth homelessness. The Covenant House mission is centered and built on community, where youth and staff and volunteers and our partners love one another unconditionally, respect each other absolutely, and dedicate ourselves to a covenant of compassion and hope. Learn more about resilient young people at Covenant House and our life-affirming services at covenanthouse.org.
NTD. It's not terribly descriptive. Needlessly tricky denomination. We need to disentangle, need to define, nothing to declare, National Turnip Day, never tickle dinosaurs. No, that's daft. Now the disclosure. Neglected tropical diseases, not that difficult. Neglected though? Deserted, disenfranchised, desperate, dying. No, that's dreadful. Now these diseases need to discontinue, need to disappear. Never mind the difficulties. No more tedious delays. Now's the decade. Nations together declare no to disease, no to discrimination. Nobody treated differently. Neglected tropical diseases. End the neglect.
I will have penne alla arrabbiata. He goes, yeah, well, you want to try? Do you know who I am? All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Hi there. So, ready to talk to Will, Gaffney and Mum Nicola. Oh.
Pulling you through now.
All righty.
Hi, Eddie.
Hi there.
Hi, Eddie.
How are you doing? How are you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you. How are you?
I am knackered. I am... my knees now, to my left knee has suddenly decided to make a funny noise to me, but hopefully that'll quieten down a bit. But I'm getting there. I'm sort of walking at the moment. We just had a loo break, but 25th marathon, so not too shabby. So
1 week left?
Say again?
1 week left?
1 week left, yes. This time next week, I will be resting. That is a wonderful thing.
Really.
So, now tell me about yourself. You were inspired to set up a charity after a school trip, and you're only 14 years old. Tell us about that.
So I'm Will, I'm 16, and when I was 11, I was fortunate enough to go on cricket tour out to Sri Lanka. And it was kind of a really big reality check for myself. I really realised how much of a fortunate position I was in. Then sort of looking back on the tour a couple of years later, I sent out an email wanting to give back and get involved. And I've kind of just ended up here today. It's been a bit of a roller coaster ride, but I've set up and founded a cricket charity called Bat for a Chance. I founded it at the age of 14. I'm 16 now. And we provide cricket kit and equipment to kids all across the world, from your stereotypical cricket countries to places in the middle of nowhere in Africa where I never thought the sport would be played. And it's sort of all about bringing a great big smile to those less fortunate.
Well, that's a brilliant thing. That's very entrepreneurial of you. I'm impressed because I like to think I'm an entrepreneur. I don't think I would have done that at 14. So, can I just ask, does your dad or your mum set things up, have their own business, or is it... Hi there. So how did this come to you? How the confidence above all?
It kind of came from me, and then Mum has just been a massive support and helped me massively along the way. I struggle with spelling a bit, so she has to spell check all my emails before they go out. But yeah, I kind of just, it was a really sort of life growth experience in Sri Lanka, and it stuck with me so much that, I plucked up the courage to send an email, and then sort of from there, it's just gone crazy, really.
So, Nicola, what is it you do for a living?
So, Eddie, I've got a bit of a mixed life going on. I'm a lawyer and I'm a florist.
Oh, wow.
So the lawyer in me does the spell checking, and then the florist sort of keeps me calm.
Right. But the spell checking means, are you dyslexic? Because my spelling was very bad and I was dyslexic.
Yeah, I can join you on that one. I'm dyslexic as well.
Well, that means, I think, a lot of people, in order to, either because we're dyslexic, if you look at it as a gift, you tend to think sideways. There's thinking up and down, which is standard thinking, and then we tend to think around the sides. That's why I'm here doing this and doing a gig afterwards and doing performances in different languages. That's all thinking out of the box thing. I think that comes partially from dyslexia. I don't know if that resonates.
Certainly does from my point of view. I'm always in awe of Will's brain. His dad and his little brother are also dyslexic, and they've just got this incredible way of thinking, of looking at things in a totally different way, and just coming up with ideas and solutions that I would never dream of. I can only see from what Will's achieving now, and I know his brother will, that it's just a massive bonus.
Excellent, excellent. So, so this is going on. I take it you're just going to keep this going. This charity will just keep going.
Yeah, fingers crossed. That's the aim. It's been going pretty well. We've sent out 5 shipments of kit so far. Most recently to Sri Lanka, which is quite ironic, being it all where it sort of all began and kicked off. And we've really started to gather some steam. So yeah, fingers crossed. And
sending kit to refugees in the Lebanon as well.
Yeah, so there's a cricket project out there running the slums in Shatila, and you've got loads of sort of Syrian and Afghan refugees out there burning and have a massive passion for cricket, but no sort of ability to do it. So I got in touch with the MCC Foundation sort of in the summer, and they helped strengthen this link in Shatila, and then we sent out the kits early January, helping provide them with a load of sort of beginner cricket kit for their new project, which has just been funded by the MCC in the Becker Valley.
Excellent. That's a brilliant thing. Now, is cricket your sport? Do you love it, or is it actually just by the by?
Cricket, I would say, is my sport. I also love playing rugby, but cricket's just got this magical ability to bring happiness and joy to all those who need it, and it's something that's so rewarding, looking back and seeing the impact it has, and I think it's kind of stolen the spotlight a little bit.
What I find quite curious, I don't know how this seems to you, but in particularly the 1700s and the 1800s, Britain was an imperial country. We did go around taking over different lands, but one thing we came with was this game cricket, which the other countries which were colonies all took hold of, and then they celebrated it, and now they're fantastic. These teams, India, Pakistan, of course Australia, slightly different relationship, but just everyone loves playing this going cricket. I couldn't do it because I couldn't keep my eye on the ball, and it always seemed to hit me in the head. So, so that was my problem, and football was more my game. But I do a good sound of the bat hitting the ball does sound fantastic. And also for people who are not watching, there seems to be some sort of tea party going on always in village cricket games, which I think a village cricket game rather than the big guys at Lord's and the Oval, but in the villages, I think that's always a wonderful thing. I don't think I've seen enough of those. But so what do you want to do in life? What subjects are your favourite subjects, and how do you see your life progressing, or have you not planned anything yet?
I haven't really thought about it, to be honest with you, much. I'm kind of at that point where I need to start making A-level choices, and it's a bit daunting. But ideally, fingers crossed, I'd just love to keep doing something like this, making a difference to those less fortunate. From so far, I know I'm very young, what I've experienced, there's nothing else like it that can make you feel such compassion to others, and it's fantastic.
And so, Nicola, tell me how the law and the florist, the flowers and the law and the law and the flowers. Did you study law and then moved into flowers, or do you do both at the same time?
Yeah, that's right. So I studied law and I practiced in London for about 10 years, and then we did that kind of move out of London down to Sussex, and it just wasn't compatible with our life down here in the same way. So that's what is around that time that I got into doing floristry, and now and again I do some legal contracts work for some former colleagues and things like that, which I don't know, maybe once the kids have left home I'll pick it up again more seriously, but at the moment it's a good balance.
Right. Well, and can I ask where in Sussex you are? Because I hail from Sussex, so where in Sussex?
We're sort of like half an hour from Eastbourne way, probably 50 minutes from Brighton.
Between Eastbourne and Brighton?
Yeah.
Okay.
15 minutes from Brighton. We're the other side. We're out towards Tunbridge Wells.
Are you at it's Tunbridge Wells? So you're up towards so that's north of Bexhill. Up.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
You can't tell me the village. You don't want to tell me the village because I'll know it then. But if you tell me the exact area, but if you don't want to tell me, don't tell me. Yeah.
Near Wadhurst.
Sorry, near Wadhurst.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Izzard family, we lived in Bexhill, obviously. Yeah, we hail from Bexhill and Sidley, and Eastbourne as well. So granddad, the Izzards are born in Sydney, in Eastbourne, our side, and the Eisteds, which was Mum, and then the Adams was Sidley Bexhill. But before that, we were Rotherfield, near Mayfield.
Oh yeah, that's not far at all.
Well,
yeah.
If you find High Cross, there's a few buildings called High Cross in Rotherfield. That's where my family came from, and they left on the Cuckoo Line. There's the Cuckoo Line that's now a cycling trail and walking.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's the line. My great-great-grandfather Frederick came down with his wife, and he went to work at Bobby's, which became Debenhams in Eastbourne. So he worked in the shop, and then Grandad was a bus driver and a van driver, and then Dad got his school certificate when he was 16, the first one in the family, and went off to work for BP, and now I'm here. There you go. Long.
Yeah. So you actually grew up down near Eastbourne, did you?
Well, it's born in Yemen, so Dad, again, colonies, British colonies, the colony of Aden. So Dad, there's a BP refinery there. Mum was a nurse in the hospital, and Dad was an accountant. So they met in 59. My brother was born in 60, and I was born in 62. Then Northern Ireland to the refinery in Belfast. So when I was 3, 4, 5, studying like this, hanging out with the kids there in Bangor, County Down, and I would have been very happy to have had a Northern Irish accent, but unfortunately then we moved, and then Mum died. We were in Wales near Swansea, so I could have had a Welsh accent, and then it was coming back home so Gran could help out bringing us up because Dad was single parent, and that was back to Bexhill. And if you go online and look at the Bexhill Museum, you'll see the Izzard family railway. You can see the model railway that we used to have that's been made into a permanent exhibition, and the the Bexhill 1940 Winter Wartime Model Railway, which is the second one we built. So I have a big relationship with Bexhill. Which
I'll have to go and have a look.
It's on.
We'll get ourselves down to the beach for a day.
There you go, and it's online. You can see the train. Trains are for some people, not for everyone. But anyway, I'm waffling away. And there's also a film coming out, 26th of March. I'll just say this: 6 minutes to midnight. It's set in Bexhill and Eastbourne. So Judi Dench is in it, I'm in it, and Jim Broadbent's in it. And that's coming out on the 26th of March, and it'll be online. It'll be on Sky in the UK. But that's actually, it's a thriller set just before World War II at a girls' school where the Nazi high command, a number of daughters of the people in the Nazi high command were going to this finishing school to learn English and be ambassadors for a future that Hitler was hoping was going to be with Britain against democratic people. But Churchill changed all that and said, no, well, that's not happening. But it's set in a real school. It's really, that school is still there, the building is still there. So that's, and we're doing on this podcast at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Sorry, I'm going about this, I should be talking to you. Right. But 6 p.m. tomorrow, we're doing a live link with New York, where they're having the US premiere, and then they do a Q&A afterwards. So I will be answering questions to New York here from a treadmill about the film set in Bexhill, which is just down from where you are, tomorrow at 6 p.m. So that's going to be quite a thing to have happen.
The wonders of modern technology.
Yeah, I know, exactly. It's crazy. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful that you're doing what you're doing at such a young age. So yeah, and you can decide if you want to go into law or flowers or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plenty of opportunities.
Yes.
Eddie, tell me, how have you managed to get here to the point where you're running 31 marathons in 31 days?
Well, you may know I've done some of these before. I've done a few of these before. So once you've done one, you could do another, and once you've done another, you could do another. I don't have days off anymore, which is weird. So there's nothing to look forward to except the end of each day. So that's the trick I do in my mind. When I finish this, that's pretty good. When I finish this, I get off, and all I've got to do is the stand-up show at 7 p.m. And then once I finish that, I go, oh, thank the stars for that. And then I can have some food and relax until, whatever, getting up at 8 a.m. I washed my hair this morning, so washing my very long hair takes a long time. So actually I got it down to about 30, 40 minutes today. But I'm getting better. And so I have to get up at 6 or 7 in the morning, about 7 in the morning, and then ready for 9, breakfast, and back into it. But it's determination. I mean, you've set something up, you decided, and it's all in here, and you've already done that. So what you've done is entrepreneurship, and you can do that with businesses, and you can make money, wealth creation, and give something back. I mean, you're already giving back without even making money, so that's beautiful. But you can do both, which is good and healthy. Get yourself and a family in the future, your life, a house, and it's thinking out of the box. I think dyslexic kids, anyone listening to this around the world, if you're dyslexic, if you think if your spelling is all over the place, if you write bigger letters than smaller letters, if you read really slowly, and it takes you weeks to read a book instead of days, that's probably dyslexic. But you'll find that you're thinking sideways, and you can learn to learn vertically and sideways. It's a little difficult to explain, but I think I do both now.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree, and I think it's a gift, not a curse, and it's so important that we make that common knowledge, because it's a blessing in disguise, massively.
Yeah, you have to. And as you know, you have to know about it. People have to tell you and help you get to it, because some people are severely dyslexic, and that's very tough. And I think I was lucky, because I'm sort of like half dyslexic, severely atypically dyslexic. That's what they told me. So, and I love numbers. That's what you can be dyscalculic as well, but I'm not. I love numbers. I did a maths A level and loved adding up. But when it gets really highfalutin, I'm less interested in that. But anyway. But excellent. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Keep doing what you're doing. Stay safe. How is you're on full lockdown, aren't you? Because I know when I was down in Bexhill before, it wasn't as bad as up in London, but now everyone's on full lockdown, yeah?
Yeah, now we're fully locked down, have been for a little while. But to be honest, I quite enjoy it. It gives me a bit more time to work on charity stuff and pull off more bonkers projects. And if you put the time to good use, there's no reason why, you know, it should be as bad as everyone makes it out to be.
Excellent. And if people want to know about your charity, what do they look up? What's the good words to search online?
Just Google Back for a Chance. It should come up on Instagram, Google, website. And if you want to get in touch, help out, if you've got any spare cricket kit lying about, it's always massively appreciated and goes a really, really long way. So yeah.
Excellent. And would you like to tell the world how they can help me with my one? Can you? Do you know the what to?
And to help Eddie, go to eddieizzard.com.
Yep.
And watch us chatting to each other.
Yeah.
And there should be a donate button down below, I believe.
Yep, that's it. That's it. That's all you really need to do. Go to eddieizzard.com, and if you have a UK phone, there's a text number there, 70810, and you can write 10 or 20 for 10 or 20 pounds. But just go there. The information, you can buy hats with Make Humanity Great Again on them, masks, T-shirts. All the profits go to charity. You can buy tickets for my stand-up shows at 7 p.m. They're kind of unusual. They're not brilliant comedy. I do fall asleep in the middle of a sentence, which is intriguing if nothing else. And on the 28th, the gig will be in French, as I do a virtual marathon for Paris. So this Thursday, it's in French. I've already done 2 in German. And they're kind of almost a little bit better than my English ones, which is a bit odd. But there you go. Alrighty, well done.
Great to meet you.
Great to talk to you. You take care.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thanks,
Cheers.
Eddie.
Onwards
Bye.
and upwards. Well done, Will.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Okay. So, there we are. Well, that's an amazing story. Will Gaffney, at 14, started a charity. I would not have had the guts to do that. Wouldn't have had the foresight. Yeah. Later on, yeah, but not at 14, so well done to him, just going for it. So, now, 3 o'clock, talking to Fran Scott, TV science presenter. Excellent. Love science presenters. Asked them all my science questions. BAFTA-nominated TV presenter, a neuroscientist by education, engineer at heart. Ah, interesting, interesting. Trailblazer for female presenters in the science field. Excellent. Women's rights. Women getting equal chances in anything, to be in whatever jobs, equal pay, equal rights. Should have happened 70,000 years ago. Women owed back pay. As a trans woman, I have to fight for women's rights. That is something, it's my duty. So that's what I'll do. I'll try and do it as much as I can. But I want young girls, young women, women of any age, the young and the young at heart, to go for their dreams. If you shoot for the stars, you could reach the moon. Think of it that way. Just always think beyond where you're going. How ambition is good. It doesn't have to be ambition to do negative things. Or ambition to just pile up money. Some, as you know, tends to be right-wing people in businesses that want to pile up their money and then lie on it and die on it in some sort of weird Viking funeral that the Vikings would not be in favour of, because the Vikings were a proud race. Well, they were pirates, but the Danes coming over it with the Viking funeral sounds honourable, but just lying on money and dying. You know, whoever's got the most money does not win. Whoever's done wonderful things, has touched people's lives. What do you add to the human existence? That's it. That's what we want. Wisdom. Have you achieved wisdom? There's nirvana for the Buddhist idea. I like the idea of that, but more grabbable, I think, because nirvana does seem like, yeah, no one really gets there. But wisdom, you can be wise. Anyone can be wise. I think Will had wisdom there. And someone at 14. So I'm going to help out, because his parents, probably in his home situation, he's in a okay situation. And he thought, I'll help out as a teenager. What a great example there. And dyslexic, and dyslexics of the world unite. So, I need another pee. Sorry guys, I don't want to do this. I'm out for a quick pee. Back in a second.
Life is a journey. We set out not knowing exactly where we will end up. It can be tough. It can be hard. Sometimes it takes a "I will." Other times a simple "I do." We take each step with our focus ahead. We have plans and strategies, but they do not always work out. There are times when we get knocked down and doors close behind us. Our hopes can often be replaced by fears. We can lose our direction and struggle with change, become passengers in a life that is spinning too fast. At times like this, we need someone beside us. Someone to listen, to advise and support us, see what is really possible. Someone to give hope and to get us over that line. And someone to say goodbye when the job is done. Walking with the Wounded supports ex-servicemen and women with physical, mental or social injuries to gain the skills and qualifications to develop new careers outside the military, reintegrate into society and provide long-term security for themselves and their families. Our programs give vital support to the most vulnerable and hard-to-reach veterans, those who are wounded, homeless or within the criminal justice system. Support more of our wounded to regain their independence.
Here we go. I'm back. The loo. I've been. And now I'm running. I'm going to check my speed. Because I don't want to get behind. Oh, not too bad. Not too bad. So Fran Scott, talking to Fran Scott, presented several science and engineering-led programs. Fran is a pyrotechnician. Wow, that sounds fun. And science content producer at the Royal Institution. Wow, pyrotechnician at the Royal Institution. Fran also writes content for print as a columnist for both the Week Junior and National. And it's a columnist for both the Week Junior, and National Geographic Kids, as well as a contributor to Huffington Post. I don't know why it's the Week or the Week Junior. Anyway, we will talk.
We have Fran here now.
Very good. Hi, Fran.
Hi, Eddie.
How you doing?
Good, good. I feel really bad because I'm just sat here and you are a machine. You are doing so well.
We're going into machine tech, but you know that I've asked people not to do anything because a lot of people wanted to do stuff, but I prefer. I mean, you've got a bicycle behind you, which makes me because anyone doing anything, it makes me feel tired. Anyone relaxing with a drink, with a little umbrella, and then I go and I go into that space. So that's kind of what I need.
Brilliant.
That's how.
Well, I'll give you some energy, because that's what you need. You don't need people to remind you of what you're doing. You need people to distract you.
Distraction. Let's talk about all your things. Which was the one, pyrotechnician and science content producer at the Royal Institution. I'm going to start there, because it's pyrotechnician? That sounds like fire technician.
Yeah, completely. So basically, I'm a pyrotechnician, so I can handle explosives, but basically I do it full stage. So I come up with a way. Basically, my job is a science demonstration developer. So I come up with visual ways to show scientific ideas, and those normally involve a little bit of fire or an explosion. And so I've been trained to be able to do those fires and explosions, not only so they are entertaining and educational, but also so everyone is safe.
Yeah, right. Because pyro. Yes. Because I remember at school doing physics, and they say, we're going to do stuff with glass now, and then they put all the Bunsen burners on. Or you'd come into the science room, and the Bunsen burners would be all doing the wavy flame. Not the tight flame, but the wavy one. And you think, oh, something's going to happen here. And just watching glass change its consistency was fascinating. I did maths, physics, and chemistry for A-levels. So I understand where you've gone, but you've gone there. You've gone there in a big way.
I was just really, really lucky. It was, I was really enjoyed. I just heard you before talking about dyslexia, and I've actually just been diagnosed with dyslexia only a year ago.
Wow.
And I like your view of thinking sideways, because I'd always thought sideways, but never heard it described like that, and never knew it was dyslexia. Like I said, until 12 months ago.
You might well be a sort of high-functioning dyslexic, which I think I might be. I could sort of get by, and they never said I was. Maybe in the 60s and 70s, well, the 70s is really my teenage years. No one ever said, this is dyslexic behaviour. But later on it seemed obvious, and you obviously got through and have gone to a very high level by body swerving the problems. Did it make sense? What did they say? What are your traits of dyslexia? What are the things?
Well, basically, they described that I do have my perfect job, because I'm very good at visualizing things and planning and visual spatial, and in terms of my imagination is absolutely immense. And so creative-wise, it's great. But in terms of that, being able to quickly process words, which was a good example then, and just generally my reading is very slow. And there was just really telltale signs of things. Basically, I'm a textbook dyslexic, but had no idea. But loved the sciences, but would never, because my vocabulary wasn't keeping up with the way that I could visualize ideas and come up with solutions to stuff and problem solve.
Right.
And I basically became a maker, so I love making things, because I'm actually quite clumsy as well. So I break a lot of stuff and then make it, and then found my route through science and became a science content producer. So basically my role is to come up with these visual ways to show things and explain things for others. And the assessor, she was like, you really do have your perfect job. And I was like, thank you.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is very fascinating. Do you find that you sub-vocalize? Do you know what sub-vocalizing is? Because
I can imagine, because I think that is what I do. But go on, explain it.
Well, sub-vocalizing. Some people would actually, when you begin to read, you go, the cat sat on the mat, and you take your finger along, and then he jumped into, and you will say it as you read it. And then,
oh, yeah, I can't read without saying.
But I say it, you don't say it out loud, probably. You say it in your head, yeah? Yeah, I sub-vocalize. Sub-vocalize out loud, sub-vocalize in your head. And then the speed readers are just going, with a hand down the bloody page and doing this thing. And I can't do that. I find it a great struggle to do that, to read fast. Some people, I know people like that say, I read a book last night. You read a book last night? What the hell? That would have taken me at least a week. It's always got to be a week or so.
Yeah, I'm about 2 books a year type of person. But it hasn't stopped me learning, which you would think it would, because people associate being a bookworm with learning. But I found different ways around it, and I learned through doing. And what I really liked is, because I am creative, and a lot of people think that science and engineering, they aren't creative subjects, but actually I am creative, and because I was good at science and engineering, I always thought, oh, I'm not creative, but I am. And actually science and engineering is so creative. You've got to come up with new solutions to so many problems. And actually they're one of the most creative arts there is.
Yes,
indeed. With their science.
Well, let's talk about empowering girls and young women to get into science. Because as a trans woman, I've realized, you know, you probably heard I went through this pronouns thing recently after being out for 35 years. Suddenly people discovered, are you serious about this trans thing? We thought for 35 years you were mucking about. And it was kind of a bit weird. But yes, I have been out for 35 years. But I just thought I should be fighting for women's rights. Left, right and centre, whatever they are, equal pay, equal rights, back pay since 70,000 years, since the cognitive revolution talked about in Sapiens. So, oh yeah, I was going to say, do you audiobook listen? I listen to loads of audiobooks.
I haven't yet, but it's on my list,
Well,
like a lot of other things.
Try a factual book. Try a factual book about something, not the fictions, but you might find that, because I listen to them as I get up, do my makeup, just get up in the morning, shower, and I have things like when I'm doing something else in the car, and I'm running, and you can be learning while you're doing other things. And if you miss a bit, it doesn't matter. You can just say, hang on, that's quite important. Let's wind that back. But someone's reading it to me. So.
And one of the things I tend to do as well is because at the Royal Institution when I work, they record a lot of their science talks, so I can watch them in my own time and rewind bits that I haven't quite got and make notes at the same time, because I find it quite hard to listen and make notes at the same time. But because they're all on their YouTube channel, you can stop and pause wherever you want, and that really works for me.
Yeah. So, how did you get through it as a woman in this male-dominated area, still male-dominated, I assume, and how can we encourage more girls and young women to get into sciences?
Yeah, the first question is sort of how did I get through it? To me, it wasn't. I didn't know what was normal in inverted commas because my mother was a farmer and I very much grew up in a place where it was like, so what if other girls don't do it? If you enjoy it, do it. And it sort of never occurred to me that looking around in my classes, you know, there'd only be me and another girl. It sort of, to me, that was a bonus at 16.
Can I interrupt you just there? You say your mother was a farmer, not your father, but your mother.
Yeah, my mother was a farmer.
And your father, was he there with you, or was he not on?
Yeah, so he worked at a college, so he ran a further education college.
Oh, right, so your mum's the farmer. Now, that's unusual, isn't it? Good example for you, yeah?
And so, yeah, so I just, like, nothing, stereotypes weren't really a thing in my house, and in the household where I grew up, and so it was only sort of when I go to school that I was like, oh, am I not meant to do this? But by the time it was actually ingrained in my being. And so for me it wasn't a struggle, but it was only when it became obvious that I was not the norm, let's say. And so what I want to do is sort of arm people with that as well, because I think gender stereotyping has so much to answer for. And people say, oh, well, my daughter is 3 and she just thinks this way. But so much gender stereotyping has happened, even by the age of 3, even by the age of 1, just in terms of if you look at the clothes that are available for girls to wear and boys to wear. And I know that they can opt for difference, but that is opting to be different. And so it's just, we need to look at making things gender neutral. And in terms of that is just exasperated the further you go. So when you look at science and engineering, you can see this discrepancy because boys are allowed to rough and tumble, get dirty. Girls, in a way, you know, you be pretty, be a princess, think about make-believe, be a unicorn. And so, of course, boys are going to have more experience in those practical hands-on things because they've had those hands-on toys. And so what I'm trying to do is sort of go, hang on, don't let boys have all the fun. These jobs are amazing and there's some great jobs out there. Let's just, everyone, go for them. These are options to you. Don't let them have all the fun. You get that job because they are brilliant jobs to be had.
Yeah, and they're never going to go anywhere. If you're inventing stuff if you talk about artificial intelligence, I keep thinking, which jobs are actually going to slightly disappear? And if you're inventing different things, I suppose machines could invent things, but we need brains to come up with ideas, as you're saying. And the dyslexic people out there listening to this around the world, you could have, it's a kind of weird gift. It's like a prickly gift, dyslexia. So if you know about it, if you find any of these traits of slow reading, spelling phonetically, I spelled cat with a K, and I spelled ceiling with an S, and the games of I Spy went on forever. You know? So, yeah, I'm totally with you on that. So making it good for people to get through, and you got through because, and your mum, she was a farmer. Did she use science, like a very modern farmer? She was using science as well in her agriculture.
Not so much, because it was very much a small farm, right. But it was very much, I grew up in a place where it wasn't like, it was let's investigate. So in terms of science, a lot of people misunderstand it and they don't realise that science is a process, not a fact or a figure.
Right.
And so my mum ingrained the scientific process in us at a young age. So if we didn't understand something or didn't know something, instead of just giving us the answer, she was like, well, let's find out.
Yeah.
And so to me, that is science, and that is science to anybody. You're finding out, and then you adjust the knowledge in terms of what you've found out, and that is why science progresses. You know, we've all heard, oh, the scientists were wrong. They weren't wrong. They were saying the truth at that time in terms of the evidence.
Yeah.
So she was quite a small farm. It's not necessarily using science on the farm, but then it's like, what is science? You know, she made all the pens for the animals. That needs calculations. That needs you to know tension and strength and stress. And so actually science is everywhere. So she was using it, but not high-tech science.
Now, when I got quite good. I learned that passing exams was good. And if you learn with good notes from decent teachers, you could sort of regurgitate the notes and get good exam results. And then at A-level, I was doing physics, which wasn't my best love, but it was there. And we had what's called the Nuffield syllabus from Lord Nuffield. I think it was bicycles and then cars, and then it became a law. But an interesting guy. Do you know of this syllabus?
I think I do, yes.
Because it basically said, what experiments would you like to do? What would you like to find out about? And I was going, no. Tell me what to do. I'll do this by rote, and then we'll write it down. We'll get the notes, and I will regurgitate in an exam room. And they were saying, no. Think about where you want to learn, have a project, make a thing that's on you know. And I was totally struggling in this area. And I got a D. I'd got an A at O-level and a D at A-level. And I used my O-level notes to get a D, which is quite unusual. So I sort of had no notes. The idea of doing my own experiments, of making notes, which is really research and university and on. Anyway, it was anathema to me. Then after that, I went to university to do accounting and financial management with mathematics because I could do them. It wasn't my chosen thing, but I could add up, and I thought I could get by, but I wanted to perform. And I wanted to take at Sheffield University, go to Edinburgh Festival. That was a big thing to get through. In comedy, I believed all the TV executives went there. They found the stars of tomorrow, so that was my route. But there was no one going from Sheffield, so I set up my own group. My point is, that is Nuffield's syllabus. What did I want to do? I wanted to set up a comedy troupe, a comedy group, get to Edinburgh, be discovered. How do you do that? Don't know. You got to get up there. So I hitched up to Edinburgh from Sheffield, from Tinsley Viaduct, and sat on the floor of the Fringe Club, the Fringe office, I should say, and asked them, what do I do? They said, read this, and then you got to fill in this form. And I just did it and made the thing up. And I've been making everything up. Nearly all of my 2 careers of drama and comedy. Coming out as transgender, I had to work out what to do there. I had to make that up. Everything has been Nuffield syllabus since then, which is kind of weird, but beautiful. That's really what life is about. That's what you're doing, is inventing, coming up with things. That is the most interesting thing, as opposed to regurgitating facts in an exam. Would that resonate?
What a brilliant story. And this is the story. So I do a project with Siemens, and it's called See Me, and we go into schools and we talk about what your career could be, because a lot of people feel as if they should choose their career at like 12 or 13 when they've got to choose their subjects at A-level or GCSE. And we go in and we're like, look, don't pick yourself according to a job. You know, don't just select a job and think, oh, do you know what? I'll crowbar myself into that job and make myself fit it. Because one fact that you might not know is that in 2030, 85% of the jobs that will exist then don't exist right now.
Oh, wow.
And so, I know, so people going into the workforce that are choosing GCSEs now, 85% of the jobs that will be there don't exist right now. So they're sort of selecting a job with, like, choosing their dessert before seeing the menu. And what we say is like, look, hold back, have a look at the jobs that are out there, investigate the different sectors, you know, put aside these stereotypes, put aside your misconceptions. And so, so we go into schools, and we're actually just launching that online in the next few months, Digital See Me. So schools can log in and have a look at careers guidance that we'll be providing.
Yes, that's very important. That's very 85%. That's huge. I mean, that must be an estimation, but still, they're very sure of those numbers. That means
there's so much changing. I don't know if you've heard of digitalization, of it's sort of the automation of processes.
Right.
So I suppose Amazon would be a good example of that. If you automate packaging and you automate orders coming in, you can make it quicker, but then that means that there's different jobs available in terms of designing these automation processes, and you're freeing humans up from the, it's called dull, dirty and dangerous jobs, and so they can be creative, they can use their sideways thinking and be basically put to better use, put to the things that we find rewarding.
Right, and this would be under automation that they're talking about, which I think a lot of people are fearful of everything becoming automated, but it's going to happen whether we like it or not, I suppose.
It will happen, and it's been shown that there will actually be more jobs available. There'll be different jobs, but automation actually creates more jobs.
Wow. Yeah. No, those are good figures to know. And so you also write as well. Columns and stuff?
Yes, so anyway, so you were reading it 4 times, which I get because you're running a marathon at the same time. So Week Junior is the junior version of the week. Yes. Yeah. And I used to do a column for them, but they've also got a spin-off magazine called Science and Nature. And so we answer, and that's part of my job at the Well Institution, and we answer questions that kids write in, just curious questions that they have, sort of, why does a fart smell? And sometimes a little bit more classy than that as well.
Yeah. Hopefully that's not your one example. And that's all we really answered.
That was my dyslexia. My brain panicked and all I could think of was farts.
Well, glass. I mean, the making of glass objects. I loved going on to Eastbourne Pier, and there'd be someone with a blowtorch, I think, and they would be making these ornate, sometimes kind of prissy kind of things, but sometimes they look fantastic, and they squeeze down things and make into dragons' wings and stuff. I love that, different colours of glass. I wanted to be a glass blower. That was another. You know, when you're a teenager, you have a number of things that you might want to do. Yeah. I'm doing 4 of them. Endurance running being one of them, I suppose, but I didn't really want to. I think that's probably an add-on. But politics, as I want to be an MP, and acting, and dramatic acting, and stand-up comedy. So that's 3 things I've got there going, which is normally just go for one, but I'm spreading it wide deliberately.
And that's such good inspiration because, you know, when you do get to a teenager, you can imagine, you know, think back to when you were a teenager. You would have thought, oh, well, write these 4 down, they'll never happen. But actually, if you use your Nuffield syllabus, you know, you can find a way to make it happen. And yes, it's easier for some than others, but if you ask about and ask for help and are stubborn enough, like I've sort of been quite stubborn and ignorant to my differences, I would say, that you can make things happen.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. It's stubbornness, têtu in French. Je suis têtu.
I'll trust you on that one.
No, it is. It's a têtu, it's a headstrong, like.
Yes.
La tête, têtu. That's how you link it. I don't know if they are linked, but headstrong is the same thing. It's to get things done, you've got to be. I'm relentless. That's how I get things done. I go that way, and if that doesn't work that way, and then that way, then that, and that way at the same time, or go under it, go over it, rearrange it, build my own version of it. You know, I'll just keep going at it until it gives in.
This is so interesting to hear because, so I grew up as well, it's like an 11-year-old. I was looking at children's television programs, children's science television programs, and I was always annoyed that the female on it was always there as decoration, you know, didn't know about the subject, would always be surprised when the answer was something, would be like, oh, help me explain, man. Yeah. And so I was so stubborn that actually I was like, right, we're going to get a strong female on children's telly. And I worked behind the scenes for quite a few years, and actually I ended up being that person. And so I did a show called Absolute Genius with Dick and Dom, where I would teach Dick and Dom science. And I had no idea how to get into the media. You know, my mum is a farmer, my dad worked at a college. I wasn't even in a drama school. I never thought I would be that person on telly, but it's this sort of stubbornness and what did you call it again, the French word?
Tattoo.
I've just started going, oh, hang on, maybe if I do this and then this and then this, maybe if I work weekends, which I know not everyone can do, you know, and just try and figure out a convoluted way to get there.
Yeah.
That somehow you can make it happen.
Well, it's also Auftragstaktik, which is German, which means mission orientated. You just you have a mission goal, and it doesn't matter how you get there. You can go that way, this way, that way, and that way, halfway through that way, and build another one of those, parachute in. This is the thing, but you know where you're going, and the route doesn't necessarily matter. So, yeah, that's the thing.
And the thing is, for me, I don't want it to stop, because the whole mission was not about me getting on television. It was about having a strong female on children's science programs.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm getting older, I'm moving on to different programs, but it doesn't mean I can't make it easier to actually have a strong female on children's science programs. You know, just because I've tick boxed that thing, you know, I could go, oh, brilliant, put it in a box, put it away, I've achieved that. But that wasn't what I wanted to achieve. And so what I'm trying to do now is I set up a production company, and I'm trying to train new presenters to come up, you know, take them to stage shows, take them to big science fairs so they can practice their art and get good and give them jobs, you know, shoot to them and mentor them through television programs. So then we can have a range of people presenting science to children, which we should have.
Yeah, absolutely. We got to just keep thinking positively on this. And do you? I'm just going to go back to the word tattoo. Do you speak any? Did you do French at school? Did you do French?
I didn't. I did a little bit of German, but it is still quite bad.
Okay, so that doesn't quite work. That's gehirn. No, but la tête is the head. That's why, but if you do that, then you go tattoo and you can be quite close. I look for, that's a trick I do for languages, is you remember, because I'm doing all these shows after my marathon, and I've done 2 German shows, and on Thursday I'll do my show in French. So making the links to remember is Vorstellungskraft is German, and that's imagination, foretelling craft. You know?
I was going to say, do you imagine the words as well? Because I sometimes imagine the words in like a little thought pocket, you know, very much like the cartoon. I have a thought pocket of where I can be like, oh, hang on. And so sometimes when I'm concentrating, I look up to my thought pocket and I'm like, but no one else can see it. And they're just like, what are you looking at? I'm like, the words, obviously.
That is where the imagination is, the cortex in the brain, some part of the brain. But apparently I have a huge mental memory map. Apparently it's huge, and I think that's to stand up. Having created a huge sort of, I don't know, desktop or something that's there. But if I can see the word spelled out, especially in German, it's very logical. Buchhandlung. A Buchhandlung is a bookshop because it's a book handler.
Yeah. No, I was with you there totally, and it's I suppose it's just looking for those similarities because. So I did neuroscience, and so it's sort of how memory works. If you can latch it onto a pre-existing memory, then you're much more likely to remember it.
Exactly. So, yeah, that's it. That's what I try and do, because I have to. I have a survival German. I can ask for tickets, a hotel, a taxi, that kind of stuff. But then talking about ancient Greek gods, or stuff like this, which is where my stand-up goes, the alternative Alten, Grecian Goethe. The Goethe is the god, and then there's the writer Goethe. There's Goethe and there's Goethe, so they're very close sometimes.
Of course.
There's also hell and a cave are the same. So I had an Ors is ein Ors. Is it? Oh no, ein Bär. I think it's ein Bär. Ors is French. So ein Bär is German for bear. I think it's bear. I think that's where we get the word. But anyway, a bear was in the Höhle, which was his cave, and then the Teufel was there, the devil going, this is meine Höhle. This is Höhle. No, this is meine Höhle. And so that argument was going on, which the German kids were liking just because I'm mucking about with with the closeness between hell and a cave, just where the umlaut was or something.
That is so impressive that you can make linguistic jokes in another language.
It's fun. It's best not to rely on them because you can't do them back in the other language. So I try not to do them. But if one does come up that's very juicy, and I'm now, well, I should jump off. But I did one about there's the Richard Roundtree played Shaft, the black detective, in the 70s movies, Shaft, a series of movies. And Samuel L. Jackson also played Shaft. And Isaac Hayes wrote the song Shaft. Who's the cool detective? Anyway, with that knowledge, you had to have that knowledge for this joke. But I was in Berlin doing the joke about the King Henry VIII, Heinrich the actor, and he ate him. He got big and tall and very wide because he ate all the cows and he ate all the pigs and he ate all the sheep, which is a shaft. A sheep is a shaft. I said he ate all the shaft outside Einstein, except for one sheep, one shaft, who was a bit different. Tight Sonnenbrille, what dark glasses. He was the black sheep of the family, and he had 2 Jahre in Detectiveschule gemacht. He did 2 years in detective school, and Isaac Hayes had ein Lied über ihn geschrieben. Isaac Hayes wrote a song about it, and it goes, "Who's the cool detective? Shaft, John Shaft," which is about John Sheep, or John Shaft. And about a third of the audience would get it every night, but anyone who did, it was just like, really? That's where you're going? Wow. And I love it because it's such a reach to get to that joke. And you've got to have such confidence in your third language to go right out there. And even though 2/3 don't get it, I don't care. And they kind of like the chutzpah for just going out there and not giving a monkeys. And it's very unlike this old thing in the heads of, oh, German, oh, World War II, oh, all that right-wing Nazi rubbish, which was Hitler kidnapped a country. And that's nothing to do with modern Germany. So I go and play there, and the audiences are great. Yeah. And I think being dyslexic helps me because I just go out and yeah, I go out and I don't really care about getting it wrong. Communication first, grammar second. If you ever learn a language, yeah. All right.
Well, the thing is, they say that so much communication is not in the words you say as well.
Yes. There's a lot of that, isn't there? It is more in comedy. It quite often is in that. But now I've got something. Ian.
Well, a play on words, of course, is.
Yeah. Ian, what is flashed on my screen? A demo.
Yes.
Ah.
Hang on. Okay. Sorry, I've only just might have a demo for you.
We just had it on, so we're getting short at the end of the time, and
Yeah.
think Fran has something.
Well, you could have told me that in the beginning, and I would have brought it up.
I didn't want to ruin it.
Okay, Fran, what is your demonstration?
I've got a little something. I've tied my hair back, so it involves fire. And it's this stuff. Can you see it?
Is that cotton wool or is that firewood?
So it's firewool. Don't do this with cotton wool if you're watching at home. This is special pyrotechnics cotton wool. It's been treated with certain acids in certain ways. But basically what it goes to show is how fast something can set on fire. Because in my job as a pyrotechnician, I need to have this, well, over the 12 years that I've been doing this, I have this intuition of something, of how it will burn. And I love fire just as something to investigate. There's so much science in fire that we never give credit for. We just light a candle and I think, oh, it'll burn. But this stuff really sparks my imagination, and it's flash cotton. So basically it's got oxygen bound within it. It's been nitrated. So it's got the fuel in it and it's got the oxygen in it. And so it will burn to completion. So I'm just going to put my goggles on and show you how fast it burns. Let me get it up. There we go. Okay, in 3, 2, 1.
Wow.
Did you see it?
Yeah.
And there's nothing left at all. It just burns to completion. So there's the stoichiometric mix of fuel to oxygen. So that means the right proportions there. So it means that the oxygen can combine with the fuel in the right ratios, in the right proportion for it all to burn.
And that's what you use in some sort of pyrotechnical thing, and something just goes off, yeah?
Yeah, well, that itself is technically an explosive, because an explosive is anything that burns quickly, because making something explode just involves producing the amount of hot gas really, really quickly. And if something burns quickly, then it produces hot gas quickly. And if you combine that, that explodes.
All right. There you go.
And so we've got to be super careful with this stuff.
Yeah,
super careful.
I would guess, and tie your hair back.
Exactly. Well, you only burn your hair once, don't you?
Yeah.
And I've learned that lesson.
I didn't have long hair until a few months ago, and now I have very long hair, which, extensions. I got them done by an expert, but I'm growing my hair, so eventually I'll have to tie it back on any fire experiments.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, if you're ever doing flash cotton on fire, tie your hair back, right?
Will do. Absolutely. Okay. Well, thank you for coming on. Thank you, and you're BAFTA nominated as well, so we'd say you're very high level, which is great. You've got to now go and win one of those things. But
I know, I'm trying. Or I can, help someone else to win one.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. But thank you, Fran. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much.
And take care.
Great chatting to you. And yeah, enjoy it.
Yeah, I'll keep going.
Keep going.
Thanks, Fran. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. So, yes, EddieIzzard.com for donations. You can hit the donate button, boom, everything goes off. And you can send text as well. And the number is EddieIzzard.com. It is so easy. You can buy caps there, Make Humanity Great Again, tops and masks, and a ticket for tonight's show, which will be in English. I say that because the Thursday one will be in French. This Thursday, 28th. All the others are in English. Come along and watch, and the profits on the show, a little bit of cost just in setting the thing up, and those profits go off to the good charities that we're helping. Sarah, how are we doing? Oh, we've done the first video, didn't we?
We did do the first video,
We did
yes.
the second one.
Yes, we did the second video, yep.
We could tell you about the
social media questions. Yes. Yeah. So actually, yes. Before we go to the video, we will then after that do social media questions. So if you have any questions for Eddie, if you want to put them on the chat or comment section of YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter, then we will try and get through them. If you do that now, if you were a little early and put them on previously, do repost, because sometimes we miss things if they're on the thread a little bit early. And we'll do those in a sec.
All right. Ian, let's have Luxembourg middle video, please. As you can see, a rainbow. I'm running through the fields and the roads of Luxembourg, and there's a rainbow. Isn't that beautiful? Rainbow's good luck. So there we are. Good luck for humanity. Yes, thank you, Mr. Rainbow, Mr. and Mrs. Rainbow. It's even stronger now. Yeah, there's a good one. And there's a pot of gold apparently at the end, but it's very difficult to find. Okay, more later from Luxembourg. There we go. That was the countryside I was running through. Outside Luxembourg. We were right out there. And that was from the city out there. About 20, 30 minutes you're out. And trains, we had everything. Okay, now, got social media questions in a second. Sarah's just getting me some water. And oh, just gonna take some. Thank you. Very good questions on Facebook and everything else.
Yes, so yes, we'll do some questions. Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube.
Yeah. Okay.
So let me pull these up.
Oh, here we go. Over.
Okay, so first question. Eddie, would you do a musical? You sound like you might have a good singing voice, but it's hard to tell from the Ballad of Mr. Stevens, etc. And that's Kendrick Horde.
Kendrick, I would. I am up for this. My mother was a singer. She liked to sing, amateur singer. I think there's a voice in me, but sometimes it comes out and it sounds really quite good, and sometimes it comes out and doesn't sound good at all. But I need to train it. So, doing a musical would be good because you'd have to get good. And if I knew it was coming up, I'd have to get training, and I'd work on it. And I think something interesting could come out, but it's not that it's never got above, treading water. So yes, that is within my consideration. It's not my go-to place, but it's thrillers, dramas, action movies are my kind of love, and in films. But yeah, it is. I keep considering it. It keeps floating behind my eyeballs. So yeah. So yes, thank you for that question.
Okay, next question. Have you ever considered setting up a political party? And that is from Monica Heslop.
No, Monica, I haven't. I'm a member of the Labour Party, so there's no point setting up another party if you're in the Labour Party and you support the Labour Party. So that's what I will do. I will be working for the Labour Party. So, and I want to get in and be an MP, member of Parliament for the Labour Party. So. Thank you for the question, but I have not. I have thought that I know that it's there as a possibility, but it's not something I wish to do.
Okay, next question. Where's that gone now? Here we go. Have you found it hard to change your diet? I remember you saying you're a sugarholic.
Yeah.
Did someone have to follow you around and slap things out of your hands, or was it pure determination? And that's from Jamie Standiford.
Jamie, as you'll know, no one's going to follow you around and slap them out of your hands. In fact, what you do is you just hide them and stuff. So you've got to be your own security guard on that. And for me, it's a case of if they're not in the house, then I'm not going to eat them. If they're in the house, they're going to be destroyed. I mean, some people get a packet of biscuits and then just have one, and then nothing happens. And the biscuits could be there, or the chocolate fingers could be there for a while. That's not going to work with me. So better not to. Better just I like if the alcoholic. The best way to deal with being alcoholic is not to have any alcohol, because a bit leads to a bit more, leads to more, leads to more, to more. That's the same with me with sugar. So I try and walk around it. But at the moment, though, I've dropped that and I am having a bit of chocolate occasionally. Maybe every day, but I've got to stop that immediately this finishes. So my discipline is better. But yeah, it all comes from within. And it's difficult to build. I find it very difficult to lock my determination. It's what I'm focused on doing. It is the motivation. If you're just doing it for no reason, just doing it for, hey, I'd like to not eat sugar, that's quite difficult. But if you've got a goal of where you're going, I would like to be in a better shape. I have a film role coming up. I have a tour coming. I set these things up and then I feel driven that I've got to try and be in a good shape. So that's how I do it.
Okay, next question. Eddie, what's your favourite building you've seen in person on your travels? And they say thanks. That's from Piero Serra.
Piero. Well, the Reichstag is very interesting because British architect, his name has gone out of my head. I think he's been made a lord. But if somebody said it, I go, that's the person. But anyway, you can just look that up online. But the rebuilding of the Reichstag, the reopening of the Reichstag, and the glass dome with the walkway inside it. That's a wonderful building, considering the horrible place it's been in when the Nazis were in power. And then the Russian forces took it over and won the Second World War, helped win the Second World War, helped us win the Second World War, because without the Russians we would not have won. Guys, you need to know that the 25 million dead, 25 to 27 million dead Russian people, fantastic, amazing people that they are. And that was against the Nazis. Modern Germany, very different place. Therefore, modern Reichstag, and good for them. And there's a restaurant up there, so I do like that building. I need to see the downstairs as well. And there's graffiti still left there from Russian soldiers to remember the past. Never forget, never again, nie wieder is the saying in Germany against the far right, which wishes to be on the rise again in different countries. So, yeah, that's one of my favourite buildings.
Okay, next question. Who is Eddie's favourite Bond and Bond movie? Eddie inspires me enormously, and that is from Mary Bennett.
Well, I did love Sean Connery and his Bond, and Roger Moore. But George Lazenby gets really frowned upon. But I don't think so. I think he did a good job in on Her Majesty's Secret Service, and Telly Savalas and Diana Rigg were great, and it's a great story, great settings. I love it. I love that one. It's the first one I ever saw, so the first one is quite central to you. So he's right up there as well. I just think he did a decent job, and everyone's been very down on him since then for whatever reason. I don't quite know why. Yeah. So I haven't really actually said who, but I suppose Sean always edges it. Sean Connery, playing Bond. I have to talk about Bond, don't I? In the show tonight.
Yes, shop demo.
Yeah.
Okay, next question. On the rainbow note, what's your favourite running scenery? Thanks, Eddie and Beekeepers. You've been keeping me company in my insomnia in California. Going running later, and that is from S on Twitter.
S.
And I think the reference to the rainbow is in when you were in Luxembourg. We ran and there was the rainbow.
It was in that video, yeah. So, yeah, I love a good countryside, a good vista of countryside. The Lake District was amazing to run down into, over, what's it called?
Kirkstone Pass.
Kirkstone Pass.
Yeah.
Kirkstone Pass, I think you remember that. So, yeah, that was great. It was just the one coming out of Luxembourg. Those roads were just reminiscent of Steve McQueen going through Europe, trying to go to Switzerland. I'm going to Switzerland, he said. I'm Steve McQueen. I'm going to Switzerland. Do you know which way, mate? He would say in an American accent. No, he wouldn't say anything, would he? He'd just go, In fact, if you watch The Great Escape, you'll see he's being chased by German soldiers on motorbikes, one of whom is Steve McQueen. And you can tell if you watch it, if you've seen him ride the motorbike, he has a certain body style of a very experienced motorbike rider. And there's one German soldier on his own who I think he turns quite a sharp turning and then goes off. And that was Steve McQueen, dressed up as a German soldier chasing himself, with goggles on so you couldn't tell. He just liked being on the motorbike.
I didn't know that. That's a thing. Okay, next question. Do you ever paint, draw, or do anything creative / artistic aside from your stand-up and the makeup? That is from Elisa Trompetto.
Elisa, I try. It's a bit like singing. I think Mum did paintings as well. I think she painted. And me and my brother jointly won the art prize when I was 7, he was 9. And but I didn't take it further. But there's something in there. There's something in there, and the Impressionists would be the style I would go for. So maybe I have to get into politics first, and then as Churchill was a painter in politics, so I've got to do that. I think so. Painting, yes, but it's there, and I should pull it out of myself. I do know the center of my creativity and it's here in my stomach. I think it's in everyone's stomach. A lot of things come from your stomach, and your confidence sits there. It's bizarrely the control center. There's the brain, but the stomach is a big, important part of it. And I think I know where the creativity center is, so I should be able to pull the painter in me out of me. That sounds a bit weird, but I've done it before. I even did it in stand-up. When I was starting stand-up, I wanted to change the way I was doing things so I could build. Normally you'd have an instinctive way of doing a thing, but if you don't, you have to start practicing how to do that and failing a bit. But then if you do it enough, you develop the ability to do it in a way, instead of surreal stand-up as they used to do, more observational. So I trained myself into observational until I had a working mental model of how I was doing it, and then I could do it. And I could add that to my surreal. So it's surreal with observational, going backwards and forwards, observing stuff, pointing out weird things, human sacrifice, and then I'd go surreal on the story of the witch doctor, the head religious guy saying we're going to murder this person to help the crops, and the rest of the guys going, wait, hang on, Steve, we're going to kill Steve to help get some barley. That seems a bit extreme. Why don't we just make more barley, or do different crop things, or build a roof over the top? What about that? No, let's set fire to Steve. No, this is crazy. So you go into that crazy thing, the surreal conversations with the observational behind it. And I had to build the observational bit. I didn't have that. And then I found I could build other bits. And you can do that, we can do that. It comes from training. World War II, a lot of people were trained by other people to get good at doing things they couldn't do until they could do them. And then they could, so it's a thing that humans can do. Maybe other animals, other mammals, dogs learn how to do things, and cats and elephants, and budgies. No, very few budgies. There we go, that's the longest answer you've ever had.
That was an answer. Next question. Hi Eddie, you mentioned in your show that you like action movies.
Yes.
What's your favourite? Best wishes, Simone.
Well, Die Hard has to be up there. I can sort of recite Die Hard. Not quite recite it, but I know the scene to the scene to the scene. And Rickman came in as a bad guy, but he put layers into him. This was the thing. Mr. Takagi. I could talk about, I could talk about model aeroplanes and men's fashion all night, but I'm going to have to shoot you. Stuff like this. It wasn't quite that, but it was the smiling bearded Rickman who punched out of that film so big, along with Bruce Willis doing very good. Bruce Willis, saying that Bruce is very good at doing, and he was excellent in that, but he was balanced excellently with Rickman. So that was what's normally the bad guy will be so two-dimensional back in those days. Maybe Rickman was one of the first to add enough of a third dimension as you get a chance to doing, because you've got the lines that you have to do. Maybe the lines, the script was what made him that, but he was perfect casting for it, and it worked really well. So yeah, so that's one of my favourite. But any of the good ones, thinking ones, but even ones which are slightly more crazy. Matrix I really like. Butch action movie, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, I suppose. That is, what was that? That's more of a Western thing, Magnificent Seven. Yeah, the action movies and the Western sort of cross over there. Yeah, the Mag 7. Know a lot about that. And I did my own Western. I was in a Western. I played Prosit in the film Blueberry, which in America is called The Renegade. Yes. A couple more questions, please.
Okay, next question. Eddie, what's your favourite Kylie Minogue song? And that's from John Ray.
Oh, I'm not really. I don't really know her work. I know that she's.
We should mention that you share the same production manager, lovely Steve Reeve.
Yes, Steve Reeve, very good Steve Reeve. And Kylie Minogue has done very. Was it 4 decades? Okay, 3 decades. So she's been doing her music for a long time. She knows exactly what she's doing, and it's not quite my fit, really. So that's not really quite my wheelhouse, I'm afraid. If you say the Beatles, if you say Stones, it's somewhere between alternative music and some mainstream. The Carpenters singing Dancing in the Street, which isn't even a single, but it's actually TV. You can find it on YouTube. There's a fun link on there. And Karen Carpenter, her mojo was in her drumming. She's drumming in that song. That's what she loves. And I think that's her sexiness. When you took it out of it, she became the voice, but it was too clean for my money. So yeah. Not the perfect answer you want, I'm afraid, but that's all I can tell you.
Mm-hmm. We shall. Here's a nice question. You talk about doing and having a goal. Have you ever done any meditation where the goal is not having a goal and not doing? And that is from Lisa. Oh, I might have done 2 from Elisa. Elisa Trompetto.
Lisa, I think, I do sleeping, but it's not quite meditation. I think I'd like to get better at meditation, but I don't have a goal when I sleep. I just want to sleep. But I haven't done meditation. But I know Jerry Seinfeld does it, so that's, I think something that he really would be positive about. And I see the idea of it, I see the sense of it. But no, I don't really do that, but I do understand the idea of being at that place. And I can sort of get there lying on the South Downs, I think. Yeah. Oh, I've got very tired now.
You do some yoga though, don't you?
No.
Oh.
I was supposed to.
Before you start, I think you do. Do you not? You did a little bit.
Before I was supposed to, yeah.
Before running.
But salute to the dog. No, that's the doggy move. Yeah, I do like stretching out, but I haven't really got it into a mantra yet. So maybe in the future, maybe in my 90s, really get into that.
Really good at yoga, yeah. Well, there's some yoga teachers or yogis who are in their 90s are incredible. Yeah, seen YouTube videos of amazing 90-year-olds.
Yeah. But can they play the piano? We're not sure.
Okay.
One more question.
One more question. This is from Liz Bloom, and they say, Eddie and Sarah, thanks for your help yesterday. I think I remember Liz asked a question about how to deal with stitches after an operation, I think.
Oh, yeah.
If you could meet anyone famous, alive or dead, who would you like to meet, and what important question would you ask them? That's Liz.
Well, I'd probably have a chat with Abraham Lincoln. There's no particular question because of books covering his times. There's many. I sort of know all the answers to him, but I'd be happy to chat with him here and tell what some of his stories. I could probably ask him. No, I think I'd know the answer to that one as well. I think when did he know he was going to win the war? But that was late. That was when he could feel Grant succeeding in Richmond, and Sherman had already got through Atlanta down to the coast. So yeah, I'd like to chat to him. No particular question because I sort of know his flow. I know how his mind worked. But he is one of my talisman. Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Alrighty. Pee time, as they say. Back in a bit. Oh. Oh yeah, yeah.
Shockingly, over 2 million tonnes of food a year is wasted within the UK supply chain. FareShare is tackling this problem in a strikingly simple way. We work with farmers, producers, distributors and retailers to save good quality fresh food from being wasted, so we can get it onto people's plates instead. In practice, it's a huge logistical feat, involving hundreds of volunteers working tirelessly to unload the produce, unpack and sort it at any one of our network of food warehouses across the UK. The food might be surplus, but it looks and tastes just like the food you'd eat at home. Most of it arrives well before it would have hit the supermarket shelves. Food becomes surplus for all sorts of reasons: a glut of courgettes from overproduction, or a lack of demand as unpredictable weather plays its part. Incorrect packaging and labelling, wonky fruits and veg, and cancelled orders. Wherever it comes from, with the support of our team of volunteers, we prioritise the incoming food, itemising it for traceability and breaking it down into smaller quantities for redistribution. FareShare gives nearly 11,000 charities access to food, all of whom are onboarded safely and meet all food safety regulations. These charities and groups range from food banks, children's breakfast clubs and homeless centres to small local community groups. Not only does this food save charities thousands of pounds on their food bills, it means they can offer the people they support more fresh, healthy fruit and veg and a wider range of food in general. New innovations like the FareShare Go app have seen direct pickups from the supermarkets, meaning perishable goods like fresh bread and fruit can quickly be redistributed. FareShare is more than meals though. Food brings people together. It helps local organisations tackle loneliness and isolation within their communities, or help connect struggling families with the services that can support them. It's such a simple concept. Food that could have been wasted is instead used for good.
Okay, we're talking to Jonathan Pierce. As soon as Jonathan's ready, we can talk to him about commentating and everything and marathons. Yeah.
Putting it through now.
Jonathan, hi.
Ça va, Eddie? Wie geht's?
Es geht mir gut. Nicht so schlecht.
Yeah, that's it for me. I can't do any more, mate. That's as far as I go.
That's all you can do is jump between the two, and well done, John. That's good enough, Jonathan. That's all you need. Just have a go, and you're in there. Now, I got to ask you this question. I know someone else who broke their leg just before becoming a professional footballer. Were you very close when you broke your leg?
No, Eddie. I don't think I'd have ever made the grade. Really, I was 15. I didn't have any pace. I was a good passer of the ball, and I was a fierce tackler. If anyone got past me, they got past me once, not twice. But no, I don't think really, to be honest, I would have ever made the grade. But Bristol City helped me get my first job in broadcasting at Radio Bristol.
All right.
Because at that time, Eddie, I carried on working with the club and my dad. We used to do the videotaping for tactical purposes. We were the first club to do it. I remember coming to Crystal Palace at Selhurst Park for a League Cup game, I think it was. And the funny thing is, Norman Hunter had got sent off. He was down at Bristol City at the time, and he got sent off the previous weekend. And he said afterwards, "I can't believe it." He was in the dressing room, "I can't believe it. Never been sent off in my life." And the rest of the players and everyone was thinking, "I remember you getting sent off at Wembley, big fisticuffs with Franny Lee." But everyone was a bit scared of Norman. No one mentioned it. And then on Tuesday night, he gets sent off at Palace 3 days later. Sits in the dressing room afterwards and said, "Can't believe it, all these years in the game, I've never been sent off." He'd been sent off 4 days beforehand, and everyone was still too scared to talk to him about it. But that was at Palace. And we used to do the videotaping for tactical purposes, and then they got me my first job at Radio Bristol a long time ago now, 40 odd years ago.
Well, so therefore Norman Hunter seemed to have the memory of a goldfish.
Yeah, he's sadly not with us anymore. He was taken last year, as you know. He was a wonderful guy, you know. And I'm so lucky because I've met all these fantastic characters during, in my life in football. I met people from outside and lots of people on the comedy circuit. A friend of yours, Kevin Day, you'll know, is a good friend. What a wonderful human being he is.
Yeah, Kevin's great, and his son is now doing stand-up as well. He's got it in the family going on. It's a
wow.
Yeah, I know. It was Ed Knight, so he wasn't Ed Day. He didn't want to be the same as his father, so he's Ed Knight. So that's a very nice little thing that Ed's doing.
You're a Palace fan, aren't you?
Yes, my Auntie Beatrice, my Auntie B, and she was 9 years older than Mum. She was like a mother figure to Mum. I didn't realise this at the time. And then Mum died when I was 6, and we'd always go and stay with Auntie B when Mum was alive. And when she passed away, we still went and stayed with Auntie B. And then in 1969, Palace were in the first division for the first time, I believe. And Uncle John says, "Come on, let's go and see a game." And he was obviously a regular. And they lived on White Horse Lane, right by the side of the ground. And I do remember afterwards, we'd come out within 5 minutes. You're sitting there, and people streaming past the front window. And the TV was below the front window, and it was going, those wonderful jumping things. And here we go, Manchester City 3, 2, and that little jumping thing that would go up and down and print out these scores. And the people streaming and streaming and streaming. I do remember that. So that was it. Dad was Arsenal, so we could have been Arsenal fans, but it was Palace. And Don Rogers, he was the first, Georgie Best, not as good as Georgie Best, but if Don Rogers got the ball in our half, we'd just go. I remember going nuts. Go, Donny's got the ball, because he could dribble it and dribble it and dribble it, and he wouldn't always score, but sometimes he did.
He had the droopy moustache, didn't he?
He did. He was a Mexican bandito as well, I think, in his spare time. So that, I was saying it, the 70s were my teenage years, and Malcolm Allison and Terry Venables, and that cup run up the 3rd division. And I was in the first team at football for 2 years when I was 11 and 12, and then went to a school that didn't play football. Eastbourne College, you need to change, you need to have football in there. Field hockey has its place, but it is not shouldn't be over the top of football. Rugby, football, cricket, yes, and then options, fine, but not that football's not there. So I lost football for my life. It's a very weird thing. It should be a regret, but I refuse to use the emotion regret because it's such a useless emotion. You can't get it back. So instead I do this. Instead I run and I do what I can for Palace Foundation and want the team to do as good as they can. But you do what you can. But I was a midfield player and I trained my left foot. Even at 10 I thought, I think having a left foot's good. Let's use the left foot, not ignore it, but try and get it good. So I got pretty good with the left foot. Which
There's quite rapport, isn't there, even to this day, between comedians and football. They tend to get on very well. I think there's a lot of people have friendships within both the areas, really.
Yeah, and quite a lot with Palace as well. I think Joe Brand's Palace as well, Kevin Day.
Yeah.
There's a number of us. I don't quite know how that all works, but anyway, yes, maybe we can articulate things because musicians never really articulate. They will sing. It's a heart song. It's song is an emotional thing, whereas we play with the mind and the words and the thoughts, and that's a sort of slightly different mind gig as opposed to a field gig.
And maybe Eddie, also you have to be able to laugh as a Palace fan, because if you don't laugh, you'd be crying half the time.
Well, you're saying this as a Bristol City fan. You're never crying. Are you never ever? Are you saying that you have a perfect life there? The point is, Jonathan, I think you'd agree, everyone has a rough time supporting any team except the Big Six. And they also have a rough time, but it's a different level of rough. It's, oh my God, we're fourth. Oh my God, we're fifth. We're not first. We're not second. That's the Big Six in the Premier League. And every other team in the world, or in our, let's say the English leagues, English and Welsh leagues, I'd say, is just having a sometimes great time, sometimes not great. And money is behind the centre. If you've got huge amounts of money, you'll probably be a little better. Man City weren't doing so great, and now they're doing great, and good luck to them, but money has got to be a factor. Wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. I mean, I know what you're doing this for is to give everyone a chance, isn't it? Everyone an equal chance around the globe. And football, I'm afraid, at the moment isn't a meritocracy. It just comes down to pounds, shillings, and pence, and that's a sadness. That's a sadness.
Well, it's an interesting thing. We'd say that, but then in the teams in the Premier League, they are from all over the world. The players, which is a wonderful thing. Asian players, Arabic players, Mo Salah, kids growing up going, yeah, there's an Egyptian guy, he just whacks it in the back of the net, he's playing for Liverpool. They won the league. I think that's going to be great. As I was born in an Arabic country, I just think some kid must be focused, a bunch of kids, hopefully boys and girls, going, I'm going to be Mo Salah. I'm going to do that. So I love the fact that it's all mixed up there. But on the national team, what do you think of this? I say that football could save the world because it spreads the respect around. You could be America with all the money putting 500 billion into the defense, so much more than anyone else. But when it comes to football, most countries, it doesn't really matter if you're as huge as China, as huge as America. How good is your football team? And it keeps shifting around. So the respect is handed around. It's a more level playing field, would you say, in the national game?
Yeah, perhaps. Every 4 years we have the World Cup, don't we? And you do see a team come through at the World Cup. I'll tell you what, though, Eddie. I've been so privileged, really, to travel all around the world with it and to see one of the greatest things I ever saw, which was sad at the same time. It was in the Confederations Cup the year before the World Cup. It's like a dress rehearsal.
Yeah.
And we were in Brazil in 2013. And we were in a coach going to a game in San Salvador, and it was just, there were no players on the coach, but it looked like a football coach. There was this little kid, and he was running alongside the coach, and we went sort of through a tunnel, and the kid disappeared, and I was really worried about it. And the fella said, the driver of the coach said, no, he'll be living in this tunnel somewhere. He won't have anything. He won't have anything in his life, but he'll have football. Next time we went to that same ground again, he was there again. And someone had given him a Brazil scarf, and it just shows you what what football can do, and if only those kids and Brazilian society had benefited more from the money raised by the World Cup, then people like you wouldn't really be needing to do stuff like you're doing. I mean, it's unbelievable you're doing this again. It's fantastic. I don't know how your legs. I've run a few London marathons in my time, as you know, Eddie, but my knees are shot. How do you do it?
I might have magic knees. One thing I think I got magically, and maybe accidental something, I have quite a lot of Neanderthal in me. I have we all have between 1% and 4% Neanderthal, including the Queen. Everyone has this. And I'm 2.6%, I think, which apparently is quite high. So maybe I smashed my knee in, not doing running or anything, or football, just trying to jump over a small fence as a standing jump. And I screwed it up, and I could feel my knee filling up with fluid, so I knew it was bad. But that came back, so I do heal pretty well. But it might be, I have this theory that, because I was in the first team when I was 11 and 12, playing right half, and that was a great, I felt beautiful at that time, being in the first team at school for 2 years, and then I went to school that didn't play it. So just when the hormones are getting released, teenager, puberty, the bones are changing, I wasn't really doing any sports, so nothing was really pushing on anything. And maybe my body was accidentally preserved by inactivity for this stuff I've done since I was 47. So, because there is a slight problem about really pushing a teenager when everything is moving about, I think. I don't know whether that's true, but it makes sense to me.
And when you're out, you won't want to talk about running because you're doing it all the time, but when you're out training and the weather's not great, someone gets in your way when you're training, are you kind? Are you gentle? Are you polite? Because when I was training for the marathon, I was horrible. If someone got in my way, stepped across the pavement, then, I'd volley a fair few Anglo-Saxon words at them.
Oh, no, I do holistic marathons. So I run and I stop and I talk to cats and dogs and people and cows and take photographs and Twitter things out. So I'm never doing PBs. I don't really care about the time. I'm kind of proud. My proudest thing is my 12-hour marathon, which had a lot of, I was doing interviews in the middle of it, so it wasn't really 12 hours, but it took 12 hours to do the whole thing. So if I'm not beating the world record 2 hours, then I'm not really that bothered. So I don't want to be that person gunning for it because it doesn't really suit me. And I like this holistic approach of where can I go, what can I see? That's beautiful, I'll take a photograph of that. I'm going to tweet that out, that looks great. I run up and down the Thames River down to Richmond, and I prefer that. Stop when I want, speed up when I want. So that's how I tend to do it.
Where's your gig tonight, your virtual gig tonight?
Well, we are celebrating Luxembourg, Luxembourg, so that's where we did the marathon. But the gig is in English, but it's in the studio here in Riverside Studios in Hammersmith, where we are. We just stay in the bubble and we move next door. The cameras are fixed and it streams out around the world. So people from over 50 countries now have been buying tickets and watching, and it's kind of crazy. I do fall asleep in the middle of sentences, which is a bit bonkers, but you do what you can. You do what you can. And I was doing them in German, as you might have heard. I've done two in German already. Alles auf Deutsch. Und meine Show, the German for show is show, I think they're happy to use that word. Mein Show war nicht so schlecht, was not so bad. Nicht so schlecht. So
I think a striker is der Stürmer.
Der Stürmer?
That's centre forward, yeah.
It could be that. I thought it was a storm as well, but anyway, yes. It could well be. But their football teams, their national teams are very good, aren't they?
Yeah, all the way up. They struggled recently. They got absolutely whacked in Spain by a record score, but they're just coming through another period where they're developing another team.
Right.
They always seem to get it right in time for the World Cup, don't they?
Right. Yes. Do you think they've got something? Some people are telling me they've got something in the way that they build up, that the way they build teams at the school level, at the club level, the national level is very similar. So everything can slot together. Have you heard of that? Does that help them, you think, or?
Yeah, I think the way they deal with their young kids as well. A long time ago, I was told that the Borussia Dortmund way of doing it, instead of when a kid comes in, when he's 16, 17, 18, and they play those kids at a younger age in the Bundesliga, instead of giving him, all these tens of thousands of pounds a week, they hold it all back. And the other thing they do is when they get a kid younger than that, they say, what do you want to do? Or, I want to be a footballer. That's great. We'll push you all the way here at Dortmund so that you can be a footballer. But if you don't make it, what do you want to be? I want to be a chef. Right, we will make sure you get the best schooling to become a chef, just in case. So they do it all day. It is a holistic approach to it, or much more than it has been in this country. I think there is more of a safety net now. But when I was a kid, I'm 2 or 3 years older than you. Then there was no safety net.
Yeah.
That's all you wanted to be. And when I got the letter through saying I wasn't going to be good enough, I kept to my room for 2 days. I couldn't deal with it, Eddie. And my dad, who was working at the football club, he couldn't deal with it either. And it took a long time to get over that,
Well, that's interesting. So you were in the apprentices of Bristol City. You were in there as a junior.
I was younger than that. It was younger than that. You sort of trained on an unofficial basis, and I did it for nearly a year, and then I couldn't do it anymore anyway because I broke my leg. But and then that took a long time to get over, and then I got back to playing sort of county league standard, and I played at university, and I loved it. But when I was 14, Eddie, when I knew I wasn't going to make it, unfortunately I discovered beer, and that sort of became the great love of my life. And that love of my life has never really deserted me, to be honest. But there you are.
Do you think you're in the Premier League of beer drinking then?
Champions League, Eddie Izzard. Champions League.
Champions League, there you go. That's you're in a higher league than me. I think beer drinking, I'm in Championship League, not quite in Premier League. I have to come off it because of the sugar content. I think your body type is exactly the same as mine. And we look at a lettuce leaf and we put on weight. And, and do you know why? I think I've worked out why. I think it's because you and me are designed to survive glaciation. And if you go back, in glaciation, there was nothing about. And you and me would have survived that time. If glaciation happens tomorrow, we'll survive, we'll have nothing to eat, but we'll look pretty lean, pretty good. Because we won't, and other people say, I need to eat now. I say, I'm okay. I don't really need anything, because I don't think I've ever been hungry. I don't think in my life I've ever really been hungry. I just eat for taste, and that's a bad thing. I say, oh, that sugary taste, I'll have more of that, thank you, and more of that. I don't know if I've ever been really hungry.
I'll tell you what, when I used to run the marathon, I've done it for 2 or 3 years because of injuries and whatnot and the illness, but I'm going to try and get back in next year. But when you go past down the bottom end of the Isle of Dogs, there's a pub there on the right-hand side, just as you turn back up.
Right.
And I used to stop at that pub halfway through the marathon every year and have a little half a pint or a pint. And the sugar rush, people used to say, you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't do that. And the sugar rush kept me going for the rest of the run.
Well, that's the holistic approach. That is it. It's do what feels right. And if we're all about personal bests and VO2 maxes and this and that, I think we're losing the fun of it. And the fun is feel the space, talk to the people, have a chat, take a selfie. I don't know what it is, but whatever feels good. Having said that, I'm doing this, which doesn't feel that great, but then I'm talking to people, which does feel good. So this is the bit that I love out of this, which I'd never had on my marathons before. I never had a link around the world, be able to talk to people. So I asked for this to happen. This wasn't put upon me. I said, this is too boring just running on a treadmill. I need to talk to people for 6.5 hours. So that's kind of what I'm going to do.
You see what we're seeing behind on either side, that's presumably some sort of palace in Luxembourg, and then you've got the cartoon of the runners ahead of you. Can you see that on your treadmill? Is that in front of you as well?
It's behind me. So there's the pictures just there.
Yeah.
And there's the Marathon 25 Luxembourg, and the image is running. That's actually a Zwift app. So people are joining me on treadmills all around the world. And,
wow.
And they put on the blue shirts because I'm doing a blue top. And they've decided to run with the MHG, Make Humanity Great. And they support me and they keep me going. And on the last day, we're gonna get as many people as possible joining me. And the cyclists can also go on it, and they go by and go, who are these blue people? Who is the blue team? And so, and you can see that I'm up to 27K now out of 42. So I'm getting there, but another 2 hours to run. So not too bad.
What will you do when you finish this one? What will you do that first day when you finish these runs?
Well, it'll be this day next week, this Monday. We're going to have, because Sarah Johnson is my event manager, we're in the same bubble here, work bubble, car bubble, home bubble, and we've already decided brunch, very, very late breakfasty lunch. So a lie until about, I don't know, 11 or something. We'll probably get up because, you know, the body's ready to get up. So 10, 11 get up. Then brunch for about 2 or 3 hours, and then nothing. Do nothing. That's the main idea.
Have Crystal Palace supported you? Steve Parish was on, wasn't he? The chairman was.
Steve's on just earlier, and yes, good supporters, and they supported me in South Africa as well. So yeah, great talking to him about stuff because I love his ambition. You know, we gotta. I remember when I was a kid, ambition did sound like a bad word. But it's ambitious if you're trying to push everyone else out the way. Maybe the style in your marathon running when you're doing the training. That's ambition, but not so good. But ambition to get things good, get your team into a good place, and then help these people up with the academies. And he's now got the academy. What's it called? There's levels, aren't there? Level, what is it called? Level? Or do they call it another name? I was calling it Tier 1, but it's not Tier 1, is it? It's something else.
Yeah, like a level 1 academy, the top level of academy, yeah.
You call it level 1, yeah. So they're now, Palace has now got to a level 1 with the facilities. And he's got this great idea. The local people in the area where the academy was saying, you know, you're going to add all these things on and building these things. And Steve said, yeah, and all the kids in the area can use it. When we're not using it, you use it. Which is just, why not? What a beautiful, simple idea. So I think they like that. And yeah, you know, every team in the Premier League should be trying to get to Europe. That's the thing. You want to try and get up there. It's bloody tricky. And yeah, so commentating has been your life, but also you commentated on the Robot Wars, I see.
Yeah.
So is that similar? Is that similar or very different?
It was fantastic to work on. It really was. It was great fun. When Craig Charles and I were doing it together,
yeah,
I only went up a couple of days to film with him. Otherwise, it was all post-production for me in a studio in London. But we used to film it in the Dam Busters base up in Lincolnshire. Massive, huge, great, what do you call it, hangar.
Yeah.
And he was brilliant fun to work with. We used to have to do a lot of our links in the morning before we sat down for lunch because lunch was a little bit liquid at that stage, and so we weren't much good for anything after lunch, to be honest. But it was really good fun, and I think the secret of it was that you never really knew whether or not we were being serious, how serious we were, or how much Mickey taking was going on from the competitors and also us, and it was a knockabout, you know, entertainment program, and it just caught on. It just got this massive cult following, and I think they brought it on first of all to stop the decline immediately after The Simpsons on BBC Two, and within a few weeks we were getting bigger audiences than The Simpsons, and then it got a bit crazy. It went worldwide. We had some bloke from America came in, and he came all the way from America, and he tried to put a robot in that shot napalm out. And the safety officer was saying, you know, how did you get it in? How did you get it into the country? And we can't have this. We have kids in the audience. We can't have a machine, a robot firing napalm out. And the guy was irate. He'd come all the way from California, I think, and you know they boxed him back into a car, and off he went to America again. But it was mad. It was mad, man. You had really good scientific teams. With a team from the RAF, they brought in a machine that absolutely battered anything to pieces. And there were these kids, and they'd save all their pocket money up, and they years pocket money, and they build a machine, and it took them a month to build the machine, and they put it in the arena, and it'd get absolutely marmalised in the first 30 seconds.
Oh,
and I used to find that very funny.
Well, that's you and your training style, isn't it? I have a napalm story, which I believe is true. Kind of a sidebar, but a guy, because napalm was obviously made by a company in America, and the guy who was in charge of napalm was moved over to the breast implant section of the company, because it's a big, multinational conglomerate. And I just thought, what is the conversation? They're going, Kenny, you've done so well with napalm. You've killed millions of people with the thing that sticks to them and it's petrol and it sets fire. Wow, excellent work. Now, breast implants need help. If you could go in there and do a similar thing, maybe not so much death, maybe not so much. In you go, Kenny. That's for you. It's just, I think that was a real thing that happened, because it sounds too stupid. Anyway, now, Jonathan, I'm going to have to let you go. I'm going to talk to Dame Kelly Holmes. This is going to be wonderful. Wow. Thank you so much for coming along. And stay safe. Are you COVID safe? Are you okay in this COVID times?
Yeah, we're doing fine. Myself and my kids. We're one of them works in a COVID testing centre, so good for him. And listen, Eddie, I think what you're doing is unbelievable again, and everyone should get behind it and believe what you believe in, my friend, because that's the way the world should move forward. I love you. I think it's brilliant. Well done.
Thanks, Jonathan. You take care. Stay safe. Goodwill. Best wishes to all your family and everyone in Bristol, and at Bristol City and Bristol Rovers as well. Can I say that? Or is that bad? Anyway, best wishes. I know it's too much. I said too much, but anyway, anyone in Bristol. So that was Jonathan in Bristol. I assume he's in Bristol, but anyway, the big Bristol City link. But Bristol Rovers, I said too much, and I'm wishing all the people in Bristol well. Put it that way. Which is a great city. I do like Bristol. So we're going to talk to Dame Kelly Holmes in a few minutes, and. So Kelly was born in Kent. My mother was born in Kent. Interesting. My mother was born in Ashford. I will check where she was born. Attended local secondary school. Fell in love with running. 18, Kelly joined the British Army. Became an heavy goods vehicle driver. Wow. And then a physical training instructor. Excellent. Because I'm very much for empowering, to encourage women to do whatever they want to do. And being an HGV driver was not probably the standard next move once a woman joins the British Army. Won double gold at the 800 metres and 1500 metres. 2004 Olympic Games in Athens. Became the first Briton in over 80 years to do so. And won the BBC Sports Personality of the Year award and honoured with a damehood from the Queen in the same year. There you go. So, and I've talked to her before. I talked to her on her podcast, I believe.
So we're still waiting for her to join us.
No problem. Sarah, can I get a... Sarah? Can I get one of the other ones, please? Oh. Hi, everyone on Zwift. Clive Fillmore. How long have you done, Clive? Are you up there with me? I think you're matching me. Stephen Cousins matching me. Thank you. Anyone that's matching me. Chris, Sussex geezer. Where in Sussex, Chris? Where in Sussex are you from? Because I suppose I'm a Sussex geezer. I'm with Eastbourne and Bexhill. And Sussex has a big thing. It's east or west. We would split. We used to be the South Saxons. You may not know that. Sussex were the South Saxons. Essex were the East Saxons. That's how it worked. And it was cut down. Oh. So, we got 142. Yeah, I'm going quite fast now. And trying to avoid going to the loo. See what happens. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. you can come and hear a live Q&A on my new film 6 Minutes to Midnight, starring myself, Judi Dench, and Jim Broadbent, David Schofield, James Darcy, Helen Jones. I should be able to list the whole list of everyone. A lot of good actors. And It's a thriller set in a girls' school, finishing school in Bexhill-on-Sea, south coast of England. And the daughters of the Nazi High Command were at this school learning English and being ambassadors for a future that was kind of looking National Socialist. And Hitler was encouraging the links with Britain. That's where we start our story. A thriller called 6 Minutes to Midnight. It's coming out on the 26th of March, but tomorrow at 6 p.m. On this channel, tune in and you can hear a live Q&A where the United States premiere of 6 Minutes to Midnight will be happening in New York, and there'll be a Q&A afterwards, and I will be doing my part of the Q&A with Kellen Jones, co-writer and actor in 6 Minutes, and Andy Goddard, the director and co-writer, and the three of us will be answering questions about the film, which will be coming out in America and in Britain on the 26th of March. So that's tomorrow at 6 p.m. here on Radio Humanity. No, Make Humanity Great TV. There we go. That's what we are. Oh. So I'm struggling along now. I'm a little bit behind, not too behind. And if I don't take too many breaks, it could be okay. We shall see. We shall see. So tomorrow's gig, it's set for 7 p.m, but it'll be starting a bit late, 7:15 p.m, so bear that in mind. Do buy tickets. I'm just going to start late because the Q&A will finish at 7:15, so I just need a bit of time to get myself together, get on stage. Half an hour. Did we talk about the towards the end, the panning in? Do you remember that?
Oh, yes.
Yes. So
yes.
you talked to Ian about that just in the last hour. You may as well just gradually do that.
Head inwards. Yes, got it.
Yes. Yes. When whoever I'm talking to. Oh. So we're going to talk to Dame Kelly Holmes. Maybe she prefers Kelly Holmes. Some people are quite happy with the title, some people don't. So, yeah. Hi there.
Hello, hi, how are you doing, Eddie?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm very well. Oh my God, I've been watching you, you're exhausting me.
Yes, I'm exhausting myself. Now, that's a question I just asked. Do you quite like being called Dame Kelly, or do you happy with the Kelly, or don't mind either way, or what's your preference?
I don't mind either way, as long as it's clean and nice.
Very well, so I'm going to call you Kelly, if that's all right.
Awesome.
I haven't got enough energy for everything, but we know you're a dame, so well done on that. Congratulations. That's from ages ago. That happened in 2004, yeah?
Yeah, 2005 New Year's Honours that was, a long time ago, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Do you know when I got it, I thought, oh my, that just makes me sound so old, and now I am old.
Well, this is an interesting question. I think there is how old your body is, but how old are you in your head? That's the question, because I'm 22 in here. Do you know how old do you think you are in your head?
Oh, I haven't gone past 39, it's just not happening.
Yeah.
It's 39 plus 11, and it will stay 39 plus.
Well, I'm staying at 22. I'm just saying I'm going to go up and down my 20s. So, if I'm 50...
I'm not sure I want to be 22 anymore, things I got up to.
All right, well, you were obviously a bad girl, and I was very quiet and not such a bad person. I just couldn't, I never really did anything that was supposed to be naughty.
Do you know what? I remember when I had a chat with you in Wales for my podcast.
In Penarth.
And we did what do I do? And we were sitting up outside that church.
Yeah.
You might not remember.
The church in Penarth. I know it very well. I think I chose it because I love Penarth. Yeah.
Yeah, it was amazing. And we walked back down and you were telling me about this show, and I tell you, that chat was brilliant, but the biggest thing that stuck in my head and always has done forever, there was a couple of things actually. one of them is that you started to reel off this whole film in your head, you know, everything that you were going to do, who was in it, what the acts were, and then you said, oh, but I've got to write it yet. And I was just like, oh my God, your brain is just like incredible.
Oh, God. Well, it's, you know, it's good to have ambitions, I say, because being ambitious was quite often frowned upon, I think, when I was younger. But if you're ambitious to do positive things and make things happen, you know, win double goals and stuff like that, ambition is good. So I think hopefully you'd agree with that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But you also said this thing, I'm unapologetic for being driven, and I love it. I loved that. I thought it was amazing.
Yeah, I think I'm driven. I'm very lazy though, lazy but driven. I don't know if I said that to you back in Penarth, but it was, I'm like an oil tanker. Once I get going, you can't stop me. Once you stop me, you can't get me going. It's a bit weird. I'm in inertia, so I'm doing this, and this is marathon 25. So then I'll do 26, then I'll do 27, and they do a gig afterwards. I'm doing a comedy gig at 7 p.m. every night, which is slightly psychotic, but.
How have you felt? How's the body feeling at the moment then?
Well, exhausted, stronger than before. You know, like the brain and the body are synced up, but
yeah.
You know, I'm beyond exhaustion. So you're running on fumes.
Is it?
And yeah, you just.
Is it tougher doing it on a treadmill than when you used to do the one in South Africa? What do you think? Like.
Yeah, it is tougher on a treadmill. You've got nothing to look at, nothing to interact with. And so I asked if I could talk to people. So that's why your good self is here, because I said, please can I talk to people? Please could you ask people to talk to me? Because this takes my mind off this endless grind of bam, 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 bam. It's kind of nuts.
My word.
And there's nothing to see except chatting to people.
It's amazing. Honestly, it's so good. And anyone who's listening, watching, go on eddieizzard.com, donate. This is like, you have no idea the incredible feat. I mean, people do, clearly, because it just is incredible. But people need to get on there. Look, it's all on there. Donate, please.
Thank you very much. That's great. No, I want to
tell me, like, a practical thing, your trainers, did you ever, you know, like, because a lot of athletes, when they start running, or people, when they start running, I always say, oh, trainer isn't the same as the next model and that. Did you get anyone to help you with that? Because, you know, you're doing so many miles.
With the actual shoes that I'm wearing, the training shoes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get advice from my physio, Tim Cruz-Drew, who's Olympic level, so yeah. Says, try these, don't wear these, but I'm actually sponsored by Mizuno for this, and they help me. And so I talked to my podiatrist, Paul, and he said, yes, you can use some of the Mizuno ones, and use this one. So it's, I have been getting advice. I do all this sort of endless running thing, but I've been getting great advice for a number of years now, ever since I did the first one. Good Olympic level advice coming in, which is very handy. Yeah, helps you get there.
So good.
I've got a question for you. My mum was born in Ashford in Kent. So where were you born in Kent? Yeah, where?
A village called Hildenborough. So a little bit away from Ashford, but still Maid of Kent. So she would have been called a Maid of Kent as well.
Mum was a Maid of Kent, and she lived in Tenterden, where the Kent and East Sussex Light Railway is, which I know very well. And she lived in Appledore, little village of Appledore. I don't know if you ever heard it, but that's south of Tenterden. So that's where my granddad lived as well. Her dad, he was a kind of a genius at I don't know, at spelling out stories, coming up with stories, because he was a cow herder who claimed he was a shepherd on Mum's birth certificate. I think because he thought it sounded more glamorous. His wife died, and in Appledore he became the local Lothario, I heard, going around all the widows of Appledore saying, "Hello, and how are you? I'm a shepherd." You know. So I like the story of that. I might be exaggerating some of these, but it seems to be true. And then he sold his house. He sold his house. He had 6 kids, sold a house, and he went to live in his kids' houses in a constantly rotating way, like a king's progress. In the old days, the kings used to go around and stay with the nobles, because it was cheaper for him and for them, and they could see the country, and the nobles had to put them up and pay for everything. And so that's kind of what my granddad did. We call him grandfather with a pipe. We called him because he had a pipe, and he loved the work of Dickens. He read and reread all the works of Dickens. So this is this character. My dad, my granddad, yeah, Mum's dad.
That's brilliant. Oh my God, what a story. I do know Tenterden really well with the railway line.
Yeah.
It's beautiful over there.
It is. I've had a birthday party on the. I hired the train, and it was my birthday, 7th of February, just coming up, and it was back in 2008, something like that, and we hired it on February the 10th. So February, you know, not a good month for doing things, you know, weather-wise, but it was beautiful. It was the most beautiful day in February I think they'd ever had in the world, or in Britain, in records, because it was sunny and crisp. You know, one of those winter crisp days, and we're on, as you all know, if people know the Kent and East Sussex Light Railway, it's one of the old steam railways that's still going. They have a Pullman coach, and they set it all up, and they were there to greet us when we turned up with friends of mine, and guests of my father, and we got on, and then they just went up and down. They haven't got a long track. It's about, I don't know, 10 miles, 8 miles. So went up and down, up and down, up and down all day, eating food.
Brilliant.
And then we ran out, we'd eaten everything, we'd had dessert, we'd had coffees, and then there's a Bodiam Castle down there, which you'll know, there's a castle, yeah? And I said, can we stop the train and we'll go and have a look at the castle? And they said, yes, why don't you? So we all got off the train and we went to look at the castle. And we had our time at the castle. Then we came back to the train and it went back up to the main station at Tenterden. And we all got off. It was a wonderful day. Yeah, crazy one.
It's really lovely down here. We've got so much to the National Trust, which that's why I really love this area. We've got like Hever Castle, like you say, Bodiam is just amazing.
And Leeds Castle is an amazing castle, isn't it?
Leeds Castle, yep.
Leeds Castle, which is bizarrely miles from Leeds.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I know. You have arguments with people when you say, "Oh, let's go to Leeds Castle." They're like, "We're not going all the way to Leeds." No, Leeds Castle in Kent. They don't get it. They don't get it.
I still
don't know. 900 years old or something.
I don't know why it's called Leeds. There must have been someone there called maybe Lee. I'm Lee. This is my castle. It's Leeds Castle. I don't know how it came to be known there. But
no, I don't know. I think it's River Len, isn't it? Is it something like the River Len? But I don't know if that had anything to do with the words.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Now, tell us your story. As a trans woman, I want to empower girls and young women to be ambitious, go for their dreams. You've done amazing things. So joining the army, first of all, did you always know? Because I wanted to join the forces when I was a kid. I didn't in the end, but I had the officer cadetship papers. I was really going for it. Did you know you wanted to join the army when you were growing up? Were you a teenager?
Yeah, when I was 14, actually, we had the careers officers come round to our school. So I went to school in Tonbridge, town called Tonbridge.
Yeah.
And we had the careers officers were in Tonbridge Wells.
Yeah, yeah.
And they used to come to our school, and they showed this video. So showing my age now. They showed a video, and they showed the Army, Navy, and the Air Force, and they showed the Air Force first, and I wasn't academic at school whatsoever, and all they showed was administrative side, and I was like, no way. And then they showed the Navy, the ships at sea. Well, I couldn't swim when I was 14, so I was like, no chance am I doing that. And then the Army, and they showed these soldiers that were screaming and shouting at all these other soldiers that were going underneath the scramble nets, over the 12-foot wall, like swing on the ropes. I was like, yes, that's it, I want to be that one. And so I wanted to be a physical training instructor.
Right.
And you couldn't join until you were 17 and 9 months old back then in the Women's Royal Army Corps.
Right.
And so when I was 17, I actually got my mum to take me when I was 15, 16 and 17 to the careers office. They kept saying, you're too young, too young. I finally did my test, and I wasn't, like I say, wasn't academic at school.
Right.
So I didn't have many choices, and I had 3 choices of roles that I could play, and that was chef, which no, an administrator, no, or I could go in as a heavy goods vehicle driver.
Right.
So that was it. I went in.
Ah, well, this is what I wanted to know, because that's also for a young girl, teenage girl growing up. What year, can I ask what year that was when you're 18? What decade were you in?
So that was 88.
So that's 88. So probably there were more women driving heavy goods vehicles then. Was it unusual? Was it not so unusual?
So back then it was like the Women's Royal Army Corps, so any females joined that corps, and it wasn't until 92 when the armies amalgamated, and that caused a problem for women because we had to either retrade in a trade that we'd already been working in for years, get out, or completely, you know, change everything that we'd ever done in the military. So that was quite a bad time, but the Women's Royal Army Corps was amazing because, you know, all the rank went through the same process, you understood what was expected of you. And then the change, the biggest dramatic change was almost like in sport, when it was the Women's Royal Army Corps, you had so many sporting events because you had big congregations of women at every unit, whereas when we amalgamated, all the women got dispersed, and so sport became, you know, a really hard thing for women to do, but it's still, you know, it's gone back up there now.
Okay, but
and the army now really kind of support it.
But on the heavy goods vehicle, when you signed up for that, was that usual? That were you with a lot of women in the Women's Royal Army Corps who were doing HGV, or were you one of the few women doing it?
There was a handful of people. I was so jealous of the PTIs on my basic training because I wanted to be a physical training instructor. So during my basic training, all I cared about was that I beat them at press-ups, running, everything. Right. So I was so gutted that I couldn't be a physical training instructor because the course was full up. So that was my only intention, was to get in the army, do whatever job I could do so that I could retrade. And I retraded when I was 21 and became a physical training instructor.
Okay, but you're still avoiding the thing. Dame Kelly Holmes, were you any good as an HGV driver? That's my question.
I'd like to say okay, because I passed my license first time, but can you imagine, like it was in driver training was in Leckensfield.
Okay.
And can you imagine, like, you've got this big driver training unit, we're all sort of 17, 18 years old, and you're in a truck for the first time, and they used to take you down the middle of the high street, and the high street always had all these zebra crossings.
Yeah.
And you can imagine, like, the first time you go in a truck, you know, I used to have a cushion to sit on, and this big wheel like this, and you double the clutch to try and, like, get into gear, and all I kept thinking was, I'm going to kill someone. You know, you're going through this high street and you're having to, like, worry about all this bloody stuff and these people.
But you could already drive a car, I take it? At that
Yes.
Yes, yeah, okay. So you had...
Yes, I passed first time, so...
Yeah, and when you did the heavy goods vehicle down the street, was there dual controls? Was there someone sitting next to you who also had controls, or was it just you?
No, just you. Can you imagine? I mean, like, seriously, there were, like, it was going to be disaster somewhere, wasn't it? Luckily, not with me.
Okay, very good. Okay, I understand. Yeah, so physical, and you did.
But the army are really good now. You know, they're really, they're very, very good now since 2000 have been really diverse and inclusive.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's a brilliant career for anybody now, whoever you want to be, to join.
And did you experience any occasional, somewhat racist attitudes when you came into the army at that time, and has it got better? Was it better when you went through it, or was it always kind of okay?
I don't think I did, but then, you know, since this last year when Black Lives Matter came, because I've, you know, Kent, right? Yeah. Kent, white and white Kent. This is all I know. You know, my mother was white, my siblings, my stepdad. I didn't know any different growing up, and then it was only circumstance that I think about only because it became part of conversation last year that I think, did I blatantly, I don't think I ever had anybody ever say anything racist to me, and which I'm, you know, very grateful for. But then there's circumstances that happened at different times that I don't know whether because growing up I just almost thought, well, I'm me and I don't care what you think. Maybe I blanked out things that maybe were racist, you know, opportunities that I could have had, maybe I didn't. People that failed me for things, did they fail me because I wasn't good enough or because of my colour? I question it now, which I hate. Right. But, you know, I feel very fortunate, but equally, I think last year really made myself and a lot of people open up their eyes to ignorance around maybe communities and cultural differences, and actually, you know, are we aware of it, or do we just blinker ourselves away?
Yeah, well, I do take the knee before each run for Black Lives Matter, so because it's part of my extended family as well. And
yeah, that's lovely.
And my title is "Make Humanity Great Again," and humanity includes everyone. Everyone.
I love that.
Yeah, it seems nice.
That's so good. So tell me, what how far have you run today? Because I'm so intrigued by what you're doing.
Okay, it's coming up to 32k, so I'm doing it in kilometers. A lot of people run 5ks and 10ks, and the miles are there, but it's kind of, you know, the rest of the world's using Ks, and it's quite grabbable, 42k.
Yeah.
And, you know, the Olympics, it's all 1,500 meters and 800 meters. So 32k, now I have only 10 kilometers to go, which is about, that's about 6 miles, 5 miles, something.
Yeah.
Not too much, but I'm getting up to my last hour. Can you see above my head, if you can see me, there's some numbers in there. In blue, it shows 31.7.
Oh, I've got it. Yes, I can see that. Oh, okay.
So
I need my glasses, but I can see that now.
31.75. So, in fact, Ian upstairs, can you put up the clock right now? I know it's 1 hour 19 to go. Let's show it up, and we can show Kelly the clock. So this clock will come up, and this is all I can see.
Yep.
There you go. That's how long I've got
there
to
we
go.
go.
Counting down. And
counting down. How does it make you feel when you get to that point, like within the last hour?
Well, talking to you, because I met you before, and we had a very nice time. You know, Cardiff, it was Penarth. That's the beautiful thing. And I've got this film coming up. We shot at Penarth. I've got a friend who lives in Penarth, and I do a run up to that church. You know, I run up to the church and then run down again. Well, stagger up to that church, I think.
Yeah.
But when I stay at St David's Hotel, and so I know you, so I'm relaxed in talking to you, and I'm interested as well. And you got the Kent link. You know, I look for links. This is my whole technique of life. You know, some people encourage people to look for differences. These people are different. They're different. Hate them, dislike them. And I say no. I was born in Yemen, in the city of Aden. My mom and dad met there. It was a British colony because we went around taking places that we wanted to in the imperial days. But we met there. They met there, they married there, my brother was born there, I was born there, and we owe a lot to this country and this city that is now having a COVID pandemic and a civil war at the same time. So I want to help them, I want to help when I can. I'm a trans person who's been out for 35 years. I've got somewhere. I just want to see what I can do, maybe to shake the tree a bit, you know, like Black Lives Matter did, said have a look at things, you know, diversity, are we heading forwards, or is it still this white male privilege? You know, women can do so much more. Young girls growing up, young women thinking, I want to be an astronaut. No, I want to be an Olympic athlete. I want to be a footballer. A woman wants to be a footballer. You know, great football women now. Anything, scientist, leader of a country, it's all open. And so I want to encourage that as much as I can. You know.
Yeah, I think it's brilliant. I think it's so amazing, and that leads me to say I can plug you. I'm going to keep plugging.
Great.
Go on, eddieizard.com.
Yeah.
You know, this man, I run, but I do not run anything like this. I'm just sitting here in awe, like literally, Eddie, all the things that you've done, and I see that timer coming down now, and I just think, you know, people really have to understand, like the feet. I know you just do it, but it's just amazing, and the fact that you do it for the causes you do is just incredible.
Well, when you did yours, because see, you guys are the elite. The Olympians are the elite, and I'm an endurance runner. It's a different gig, and it's longer and slower. But did you, I suppose looking at how long we run, you'd be quite happy to run at 800 meters or at 1500, because at least it would finish sooner than 6 hours.
Well, that's it. I mean, when I did London in 2016, the marathon.
Right.
And it was also, I tell you, there are connections, because, what was it, you had just done, had you just done the South African 27?
Yeah. 2016, yeah.
7 then, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. And I remember it was also, I think, the Queen Jubilee, and Prince had died that year, and I ended up having my fingernails painted, and I had 4 painted for you, red, because of what you did. I had some purple, and I had Union Jacks, and I remember doing it for you. Anyway, so I did that run, and I remember training for the marathon, and I thought, geez, what is this? It's just so long. I couldn't believe it. And that's just one. You're doing them in 31. I can't get in that in my head. I literally can't get in my head what you're doing.
But you know, it's all a mind thing, isn't it? When you were going to win gold, it was in your head, wasn't it? I mean, the body is the thing, and you have to get it good. But you won with your head, would you say?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, without a doubt. People ask me regularly, like, what's the most important thing, the physical or the mindset? And I say, a part of it, if everyone trains and everyone's at the same level, whatever it is you do, whatever level, then that's one thing. But the mind can take you completely to another level or crush everything you've done. And I would say like 80% of my performance on the track was me absolutely believing in that one moment, in me in that one moment. Because the rest of it, I'd done all the trainings, but so had everybody else.
Yeah, yeah. And did you feel that was your year? Did you feel that was going to be in your hand?
Yeah, I mean, I've had some really bad years of injuries and operations and setbacks, and then I had a big breakdown in 2003. I ended up getting depression, becoming a self-harmer at the age of 33, and it was a massive shock, and just mentally the weirdest feeling of being out of control, you know, wanting the floor to open and close it and not get up the next day. But in the same sense, and the other side of my head was having a dream that I'd had since I was 14, you know, 20 years to believe I could be this Olympic champion. And I think that was the driver. That's what got me out of bed. That's what kept me alive, essentially. And so that year, you know, it's like you mentioned having a team of people around you that are advising you. It's the same thing as an elite athlete, where my physio, I just said, you have to be the best physio in the world. You have to believe it. You know, my training partner, my masseurs, the nutritionist, and bringing all of the bits that we do all the time, and I'd done for years, but like that puzzle that was having missing pieces, I had to put the pieces together and then look at the puzzle as the whole and go, right, that's what I want to be. And it took a lot to do it, but I did it in the end.
Yeah. And once you'd got it, I don't know quite what happened. Did you go for the next Olympics, or did you say, I have done it, and that's me out of it? What happened?
Yeah, so I did 3 Olympic Games, but Athens was my last one. I was 34 then. Everyone tells me that's like ancient. I say, yeah, but I wish I was there now.
It's you have it forever. I have one moment in my life, which is the double marathon. After running 25 marathons in South Africa, the double marathon at the end, and when I got to the statue of Nelson Mandela, and they had a link back to Sport Relief in Britain, so they had it on television. They had a 2-hour link that ended at 3:15 South African time, and we got delayed because we were supposed to have a police escort over a certain thing because it was a dangerous area. And we said, we can't do this, so stop the clock. We're going to jump this area in the car, then restart the clock and carry on. And I'll still have to run, but I'll be behind time. So I had to speed up my time and run from, instead of 7.5 kph, I went up to 10 kph, which is really bruising for the last hour. And I was moaning and complaining, but I was just, that's going from about this up to about this. So I suddenly was doing this for an hour and just having a rotten time and trying to do interviews and whatever at this speed. And yeah, that's a bit too fast for me. But I knew it was going there. I had to look at my watch, and I went round and round a park near the end point. And I just went round the park, and I said, someone measure the distance, run the distance from the edge of this park to the Nelson Mandela statue. Tell me what it is. I'll subtract it from the end distance and from the 2 marathon distance, and we'll do it. And so I was told that. I worked it out, and then I just powered on. It was crazy. The last moments were crazy. We had our own security guys who'd called in favours, and they had these cars with no markings on them, no police markings on them, but just white flashing lights, and they stopped traffic. I was just burning down the centre of the road at that speed, just careering on down. And then I said, where are we? Are we there? Are we there? Is this over? No, it's further on. Bugger. I'm going on. Then I went in, and I went through a gate, and they'd built a fence up, and no one had looked at it. It's a huge fence. How do I get to the fence? Where's the gate? I was over there. So I had to go all the way round and go. Then I was going up the stairs. Then I fell over on the stairs, and I got there at 13:15, at 13 minutes past, and they cut the signal at 15 minutes past. It was a satellite signal. So that was exciting.
Oh my God.
In retrospect, that was.
You know what? And I remember all of that. Like literally, as you're saying it, I just remember it all because again, just this other connection, which is just so bizarre. I was in South Africa just before you turned up at that statue, because that statue is huge, isn't it?
Yeah,
like
huge,
absolutely
10
massive.
meters, 30 foot high. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've been training there since 94. I'd been training in South Africa, and then I just remember this whole piece around you. It's just like that was awesome. I don't know how you did that.
Well,
2 marathons at the end.
I know that was. Well, we had a day off because my bloods were looking wrong. So day 5 I had to go to hospital, but we did the double marathon, and if you get it done, it's kind of curious. People will watch, and I also knew that if I could finish with the cameras on for people back home, because they were going, is this going to happen? You can just imagine the people. We've been told Eddie is going to finish a double marathon. Is this going to happen? Is this real or is this just fake? No, he's going to do it. Is he going to do it? And they didn't know till the last seconds. And then they get there, and I could hardly breathe, and I was crying. And they say, thank you got there. And I think that probably got an extra $500,000 in donations. You could just see people going, oh, yes. Texting that, seeing it live. It was like, the cliffhanger ended. So I knew, just keep going. It'll work. Oh. It'll raise money.
Perfect ending.
Yeah.
Honestly, I just think it is amazing. You're inspiring so many people in so many ways, which I think is wonderful.
Well, you did this thing in Athens. You must have, you couldn't have known, but you must have heard the stories when you came back, because I remember when I was listening at the London Olympics, you could hear London explode when another British athlete won a gold medal. You could hear London explode. You were in London, you could hear it go boom. And, and that was just an amazing thing. So that would have happened when you won the 800 and the 1500 meters, which no one had done. First Britain in 80 years, over 80 years.
First Britain in 80 years and first woman ever, which was just couldn't believe it. But the biggest moment actually was coming back to Kent, like where I am now, and because I'd obviously grown up here and born here, and everyone used to see me through the years being a school champion and running around the streets, around the field. And 3 days later, we had this homecoming parade. And I remember I stayed with my mum at the time because I was actually living in South Africa, and thinking after the Olympics, I'll go back through the same routine, go back and train, get ready for the next year. Little did I know I was going to win 2 gold medals, which changed everything. But I remember staying in my mum's little house around the corner, and my brother came through Tunbridge High Street, and I could hear them in the kitchen, and my brother was saying, oh my God, there's no one out there, there's hardly anyone there. So I could tell my mum was panicking. Well, by the time the parade happened, so I live in the village, I came out and we got in this bus and we went down from Hildenborough down into Tunbridge, sort of around the estates and up. People were on their roofs, and this old people's home was down the bottom, and I could see them all coming out with their wheelchair and their Zimmer frames and waving their flags, and then the police report was that there was 80,000 people came out on that day. I mean, isn't that just amazing that people get behind it like they are you? People just love seeing people succeed.
Yeah, no, you did a beautiful thing there. You did a beautiful thing. Now, I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave you. Thank you so much for coming and talking to me again.
Yes.
And so we're going to have to do
Thank you so much.
If you're still doing your podcast in the future, I'll do yours, then you do mine, then I'll do yours, and we'll go on like that.
Excellent.
Down the years. Thanks very much, Kevin.
Thank you. Lots of love, Eddie. Well done.
Cheers.
Go to eddyizzard.com, please, people.
Thank you. Stay safe. All right, I'm a little late. Timothy Cruz-Drew and Gav Banford. Sorry I'm a bit late, but we got in the stories. So I'm going to talk to Tim in just a second. Oh. So, Gav was a former Special Forces Sergeant Major, and our performance coach runs his own business called Duratus UK, and has a podcast called the Duratus Mind. Duratus, I assume, explores all things success. So we're going to talk to Gads and Tim in just a second. So,
Hi Eddie, we have an out for you.
Very good. Hi Tim.
Hi, Ed. How you doing?
I'm okay. How you doing? Hi Gav.
Hi, how you doing, Eddie? You alright?
I am okay. I'm a bit knackered. Sorry, I'm a bit late. Just
all right.
Just talking to Dame Kelly Holmes, and the stories went off. Anyway, yes.
That's a very, very special moment. You're allowed to indulge, Eddie.
Yes.
Don't get to do that very often.
So far away, Tim. Let's go.
Okay. Well, so Gary was introduced to me, or Gaz. I don't know. What do you prefer, Gaz or Gary?
I'm happy with Gaz.
Happy with it.
If I get called Gary, yeah.
Okay.
Excellent.
So Gaz with a Z. Gaz with a Z. Yeah, like Gaz. Yeah, because we've got it printed down in front of me, but wrong, unfortunately. It has a V, but you're not that. You're Gaz. Okay, Gaz, no problem. Sorry, Tim, I interrupted.
That's right. Gaz was introduced to me from Martin Yelling. I was out for a run one day, and we were just chatting away about inspirational individuals and people that kind of can help people go through tough endurance type events such as the one that you're doing. Yeah. And Gaz's name came up in conversation, so I pinged him a message and said, would you be happy to come on and talk to Eddie about all things endurance and suffering? And he kindly agreed.
Excellent. So yes, Gaz, so tell us, Special Forces, you can't really talk much about that, or can you? Because I always ask, because I want to talk about it, because I wanted to be in Special Forces when I was a kid, but I suppose you can't say anything. Or can you talk about the selection of Special Forces?
There's probably a load of stuff I can talk about, Eddie. There's an awful lot of stuff out there, so it depends where you want to scratch, really. Is it worth me sort of saying a little bit about my background?
Absolutely. Tell the world about yourself and background and stuff.
Okay, so I guess... who am I? Well, I'm Gaz, as we've worked out. I'm a former Royal Marine initially. I mean, I was a college boy, not really understanding what I wanted to be when I grew up, and the military, for whatever reason, looked appealing for the adventure and excitement side of things, and I pretty much fell into it, to be perfectly honest. I had no major plans. I had an enjoyable career in the Royal Marines before the Twin Towers attack, to be perfectly honest. Right. And then that probably gave me the kick up the arse to try and challenge myself even further than I had up to that point. And again, maybe we will talk around it or not, but there was an awful lot of negative kind of narrative around even attempting. I didn't know many people that had ever passed. I only ever knew people that had failed, that kind of thing.
This is selection. Can we say it's called selection? Yeah.
On selection, yeah, absolutely. Well, I guess the same for the Marines in many ways. You know, nobody expected me in particular to pass it. I was a skinny 17, 18-year-old guy, you know, do my A-levels, and that wasn't what people's image of a Royal Marine was. So I guess that as well, I guess. But yeah, I was talking about selection. You know, I didn't know anybody that had, or know well that had passed, and you know, all you'd ever heard is the negative side of things.
Yeah.
And so, I had a go, and I was successful. Again, we can scratch around the details of that, and then that put me into my organisation, which was the Special Boat Service, for the best part of nearly 17 years, during some pretty busy times. I left 2 years ago. I'm a performance consultant now. Help people suffer, as Tim said. I'm not sure that's on our website, but it's certainly something we talk about quite a bit. So yeah, I don't know where you want to scratch, really.
Well, okay, I talked to someone who was SBS,
yep.
And I talked about the end of selection, and they said at the end there was only 2 guys chosen from maybe the selection group that he was in. But he talked about this thing, which I find fascinating. The last event was some huge event, some huge trek and operation and field exercise, and everyone knew this was the last one, so it finished, and then the guys controlling things said, okay, this isn't the end, we got one more. It's a 10-20 mile trek over this direction. Okay, get ready. You don't have to do this. If it's too much, just ring the bell or pull out or whatever it is you do to say you don't want any more. But if not, get ready for another big exercise. And a number of people, he said, did pull out at this point. And then he said, oh, great, I'm going on. So he went on, and they went about 100 meters down the road, turned the corner, and the guy said, that was the test. There is no big thing. We just want to see that you have the will to keep going when you've actually finished. Did you have something like that?
Yeah,
was that part of the...
I mean, most days, to be perfectly honest, Eddie. I mean, it's interesting. I just caught the back end of you talking to Dame Kelly Holmes, and he spoke about the mindset. Ultimately, that's what the selection process, whether it's the first phase, which people are more familiar with, I should say, with the Hills process on the Brecon Beacons, or the stuff towards the end. Every day is an assessment, and you're being tested for your grit, determination, motivation to continue. So, I remember lots of things like that, and I also went into the challenge from the start with the expectation that kind of thing would have been thrown my way, or the expectation that kind of thing was going to happen every single time we did something.
Yeah.
I had this nervousness around what that meant and whether there was going to be some extra tests that they were going to throw in, because pretty much most of the time I was shattered, and always felt about at the end of my sort of limit. So no, I think that's what they're looking for. They're looking for people. I call it now navigating uncertainty. So we're absolutely, that organisation and that kind of group of people are looking for people that can just be. People say be comfortable being uncomfortable. Well, no one's particularly good at that. We all struggle through it, but they're looking for people that can really navigate that uncertainty and deal with the things that are going on in their mind, much like Kelly was talking about just.
Yeah, well, you may have heard this, you may not have heard this, but I was quite serious about wanting to get into the SAS. And I had officer cadetship papers. I'm going to go to university, do 3 years, get paid while I'm at university, which sounded great. And then I have to give the forces 3 or 5 years. And I had those papers, and it was going to be Marines or Paras. And then through the selection, I knew about David Sterling, Long Range Desert Group, Paddy Mayne, who took it over. I knew the history. My stepmother, bizarrely, was seconded to SAS Brigade in World War II.
Left.
Thank you, 60 minutes. Where's our clock? Where's the big clock?
It's coming.
Okay. And my stepmother was a wireless operator. She was a, what is that? Morse code operator, seconded to SAS Brigade, which didn't really mean it. I just found this out, but I was kind of obsessed with it, and then I thought, actually, there's all this creative stuff I want to do, and which war will they send me to? Well, they won't send me to the Second World War, will they? Because that's happened, and that was such a clear war, and so anyway, I didn't do it, and it probably annoys Special Forces people me bringing that up, but that was my mindset, and so I've been trying to do civilian Special Forces since then. Coming out as transgender was such a mind battle. I did self-analysis to get to a place where I could come out, and then come out and you get abuse in the streets, you get people fighting in the streets, stand my ground. I knew I was the right person. If I wasn't going to do, because in Special Forces you're getting shot at. I'm never getting shot. Well, people fight me in the streets, but I was ready to fight that. And then doing these marathons and doing the gigs in French, German and Spanish, they're all things which I find way outside my comfort zone, but I'll push to do them, and hopefully that's vaguely Special Forces civilian division. That's what.
I've heard you say that before, actually, and I do agree with you in lots of ways. Because again, it's nice that I didn't know I was going to follow Kelly Holmes, actually, but it's nice to follow her, because people talk about people from Special Forces in the same category of athlete as an Olympic athlete, and I don't buy that, if I'm perfectly honest, because physically we're not preparing ourselves for something, for a single event. We're actually just preparing ourselves for, you know, endurance over time, and that time might be months, it might be years, and so we've just got to be ready when we get a call, so to speak, and that takes a different kind of preparation, and actually we just have to be very comfortable with whatever comes our way. And you know, I always remember one of our commanding officers saying, you know, guys, stop getting out of your head that we need to be given the best food, the best equipment, the best this, because I want to stick you in a bush for 10 days and feed you rations. You know, an Olympic athlete wouldn't be comfortable being fed the kind of poor diet that we were being fed, and we've got to be comfortable doing that. And so it's about that, and what you've just described is just that ongoing process of you're prepared to do whatever it takes, to whatever comes around the corner. So, you know, on a daily basis for the rest of your life. And I guess that is the kind of person that they're looking for very much. And it is different, but you know, there's lots of similarities. I'd agree with you there.
So, and how long were you in?
I did 22 years in total.
Wow.
Five and a bit in the Royal Marines, and then the remainder in Special Forces. The majority of that time based out of Poole in Dorset, so with the Special Boat Service. But again, fair bit of time based out of Hereford as well, working with our colleagues up there in the SAS. So yeah, well, to be fair, most of the time spent abroad or elsewhere. To be perfectly honest, very little time spent at our camp. But yeah, so 22 years in total. Yeah, plenty.
And after 22 years, coming back into what, you know, we're talking Walking with the Wounded is one of the charities we're highlighting. A number of people have difficulties coming back. You seem quite, you know, you've got your business going. You're coming out for 22 years. Hasn't been too bad. You've been able to acclimatise quite well.
Yeah, no, I find myself talking about this a lot. It's something I'm really fascinated by, actually. I mean, yeah. So I've transitioned, as we call it, out of the military into civilian world, so to speak, and I've thrived in the challenge, to be perfectly honest. Again, if I guess my way of looking at things, I've always chosen challenges. So again, you mentioned the Royal Marines and the Parachute Regiment that you didn't end up choosing, but you were thinking about one of those. You know, as a young man, I chose that challenge. The Marines I could see as the biggest challenge, and I went for that challenge. The Special Forces at the time, for me, was the biggest challenge that I could see, and so I went for that challenge. So I've never kind of shirked a challenge, and I guess the challenge after 22 years, and a lot of people struggle, is to re-identify with who you are. You know, I speak to professional footballers and rugby players quite a lot, and they have the same thing, maybe a catastrophic injury, or whenever they leave the military, their sport, that they've got their whole identity is built around this one thing that they do, and they need to spend some time readjusting and getting used to that change. And so I knew I was going to leave for a number of years. When I got to this point at 22 years, I was very much ready for a number of reasons, primarily being a dad, husband, and wanted to spend more time with my family. To be perfectly honest, I was spending an awful lot of time away. So I had a pretty strong reason why I was leaving, and that was important, you know. But I needed something to get my teeth into, a big challenge, and setting up my business and understanding what direction that would take me became my focus, I guess. And you know, a number of other things like good social group. I found, you know, I'd always kept a good group of friends outside of the military, and I was creating new groups of people that, or you know, intermingling with new groups of people that I would kind of really associate with, like-minded people. So I found my tribe, so to speak.
Very good, Tim. Let's kind of
Yeah, so Gaz, one thing I mean, being a Royal Marine is no mean feat. But I was just interested, what would you say the difference between the selection process that you went through for the Marines differed from what you went through for the Special Forces?
Yeah, very, very, very different, I'd say. So in many ways, you know, hard to compare, primarily because, again, I joined the Marines with absolutely zero understanding of what I was letting myself in for. I left college with a few A-levels under my belt and jumped into the Royal Marines, and turned up on the train platform with a bag and a haircut, and off I went for what I thought was going to be 30 weeks. And they're turning you from what is really I was a lad straight out of college. I've been working in a leisure centre for 6 months before that, just as a pool lifeguard of all things. And then they were turning me into kind of one of the UK's kind of finest elite soldiers, if you like, and then in theory straight off to battle straight after. That was the process. So they're creating this factory of getting people from civilian up to highly trained kind of specialist soldiers. So that was a big change and a kind of big adapt. I genuinely struggled every single day. I was, very mediocre. My training team at the time would probably say, well, that's being kind on myself. I was probably bottom third, to be fair, but I was just willing to struggle. And I think a lot of my later success, if you like to call it that, or if I describe it as that, came about through that willingness just to a lot of self-reflection and go, you are not doing well enough here. Where can you make improvements? You don't need to give up. You just need to keep trying. So that process was very different. Now, Special Forces selection, you can have a comfortable career in the Royal Marines and there's plenty of kudos for being in the Royal Marines, and there's plenty of, I'm sure you know a few Royal Marines that have maybe never tried Special Forces selection because actually they know 90% of people are going to fail, and there is a big challenge to people's ego to put yourself up for something as big a challenge as that, where you may have to go back to the people you care about, your comrades, so to speak, with your tail between your legs and say, do you know what, I wasn't good enough. And most people don't even try, to be perfectly honest. So it's already a very mental test, because you're putting your hand up from your kind of support group to say, this support group that I care about, I actually want to try and better myself, and I want to try and do something even harder on the face of it, or that is going to give me a whole wider range of experiences. So that's challenging for people. So I think that for me was the first step, and then the process is just much more, I would say, adult. So people, you watch the TV show again. I know the guys that are all in the SAS TV show, but you watch the TV show and there's a lot of screaming and hollering and getting in people's faces. It's not a world I recognise. My Special Forces selection looked nothing like that, in the sense that nobody shouts or screams at you. If you want to be there, you stick around. If you don't, you can just leave at any point. And again, the Royal Marines, there's a lot of screaming and hollering going on in your face and getting you, because they've got to forge you, I guess, into something that you're not. Whereas Special Forces selection, they're looking for potential, and you're proving yourself to be able to be at that kind of level. So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, Tim.
Well, it does. You've answered the second question, because I was going to say, how does it differ from the Who Dares Wins programme? So you've already done that.
I don't recognise that programme as anything like I saw in my career, but the guys know that. They're not trying to replicate what the reality was. I've got good friends over in the SEALs, the Navy SEALs and SEAL Team 6, and we talk about that. At the end of the day, their BUDS process, very similar process in some ways, is also very different. Again, it's a process where they scream and holler and shout and make you uncomfortable. Our process at the start, the kind of main filter, is a process where you stick a huge amount of weight on your back. You're sent over the Brecon Beacons, and you're just living in your own head for 6 hours, and no one's shouting at you. You go to a checkpoint and people will tell you where you're going next. That's it. They'll give you no feedback. So actually you're left to process that yourself, and we're all defaulted to actually catastrophize about what's going to happen if we're not fast enough or we're not doing well enough. What did they, maybe that sly look that they gave us at the checkpoint, am I way behind the curve? Am I behind time? And all these mind games that we all the tricks we play on ourselves, we're having to deal with that. And so our process is very much living in our own heads and being quite introverted with that, really.
Okay, I've got to say something. The one thing, say, Gaz, Tim, you'll know this. Can you see the clock, Gaz, on the...
Yep.
Yeah, that's my last 50 minutes going, so just know that when it goes to 40 and 30, well, we're actually running on for a few more minutes, but Yeah, they ring out, Ian upstairs goes 40 minutes, but actually don't worry about that, that's the clock counting down. But I wanted to say, I saw on television a Navy SEALs selection documentary, and I felt this was like more of the Special Forces. Instead of the shouting and whatever, it was, they were very quiet, just do this and do that and do that, and they had a sort of Simon Says thing going on, picking up these huge logs, and these guys doing that. So they just did a mind game of Simon Says to this, Simon Says, okay, pick the logs up and go over there. And one of the teams, you know, they'd done it nice and cleverly so that you couldn't remember what the rules were. And one of the team was just sitting there, and they said, what are you doing? And they said, you didn't say Simon Says. Say, oh, are you sure about this? We're sure. Are you absolutely sure? No, if you get this wrong, you... No, we're sure. Okay, you're right. Now, what does that teach us? To listen. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you gotta fucking listen. And they were just very calm about it and said it's this great thing of, yeah, get ready to do the thing, but listen to what the thing is. And if there's a certain thing, they were happy to sit there while all the others had to carry on doing the assault course with a huge piece of wood over their heads. So I thought that felt very Special Forces to me, not so shouty, just quiet and getting on with it. And yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of it comes back to what goes on in here and how you deal with the situations that are presented to you. And again, a lot of people, I guess, run away from challenge and dangers. Of, you know, all respect to you for what you're doing right now, Eddie, to be perfectly honest. I know you don't need to do it, it's something you're choosing to do, but people that run towards the challenge are the right kind of, I guess, people made of the right stuff.
Well, tell us of your, we haven't got ages to go, but anyway, tell us of your business. Is it Duratus? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, well, I'd say Duratus, but again, I don't speak Greek or Latin, so Duratus works as well. Duratus UK, so you know, I'm a performance consultant. We work around resilience.
Gaz, sorry, what does the word mean?
It means to endure or to suffer. Okay,
yeah. Very good. A suffer company, very good.
Yeah, no, so really to endure, but no, we help people kind of self-reflect. We help people to look about their own resilience and leadership in difficult times. You know, again, I think most people can relate to difficult times right now, but how they deal with it. And, you know, we teach people self-skills, whether that's self-reflection, whether that's self-regulation, whether that's self-awareness, all these self-skills that we talk about, and really get people to think about what they can do better, sort of look inwards rather than look outwards for solutions. Yeah, I've got a podcast myself as well, Eddie. So
right.
Again, I was listening to you and Dane Kelly speaking. So if you know, maybe that's something we can think. That's the Duratus Mind, which again I've been really lucky with my network to get people like.
Are you inviting me to talk on your podcast?
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to do it. Just talk to Tim, we can set it up. But because you're on my podcast, this is my podcast, so we need to do tit for tat.
Yeah, so, you know, I've been really lucky. People like Dylan Hartley and Adam Peaty sort of sharing that elite sport. But again, I've been able to dip into my network of former colleagues to kind of just unpick this. And, you know, what is it that makes certain people be prepared to go that extra mile, so to speak? Excuse the bad timing with the conversation right now. But yeah, so, you know, I'm genuinely fascinated by understanding all this myself. You know, I've got my experience, but I've not got all the answers. So I do love to chat around it.
Does it make sense to you? I've said this a number of times, that coming out as trans, that was such a difficult thing that helps me do everything else in life. Does that make sense?
Well, it makes sense to me in the sense that, you know, people say to me, what's your biggest challenge? And without a doubt, the biggest challenge was probably saying I wanted to leave an organisation that I had absolute comfort in, despite how difficult some of the work might have been. That's all I'd ever known since I was 18 years old. So to say I'm going to leave and I'm going to go on my own and go and do something completely different, you know, that has been one of my biggest challenges. So yeah, I can relate to it in that sense. You know, it's change that people struggle with the most, isn't it? And both from how people look at you, but also yourself. You know, how we go forward. It's because we love certainty. Everybody loves certainty. Well, unfortunately, the world's not certain, quite the opposite. So, you know, we need to learn to deal with those uncertainties better.
Timothy.
Excellent. No, I think I concur with that completely, and I really like the whole. There's a real kind of pattern of discussion that's coming on over these weeks that we've been doing this. Is the whole key thing is listen. You know, is listen to what people are telling you, and you know, and you can really make a good picture of what it is that you know that in what they can change inside themselves to actually achieve these goals. Yeah, it's really great.
Can I just comment on that? Because again, I'm no philosopher, but it was Socrates that said, "Know thyself," and they'd literally carved this into the walls of Apollo to remind all the thinkers of the time of how important it is to know yourself.
Yeah.
But nowadays, we just seem to look outwards and try to look what other people are doing rather than actually trying to work it out ourselves. So, you know, that's something that connected with me. That actually, when I was going through my change, whether that from career into a completely different world. You know, I had to trust myself and had to work out who it was I was trying to be to change my self-identity from this special forces soldier, which, yeah, I'd been, but it's not who I was, it's what I did. You know, who was I and what is it that I'm doing and how do I want to employ myself to help other people in understanding this themselves. You know, we coach and mentor people now, and this mentorship, being able to check in and actually have accountability to somebody else, it's really important, and you know, I think that's where a lot of people maybe trip themselves up with trying to not look inwards, but they're looking external for the problem.
I got one last question for you guys, which is, I'm a trans woman now, and I like to see myself out, feel that myself, so I'm presenting myself, let's put it that way, and I'm very much about empowering. I wish to fight for young girls, young women to do whatever they want to in life. And now women are in special forces. And I suppose while you were still in I think they're now in the UK forces. Is that correct? Women can be in UK special forces?
Yeah, there's not been a woman that's passed UK special forces yet, no.
Right.
And I mean, they are open to people applications,
right.
But no, there hasn't been one yet.
But that is allowed, and it is allowed and they are women in Nordic forces, and that happens. Do you have any views on that? I sort of want women to do whatever they want to do.
No, I've got pretty cemented views on that. Yeah, absolutely encourage it. If I'm perfectly honest, there's lots of occasions in my career where having a profile of a man and a woman, or a male, two males and a female, it breaks up the profile, whereas a bunch of guys moving through an airport is pretty obvious who they are sometimes. And so if you're trying to be more discreet, certainly we're talking about discreet operations now, but you know, if you're trying to be discreet in a place, having women with you is absolutely essential. So no, I encourage it to be able to, you know, operate at a more discreet level. Yeah,
and women should be good at endurance. I believe women are pretty damn good at endurance, actually. I mean, there's no one actually in special forces yet, but it'll come.
I've said it a few times. I mean, I genuinely think most women are tougher than me. You know, I think childbirth teaches you an awful lot about pain, suffering, endurance, and you know, I think it's part of their makeup to be able to endure that. So no, I've got every belief that one day there's a physical, like again, you've just been speaking to Dane Kelly. It's like, well, you know, she's an absolute athlete, and you know, is there, if there was a reason why strong enough for her to suffer what she would have to suffer, then you know, there's no physical reason why she wouldn't be able to pass the test. I mean, my issue comes with actually the time you need to be spending in doing the actual soldiering side of things. We're not looking for athletes. Like I said at the start, we're looking for, or they are, the special forces are looking for really good soldiers. And you know, there's very few female roles in the British military where you're getting the experience as a really good field soldier. You know, the roles they fill aren't typically that. So in recce troops, in commando units, or in the Pathfinders, in the parachute regiment, for example, you know, you need experience as a soldier first and foremost, and most of the jobs aren't that.
Oh right, so they actually, at the moment, we don't actually have jobs that's going to get women to the place where they could pass selection. It's actually.
Well, again, so most people that end up in special forces come from a background of Royal Marines or parachute regiment. So most of those jobs in those aren't filled with. There's no women in any of those either. So the talent pool you're reaching into, the experiences that the paras and the Marines get are the ones that give them the successes in special forces selection.
Right.
People focus on the fitness too much, Eddie. It's not about the fitness. It's about that, and it's about their experiences as a soldier. So, yeah, women aren't being well set up at the minute to be successful. It's not about the physical test at all.
And the Nordic forces have got it better set up, have they? They encourage.
I don't know their selection process, to be fair. I know in American Special Forces, certainly SEAL Team 6, which is the comparable units, and Delta, there's no women in those either. So
right. Maybe we're all behind the curve. Oh well.
Maybe
we'll get some in the future. Thank you so much.
No worries. Thank you.
Tim, Gaz, thank you. I'm happy to talk, Gaz, on your podcast if you ever want. No problem if you don't. I'm just putting it out there. But thank you. Stay safe. Stay COVID safe. Tim, I'll talk to you very soon. We'll talk to you tonight. My toes are a little bit hot for some reason. Don't know what that is, but this is the first time.
Okay.
Curious. Alrighty. Take care.
Thanks. See you.
Talk to you soon. Oh. So now I'm a little bit late for Brian Cox, but I'm ready to talk to him. We have a video. Don't we have a video to go? Oh, we'll do it during. We'll get Brian on. The professor. Oh, God. 37 minutes to go. My clock is gone. Oh. 37 minutes to go. And we did the middle video, didn't we? Yes, we did.
Yeah, we've done the middle one.
And Ian, when you say, can you just say 30 minutes to run, 20 minutes to run, as opposed to remaining? If that's possible.
Do, yeah.
Then it sounds much more active.
It's my first time doing this, sorry.
Yes, that's okay. David came up with a great line, 30 minutes to run. It implies that I'm running, as opposed to waddling or something. Oh. Oh. Bloody hell.
Hi Eddie, we have Brian.
Professor Brian. Hi there.
Hi Eddie.
How are you doing?
Great, how are you doing, actually?
Medium rare, Brian, medium rare. But, knackered, but I'm getting there. Can you see the big clock above your head, 36:12, and it's counting down. That's how long I've got to go, so not too long. Not too long. Sorry I kept you waiting there, but we just slightly overran. But how are you? And you're okay? You're COVID safe? You've been avoiding everything? And
yeah, I mean, I've been in some ways fortunate because I'm writing a book on black holes.
Oh wow!
Which is I think the most fascinating subject for me at the moment. Anyway, it's a remarkable area of physics. So I should be introverted and thinking and living in my own world anyway, which is a very fortunate place to be.
Right, so COVID hasn't, so you haven't got the illnesses, you haven't got into that, but you're actually, even if the COVID wasn't here, you'd have to be writing this book and kind of hunker down anyway.
Yeah, there is another aspect, which is we're filming, we're currently trying to film. I don't remember, but last year we had a big series on the BBC called The Planets, which has actually been on as part of the BBC education offer recently, actually, but to help with homeschooling. And we're making another one called The Universe, which we're kind of staggering through. So we try and film when we can. It's extremely difficult, as you'll know. It's very difficult given the circumstances and the fact that we have to remain safe if we do actually film something. But we are trying to do that as well.
Very good, very good. Now, I'm going to ask you a weird question. I don't know if I've asked this before. Is it fun being a professor?
Yeah, I think that's how I see myself. Most people, I suppose, if you know me without having worked with me, you think I'm, only for being on television. But I don't define myself as that at all. I define myself as a physicist. It's what I always wanted to do. And if you think about the job description, it's partly teaching, but partly trying to understand the universe, and in particular, pieces of the universe that nobody understands. That's the definition of research.
Right.
And so as a job description, I cannot think of anything better. they've been presented with something like black holes, for example, that nobody understands, and probably no collection of atoms may have ever understood in the history of the Milky Way galaxy. We don't know. I mean, I was going to say, actually, make humanity great again. You might say, you must get this. Sometimes people say, why? Why should we make humanity great again? I mean, apart from the obvious thing that it means a great deal to us, in a universal sense, what is the point? We're this tiny, we're collections of atoms on one planet in orbit around one star amongst 400 billion stars in one galaxy amongst 2 trillion galaxies in the part of the universe we can see. And so when that perspective is delivered, then many people naturally think, well, then what's the point? We're just physically tiny and insignificant. It's a long answer to a short question, but you're good at it anyway. The point is, to me, that we don't know of anywhere else where anything can do so much as think. In fact, we don't know of anywhere else where life exists. I mean, I sort of strongly suspect there will be life in many places, perhaps even subsurface on Mars and so on. But consciousness, the ability to think and feel and explore the universe and try to understand it, I think that may be very rare. And so the very long answer to your short question is to be one of those collections of atoms as old as the universe, right, that's come together. And the job description is to try and understand more about the universe. It's, to me, a remarkably fortunate position to be in.
Brian, I think I was looking for just the fun of the professor bit, but you went for the wide answer. You went macro on me. But on micro, it's a nice title, because, doctor is whatever, and, this and that. And but professor just sounds like you're missing the beard, though. At some point, you might have to grow a beard. I don't know if you're looking forward to that bit. And then they go, professor. But I
think I'd be rubbish at it. I've never been a very hairy person, to be honest. I think I'd look like a 15-year-old trying to grow a beard, I think. You're right, though. It's interesting, isn't it? Because I always felt, it was unachievable. I mean, even when I got my PhD, and I, someone called me doctor, and I decided I'd have it in my credit card because it just felt like this bizarre thing to be.
Yeah.
Something we didn't meet the only doctors I met were GPs and things like that. I never met these people. You're right. And then when you get promoted, because in the UK it's a promotion.
Yeah.
Right? It's an academic promotion.
I think it should be.
And you get called professor, and it appears on your door. And I agree, it is something that you don't feel you're old enough to be.
Yes, I think what the part of what the your thing is, because I think you look younger than you actually are. Can I ask how old you actually are?
I'm 52.
Oh wow! No, you do. So you look like 42. You got this 10-year thing. You got a picture upstairs that's getting a bit knackered of Dorian Gray.
My friend Robin Ince. Yeah. He's my picture. He's younger than me. He looks about 80, as you know.
There we go. That's Robin's cross to bear. But I've been given honorary doctorates, and I said, can I use the title? And they checked, and they said yes, but I haven't, because it feels like I'm cheating. Because you put in the work, and I've done this other work, but I did fail my degree. I chucked my degree in, actually. Well, yeah, I sort of failed, but I got an honorary doctorate, which is very nice of them, but I don't feel like it's right for me to use the doctor's title, but you don't use it anymore, do you? You got professor. Can you put professor on your credit card?
It's become, yes, it is on there, actually, because it asks you to fill it in the form, doesn't it? It says, what's your title? And you can click on the little thing, and it says professor.
I'm sorry.
It's funny, it's kind of almost become like a brand name, hasn't it? It's a very strange thing. I mean, I don't use it. I don't, when I go on an interview or something, I don't think you have to call me professor.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm talking about it. It's just, I think people want to ask you that because it seems like amazing and fun, and you're kind of grabbable as a 42-year-old, but in fact you're 52. I'm 58, and I look like 12. You see, so this is my trick. I read in my, but it's. I just think it's kind of a beautiful thing. And so black holes, I mean, everything you're doing there. So how do you you studied this, you went to university, and then playing in bands. How do they link together? Were you thinking there's two things you want to do in your life? One is physics, and one is being a musician. Were they running in parallel through your teenage years?
Well, sort of. I mean, I was really, I was into astronomy when I was younger. I was a geeky kid. Right? I mean, I was into astronomy. I used to like things like plane spotting. I've said it before, but I even got into bus spotting for a while.
Wow.
Can you imagine? I had a book full of bus numbers for Greater Manchester Transport, because I lived in Oldham. I used to watch them drive up and down the road outside my mum and dad's front room and stuff like that. So I was very geeky. I had a shed that my granddad had that I wired up with. I got a fuse box once for my birthday when I was about 12. So you get the picture, right? And that's my. But then when I was about 12 or so, 11, 12, I had a friend of mine who was into electronic music, and he used to buy, at the time it was 1979, 1978, 80. So it was things like Ultravox, Kraftwerk, OMD.
Yeah.
And it was that time when people used to have to build their own synthesizers and things like that. It was almost like home electronics. And so I got involved, I got interested in that. And then my mum and dad asked me to take my sister, my younger sister, to a Duran Duran gig. And I wasn't really that too worried. I thought, okay, I'll take her, I'll look after her. I was about 14 or 15, I think. And I just thought, that is what I want to do. Like, I watched Duran Duran on stage and thought, I want to be in Duran Duran. That sounds brilliant. So I taught myself this combination of being into the electronics and being geeky, and then I taught myself to play keyboards. And when I was 18, I was lucky that in the pub that my dad used to go in Oldham, there was a guy called Darren Wharton who had moved into the neighbourhood and went in the pub, and he used to play keyboards in Thin Lizzy, which is a remarkable thing.
Yeah.
And so I gave him a demo tape. I gave my dad a demo tape to give to him. And then when I was 18, he remembered that there was this keyboard player. I was a goth by then, so I had kind of purple hair and all sorts of, wandered around in an overcoat they bought from a place called Athlete's Palace that people will remember in Manchester. I think it's still there, actually. So I was kind of stalking around listening to Bauhaus and some things. And he remembered that there was this kid up the road that didn't look too bad and played keyboards, and asked me to join his band or audition for the band. So I did, postponed going to university, and got a record deal in that time. So the time when I'd taken a year off, we got a deal with A&M Records. So I ended up taking 5 years out and just being a musician. So it was kind of one of those random things. I was never taught to play. I didn't have kind of musical pretensions in that way. I didn't have lessons. All I did was taught myself to play, I think, because I liked electronic music, and then I felt like I wanted to be in a band, and then met the right person and joined a band and got a record deal.
Can I ask you how you taught yourself to play? Because I love piano. My mum played piano. She died, she played kind of organ, which we had in the house, tiny little organ thing. She died when I was very young. And I thought, I want to play piano, so I got lessons, and I hated the lessons because the music was snug as a bug in a rug, and all this kind of that kind of stuff that's not going to get you going. And so I started teaching myself. I worked out what the notes were, and I'd buy sheet music initially, and pick the notes off one by one, and put the chords together, which was kind of slow and boring, but eventually I could get there. And then I started listening to tracks. With a keyboard that I'd smuggled back to my boarding school, and I started estimating the chords to put it together. How did you do it? How did you teach yourself?
The latter. It was all about playing along, all about chords.
Yeah.
I can't read music to this day. Yeah. I never taught myself to do it. I can read chord symbols, and the thing is, when you're in a band, is people shout things out. Guitarists will go A, D, E diminished. They weren't a guitarist, won't shout E diminished. But so it was that. It was, and to this day, it's interesting actually because, I think we talked last time we met. We talked about this that there's a cliche that I think it's a cliche that people who do science, and particularly there's something to do with mathematics and music. And I don't know about you, but I really find my brain works in a different way when I'm playing keyboards. I don't know how it works. I don't know whether it's something to do with the hands and the position and a feel. It's a different way of thinking when I'm playing music.
It's definitely doesn't particularly link to anything stand-up wise or doing languages, but I do feel it's mathematical. I heard that Mozart was very mathematical, and I immediately understood that because I did grade 5 theory, so we were writing, you know, double stave kind of music in a basic form, and I felt it was grabbable there. I was in a couple of bands at school, but comedy and drama was really my thing. But yeah, I love the piano, and I still teach. I still play. I jump on pianos. I jump on any piano I can find, and I play. Even at Osborne House, which is a treasured English heritage place, and we were filming there, doing Victorian Outdoor with Judi Dench. And I went into the room where we were going to be filming, and I jumped on a piano, and I was playing it. It was really out of tune, and I realised, God, that no one's played this since the late 1800s, early 1900s. It was been a museum since the early 1900s, and I wasn't supposed to be on that piano. So it's before.
Do you play? Because I just sit there and make things up most of the time. I just play anything that comes into my head.
Pick things up, the chord progressions. And I'm very melodic. I was very Radio 2. I was a Radio 2 listener when it was not cool, but I can say that now because I understood it was the major melodies that I liked, and then you need to put the minors in. You need to find diminished chords. You need to go somewhere else. Otherwise, you're just playing, you know, bouncy sounds, bouncy music. And I had to teach. I had to learn that myself. But yeah, teaching yourself is something beautiful, isn't it? And it's but now you don't use it so much. I mean, I take it you don't use it so much.
Oh, I play all the time.
Oh, do you?
I've got you know, a piano in the house. It's in the hallway actually, which is great because you pass by it all the time.
Great.
And I play, you know, probably at least an hour a day. Just,
oh wow.
Because I just walk past it and think, and like you, if I walk past the piano, I have to sit down. Yeah,
very good, very good. So, now I told you about some of my theories, my crazy theories. Now you guys, you professionals, you elite guys, you do the work, you study things, you add things together, you come up with theories. I realize I do conjectures. I just pull things out of the back of my head, which any professional would say, well, let's just ignore this idiot. But I ran them by you, and you said they weren't that crazy, I think. Would that be fair?
Yes, but you have to remind me which particular one I was referring to.
Okay, the one I said that the universe is ever expanding, and I said it might be elliptical. My idea, there was a background microwaves they looked at, and they said the universe might actually be elliptical. I just thought Big Bang might go into Big Crunch, Big Bang, Big Crunch, never a beginning, never an end, endless. And that if it's expanding, maybe it's going around the back of the universe in a way we can't understand now, like the back of the world we couldn't understand, and that everything in the universe that we know of is curved. Moons are curved, planets are curved, suns are curved, trajectories are curved, the galaxy is curved, so can't the universe be curved? And it goes around in a big circle that we can't understand, and that every point of the universe could be the center of the universe. If you go off in one direction, you'll come back to that same point. Just like if you stand on the Earth, every point on the surface of the Earth is the center. Every point on the Earth is the center of the Earth, because if you go off that way, you will come back. If you go off that way, you will come back. So these are the crazy ideas I ran past you. Maybe now you'll say they're all rubbish, but...
No, it's that we don't know what the shape of the universe is. Right? All we know is that the piece we can see looks flat, which is kind of in a technical sense. It means that if you draw an enormous triangle out into space, but you know, thousands of light years, then the angles add up to 180 degrees. If it was curved, then the angles would add up to something different. Right. So in that sense, the universe looks to us to be flat in the piece we can see.
In the piece we
but
can
it is of course true that if you look at the Earth on a 1 kilometer scale, you know, you draw, then it looks flat.
Yeah.
Right. You have to go to bigger scales to. So it absolutely can be the case that the universe could be what we call closed.
Yeah.
We don't know. Well, all we know is that the bit we can see, which by the way is as I said earlier, has got 2 trillion galaxies in it, so it's a big bit. That looks flat. And we know that the bit that we can see is stretching faster and faster and faster as time goes on.
Yeah, because I wonder if that's going round the back of the universe to come in with gravity to do a big crunch at faster speed. But anyway,
and so the answer is we don't know. And there are, reputable physicists, certainly, who look for these so-called cyclical or cyclical cosmologies, where the universe can expand and contract, or something can change in the far future that resets in some sense. That Roger Penrose, who got the Nobel Prize this year for his work on black holes that he'd done for many years, especially with Stephen Hawking, has a thing called a cyclical cosmology that he works on. So it's not favoured, it's not the most popular idea, but it's not, it's not out there completely.
It's not. It's somewhere there, and every point of the universe could be the centre of the universe. How does that sound? Does that fit anywhere in there, or does that just sound like garbage?
That I think is, in a very real sense, correct. In the sense that there is no. We're in the centre of the bit that we can see.
Yeah.
Because we look out and we can see light that's been travelling across the universe for 13.8 billion years. And that really is a sphere around us, right? So in that sense, we're in the centre of the bit we observe. But every part is the same, every point is the same as far as we can tell.
Right.
On a large scale, it's Copernicus, the ultimate, it's called the Copernican principle, that we think overall, on the average, the universe is the same in every direction and the same everywhere that you go. And that's kind of almost the central dogma of cosmology. And until we observe otherwise, we assume that we are not special. And that's where it's interesting, isn't it? Because in that sense, everybody's the centre.
Yeah.
Because nobody's special.
Well, it's also that thing on the Earth. If you stand on the Earth, I know we're not a perfect sphere because we're spinning, but if you go off that way, you will come back to it if you go off that way. So I said to everyone I play, every of the 45 countries, I say this place right here is the centre of the Earth, because if you go that way, you'll come back to here. And I think I use universal logic. It's like gut logic based on its conjecture. I haven't proved it with a slide rule, but if every point in the universe was the centre, it would sort of make sense to me. And I don't know how to do it, but I thought...
Yeah, or no place is special. No place is different on the average from any other place.
Yeah, and every place on the Earth is special as well. Middle of the Gobi Desert, you are at the centre of the Earth, at the centre of the surface of the Earth. This is my crazy thought. Anyway, so you're going to carry on as a professor. You can be a professor for life, yeah? I take it.
Yeah, you keep the title. I remember once a joke that was told to me. It probably wasn't a joke at the time. It was back in the 1980s or so. And I said, "There's only 2 ways you can stop being at a university. You can get removed from your position for gross misdemeanor." And the joke was always, when you become a professor, it's gross and persistent misdemeanor. So the bar rises. That's probably not the case anymore.
But you could stop and then you become emeritus, yeah? Professor.
That's it, yeah, you become emeritus. Emeritus professor. Quite a thing, isn't it? What a title.
And then you've got to be in The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe. Because that always, I don't know if you know that book, the Narnia books. They meant a lot to me as a kid. There's a whole religious overtone which wasn't really my thing, but that was the professor, I believe, who was Diggory in The Magician's Nephew, and then became the professor. And they had this magic wardrobe, and the kids all went to Narnia. So this is how I think of professors. And he had a beard, but you're not taking ever.
As I said, probably not. I mean, it just doesn't happen really.
You can do half brim.
Right. Have you ever tried to grow a beard? It's kind of a weird thing. I've never tried to do it.
Yes, no, I get a pretty good beard actually.
Of course. The first time I met you, I think it was in Eric Idle's What About Dick?
Yeah, was I having a beard then? Was I sporting a beard? I can't remember, but I have. And there's a picture of me with Peter O'Toole, and I was playing I was in a French Western, which I called a Baguette Western, which I thought was very witty of me. And I had this huge beard. and there's me with very cool Oakley sunglasses on. So beard and sunglasses, and then there's Peter O'Toole. It's just a picture that's just kind of wow. But yeah, and your stuff is being watched because you're doing this stuff at the BBC, is it? Who are doing your programs?
Yeah. And in the States, it's on all over the place, the Curiosity Stream and Discovery and things like that.
So is that fun? You go to the States, I take it people recognize you from those programs?
You know, it's I was once filming in I think it was Oklahoma. You know, there's these magnificent landscapes with these roads that go on forever and all the farms and the little farm buildings. And I love that part of the world. And we're driving along, there's a gas station. We stopped in a gas station and I walked in. And the guy behind the counter just said, string theory. Is there any evidence for it? Is there any reason that we should think that they're very small things that are smaller than electrons and subatomic particles and the vibrations? And just asked this tremendously detailed question. And I thought, when I talked to him and then left, and I thought, I never said who I was. He never said who I was. Either he recognised me or he just says that to everybody that walks in to his gas station on this road. And I think that was probably it. So, I get recognised in bizarre ways, but I'm not even sure if that was recognition. I just look on his behalf.
I'm going to tell you that this is my Hollywood story, which I think is kind of beautiful, about getting recognised. And it doesn't do my ego much good. So it's quite a nice story. So I like to stay at the Lowe's Hollywood Hotel when we tour, when we play in Los Angeles. That's on Highland, just above Hollywood Boulevard. It would seem to a tourist to be the center of Hollywood, but in fact it's not. And all the cool people stay further along the Sunset Strip. But Lowe's Hollywood, they're very nice to me, and I just like it. And you don't really get bothered. And some of the roads around there are quite scuzzy. They're just quite scuzzy. And I go training, so I go out and I do my sprint recover, my high intensity interval training on the roads, and it's sometimes dead people. And you go, really? Hang on, what's going on here? You just have to avoid things sometimes. And so I was running around. You've spent some time in Los Angeles, haven't you?
Yeah.
So you've seen the Star Trucks. There's people, tourists come in, they sit in a minibus essentially, and a guy talks to them with a headphone and points out, and over here, King Gustav of Sweden lived, whoever it is, stars and where they live. And so I was standing on Highland right by a street that was not in great health, this street, near to a diner where I was going to have breakfast after I finished. And I was just recovering my breath between a sprint down the street. And there's not many people around because everyone drives in LA, as you probably know. They don't really walk. And I'm there, and I'm trans, and I'm there, and I'm sprinting. And then one of these buses pulls up, and you can see all the tourists, and they have that look with the glasses and the hats and the Hawaiian shirts. And then the driver, the young guy, looks at me, and he obviously recognizes me because he starts talking and sort of nodding to me. And I can't hear what he's saying. He's talking to the passengers, who will all look over to me with the look of, what is this alien crazy person? He's what? There's what? The who? I've never heard. And they all look aghast at me, except one woman right at the back of the van who just did a little wave like this, and she did. And I thought that was kind of beautiful. I was recognized in LA by the driver and the woman at the back, and everyone else didn't know me from Adam. And that was just, and I was on a scuzzy street, and I just thought that was kind of beautiful,
My favourite showbiz recognition story was I was at the ELO gig, the first one that Jeff Lynne did at Hyde Park a few years ago. It was comeback, and it was just a tremendous thing. And of course everybody was there because Jeff was going to play a live gig again. And I was there, and Paul McCartney walked up to me. And he didn't say much. He went, "Oh, Ryan, I was watching your show, and there was a thing about a moon of Saturn with geysers erupting out of it, and it was talking about the moon and Enceladus." And he went, "Oh." And then he said, "Oh, I'm really sorry, because I'm always doing this. I walk up to people that I see on TV, and I just assume that I know them, and I start talking to them. I'm really sorry. I'm Paul." This is Paul McCartney. So I think I said something like, well, I've seen you on telly as well. And then it was a lovely kind of example of meeting someone who's so famous, that I would not have known what to say to him. But he just wandered up and started talking about astronomy. The only person I've ever met that I didn't know what to say, I couldn't say anything to him, was Neil Armstrong.
Oh, wow.
The function, the event. And I shook his hand and I just was completely overawed. I don't know if that's happened to you. You've met so many people.
I've got a Neil Armstrong story. I'm going to try. We're going to play famous people we've met and cards, trump cards. Well, we can't use the word Trump now; it's been removed from the dictionary. But I was going to see Nelson Mandela, like you do, and I was walking in, and Neil Armstrong was walking out. I was in that queue to see Nelson Mandela. So, and I didn't know it was him. I was so fixated on meeting Nelson Mandela that I didn't know that sitting down there was Neil Armstrong. So I didn't actually meet him. But I just thought, what would I have said? I would have said, hey, Neil, how is he? Is he okay? Is he chatty? Okay, is he wearing the shirts? All right, cool. And good work, Neil. 69 with it. I was in Bishop Stortford. I was 7. So what? Because you took that and and Buzz Aldrin wasn't so. And well done. That would have been my conversation, I think. So I have an imaginary conversation with Neil Armstrong. But now I've got to say this. I've got 7 minutes to go. Can you see this? So this is a very exciting time. You have to be excited with me. Just stick with me for 7 minutes so we can get this.
So you're approaching what?
Marathon 25.
26 miles.
Yeah, it's 26 miles of 42 kilometers, and I finish, and then I do a gig at 7 o'clock. I do a stand-up gig at 7 o'clock. In case you didn't know that I was really pushing at this time, I do a stand-up gig after each bloody marathon. So
it's remarkable achievements, actually. I used to, but I don't run as much anymore, actually. But I used to love running. I used to like getting out, and I used to like running around Oldham on the moors, because it gave me a reason to watch the passage of time and the passage of the seasons and the way that everything changes from week to week almost. You don't see it, but running to me is I don't listen to music, I don't do anything, I just like to be absorbed in the moment. And that's what I like most about it, I think.
No, it's great. Now we got Ian upstairs, and at 5 minutes he'll say 5 minutes to run, and then he'll say 4 minutes to run, 3 minutes to run. He does countdowns, so we have to give him that little break when he goes through the 5 minute and the 4 minute mark.
Right, I'll watch that.
We're also going to show one video. Can we, as soon as we've gone through the 5 minutes, Ian, I want you to show the last Luxembourg video, okay? Okay. You can say 5 minutes to run, and then you can roll it. So because I ran these marathons actually in Europe, so you've got pictures of Luxembourg going behind me, Marathon 25. So 11 months ago to this day, 25th of February, I was in Luxembourg, powering along to the end of my marathon. So we're showing those videos to show that I do actually get out of the house sometimes, just not at the moment. Not at the moment.
It's a remarkable place. It's one of the centres of the space industry in certain times, the communications satellites. I think it's really big. And their foreign minister, I think the foreign minister is a physicist. And
here we go.
5 minutes to run.
5 minutes to run. Okay. Hang on a sec. We're going to show a video that will come right back to you. So I ran out of Luxembourg for about 21k, and then came back, and there was bits of sunshine, and then it got cold, and then it got rainy, and now I'm almost finished. That's it. My watch has gone over 7 hours. Not good. Not good. It's slower than usual. You think you're getting stronger, and then you get weaker. Bodies don't really behave. Anyway, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. Thank you for your support to Make Humanity Great Again. The hats are available. The profits go to the charity, to the Humanity gig. We're going to try and get 100,000. Thank you to everyone who's given so far. Brilliant. Generosity. All around the world, people have given money. So thank you. And if you go you go onto eddieizzard.com, you can see in the shop that these are the hats and all that. You see that the money is going through to the same charities, positive things. I now go to wash and eat and sleep. Thank you. Tomorrow, Amsterdam. And tomorrow will be Amsterdam, so we do a virtual marathon for Amsterdam tomorrow. So,
do you find? Can I ask you? Do you find it far more difficult running inside? Because I really don't like running machines.
No, it's really difficult. The reason I'm talking to you, or the reason I've asked people if they would be good enough to talk to me, is because this is mind-numbing. You know, as you say,
3 minutes to run.
3 minutes to run on the treadmill. There's nothing to do. You can watch a film, say, but talking to people is great, because I can ask you questions, you can ask me questions, and the endorphins, as I call them, in the brain, I do like the endorphins firing off, and they help me, and I don't think about the legs and the exhaustion that is going on in my body. So that's pretty much it. Yeah.
I thought you had some pretty nasty injuries earlier. I think last week I saw some.
Yeah, my left toe nail started lifting up. I don't know why. My right leg, I got tenosynovitis, so that my tendons were creaking like a door. I could hear them, which was very weird. Had to strap up the left leg. It's all, basically it swaps over. Have a problem on one leg, then you get a problem on the other leg, then you get a problem on one leg. It just goes backwards and forwards. But I am stronger now. Here we go, 2 minutes.
2 minutes to run.
2 minutes to run, we're gonna get there. I'm gonna make it. And I finish at the end of this week. So this day next week will be a day of rest. I finish on Sunday. So this is a beautiful thing, 31.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say actually, because I know this is you know, the charities that you're working for are quite, you know, remarkable and earning a lot of money. But I think I just want to say thank you actually, because it's a remarkable thing that you're doing. I mean, it's a hell of a challenge, and I know you enjoy it to some extent. But I think just running on a running machine every day, a marathon a day, it's just it's a higher order level of commitment. So,
well, Brian, thank you for the thanks, but what I really enjoy is stopping. You know, in 1 minute and 12 seconds, I will be very happy, because all I've got to do is a gig, and that's more mental pressure or mental energy than physical energy. But you know, it's better than this. This is tough.
1 minute to run.
1 minute to run. So everyone watching around the world, thank you to the Zwift runners, people running with me on the Zwift app. Thank you so much for joining with me. I've got an app, Brian, full 50 seconds. And thank you, eddieizzard.com to donate. You can buy tickets for tonight's show at 7 o'clock. And so in 50 minutes, I'll be on stage.
40 seconds.
Streaming around the world. Thanks to you, Brian. Thanks for coming along.
It's absolute pleasure and honour. And yes, I just good luck with the rest of the next week.
Thank you. It's not too far to go now. It's sort of, I can see the end. I can see the end not too far away. And
20 seconds.
Even though it's not that much fun being a professor, I think it is fun. Well, in some ways it is. So keep enjoying being a professor and find the secret of the universe. 10 seconds.
9.
Here we go.
7.
Countdown.
6.
Yeah.
5.
It's the rockets.
4,
it's Neil Armstrong all over
3,
again.
2, 1.
Well there we go. Thank you very much. Thank you, people of the world. There we go.
You're warming down.
Yes.
Gently and.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Brian. You take care. Stay safe.
Thank you, and you.
And good luck with the book.
Thank you very much, and good luck with next week.
I'll see you at the next gig. Cheers. Okay, thanks everyone on Zwift, everyone at home. See you. Thanks, Chris. Thank you, everyone. Chris from Sussex, Stephen Cousins, everyone who's been running, Clive Finnemore, thank you. You did the whole thing, didn't you? I think Clive and, Clive and Stephen, so well done, you guys. I'm going to rest. Cheers. Bye-bye.